Chapter 21. Vasher stood atop the palace of the God King, watching the sun drop over the western rainforest. The sunset was vibrant amidst the clouds, colors flaring, beautiful reds and oranges, painting the trees. Then the sun disappeared, and the colors faded. Some said that before a man died, his biochromatic aura flared with sudden brightness, like a heart giving its last beat, like the final surge of a wave before the tide retreats. Vasher had seen it happen, but not with every death. The event was rare, much like a perfect sunset. "Dramatic," Nightblood noted. "The sunset?" Vasher asked. "Yes." "You can't see it," he said to the sword. "But I can feel you seeing it. Crimson, like blood in the air." Vasher didn't respond. The sword couldn't see, but with its powerful, twisted biochroma, it could sense life and people. Both were things Nightblood had been created to protect. It was strange how easily and quickly protection could cause destruction. Sometimes Vasher wondered if the two weren't really the same thing. Protect a flower, destroy the pests who wanted to feed on it. Protect a building, destroy the plants that could have grown in the soil. Protect a man, live with the destruction he creates. Although it was dark, Vasher's life sense was strong. He could just faintly feel the grass growing below, and knew how far away it was. With more breath, he might even have been able to sense the lichen growing on the palace stones. He knelt down, laying one hand on his trouser leg and one on the stone of the palace. "Strengthen me," he commanded, breathing. His trouser legs stiffened, and a patch of color bled from the black stone beside him. Black was a color. He'd never considered that before he'd become an awakener. Tassels hanging at his cuffs stiffened, wrapping around his ankle. With him kneeling as he was, they could also twist around the bottoms of his feet. Vasher placed a hand on the shoulder of his shirt, touching another patch of marble as he formed an image in his mind. "Upon call, become my fingers and grip," he commanded. The shirt quivered, and a group of tassels curled up around his hand, 5 of them, like fingers. It was a difficult command. It required far more breath to awaken than he would have liked. His remaining breath barely allowed him the second heightening, and the visualization of the command had taken practice to perfect. The finger tassels were worth it. They had proven very useful, and he was loath to engage in the night's activities without them. He stood up straight, noting the scar of gray marble on the otherwise perfectly black palace surface. He smiled to think of the indignation the priests would feel when they discovered it. He tested the strength in his legs, gripping Nightblood, then took a careful step off the side of the palace. He fell some 10 feet. The palace was constructed from massive stone blocks in a steep pyramidal shape. He landed hard on the next block, but his awakened clothing absorbed some of the shock, acting like a second external set of bones. He stood up, nodding to himself, then jumped down the other pyramid steps. Eventually, he landed on the soft grass north of the palace, close to the wall that surrounded the entire plateau. He crouched, watching quietly. "Sneaking, Vasher?" Nightblood said. "You're terrible at sneaking." Vasher didn't respond. "You should attack," Nightblood said. "You're good at that." "You just want to prove how strong you are," Vasher thought. "Well, yes," the sword replied. "But you do have to admit that you're bad at sneaking." Vasher ignored the sword. A lone man in ragged clothing carrying a sword across the grounds would be conspicuous. So he surveyed. He had picked a night when the gods hadn't planned any grand celebrations out in the courtyard, but there were still small groups of priests, minstrels, or servants moving between palaces. "How sure are you about this information of yours?" Nightblood said. "Because, honestly, I don't trust priests." "He isn't a priest," Vasher thought. He moved carefully, creeping through the dark starlit shadow of the wall's overhang. His contact had warned him to stay away from the palaces of influential gods like Blushweaver and Stillmark. But he had also said that the palace of a lesser god, like Giftbeacon or Peace Yearning, wouldn't work for Vasher's purpose. Instead, Vasher sought out the home of Mercy Star, a returned known for her involvement in politics, yet who wasn't all that influential. Her palace looked relatively dark this evening, but there would still be guards. Hallandren returned, all had servants to spare. Sure enough, Vasher located 2 men watching the door he wanted. They wore the extravagant costumes of court servants, colored yellow and gold after the pattern of their mistress. The men weren't armed. Who would attack the home of a returned? They were simply there to keep anyone from wandering in and bothering their lady while she slept. They stood by their lanterns, alert and attentive, but more for the sake of appearances than anything else. Vasher obscured Nightblood beneath his cloak, then walked out of the darkness, looking from side to side, anxiously, mumbling to himself. He hunched his body to help hide the oversized, hidden sword. "Oh, please," Nightblood said flatly. "The crazy disguise? You're cleverer than that." "It'll work," Vasher thought. "This is the court of gods. Nothing attracts the unbalanced more than the prospect of meeting deities." The 2 guards looked up when they saw him approaching, but they didn't seem surprised. They had probably dealt with marginally insane people every day of their professional careers. Vasher had seen the types who ended up in the lines for returned petitions. "Here now," one of the men said as Vasher approached. "How'd you get in here?" Vasher stepped up to them, mumbling to himself about talking to the goddess. The second man put a hand on Vasher's shoulder. "Come on, friend. Let's get you back to the gates and see if there's a shelter that's still taking people in for the night." Vasher hesitated. Kindness. He hadn't expected that, for some reason. The emotion made him feel a tad guilty for what he had to do next. He snapped his arm to the side, twitching his thumb twice to make the long finger tassels on his shirt sleeve begin mimicking the motions of his real fingers. He formed a fist. The tassels snapped forward, wrapping around the first guard's neck. The man choked out a soft gasp of surprise. Before the second guard could react, Vasher brought Nightblood up, ramming the hilt into the guard's stomach. The man stumbled, and Vasher swept his feet out from beneath him. Vasher's boot followed, coming down slowly but firmly on the man's neck. He wiggled, but Vasher's legs bore awakened strength. Vasher stood for a long moment, both men struggling, neither managing to escape their strangulation. A short time later, Vasher stepped off the second guard's neck, then lowered the first guard to the grass, twitching his thumb twice and releasing the finger tassels. "You didn't use me much," Nightblood said, sounding hurt. "You could have used me. I'm better than a shirt. I'm a sword." Vasher ignored the comments, scanning the darkness to see if he had been spotted. "I really am better than a shirt. I would have killed them. Look, they're still breathing." "Stupid shirt." That was the point. Vasher thought, corpses cause more trouble than men who get knocked out. "I could knock people out," Nightblood said immediately. Vasher shook his head, ducking into the building. Returned palaces, this one included, were generally just collections of open rooms with colorful sheets on the doorways. The weather was so temperate in Hallandren that the building could be open to the air at all times. He didn't go through the central rooms, but instead stayed in the peripheral servant hallway. If Vasher's information had been truthful, then what he wanted could be found on the northeast side of the building. As he walked, he unraveled the rope from his waist. "Belts are stupid, too," Nightblood said. At that moment, a group of 4 servants rounded the corner directly ahead of Vasher. Vasher looked up, startled, but not really surprised. The servants' shock lasted a second longer than his own. Within a heartbeat, Vasher snapped the rope forward. "Hold things," he commanded, giving up most of his remaining breath. The rope wrapped around the arm of one of the servants, though Vasher had been aiming for the neck. Vasher cursed, yanking the person forward. The man cried out as Vasher knocked him against the angle of the corner. The others moved to run. Vasher whipped out Nightblood with his other hand. "Yes!" the sword thought. Vasher didn't draw the sword. He simply tossed it forward. The blade skidded against the floor, then came to rest before the 3 men. One of the group froze, looking down at the sword, transfixed. He reached out tentatively, eyes awed. The other 2 took off running, yelling about an intruder. "Blast!" Vasher thought. He yanked the rope, knocking the entangled servant off of his feet again. As the servant tried to stumble to his feet, Vasher dashed forward and wrapped the rope around the man's hands and body. To his side, the remaining servant ignored both Vasher and his friend. This man picked up Nightblood, eyes alight. He undid the snap on the hilt, moving to pull the sword. When he had barely gotten a thin sliver of blade free, a dark, fluid-like smoke began to stream out. Some dripped to the ground. Other tendrils of it snaked out and wrapped around the man's arm, drawing the color from his skin. Vasher kicked out with an awakened leg, knocking the man down, forcing him to drop Nightblood. Vasher left the first man squirming, tied up, then grabbed the man who had held the sword and rammed his head against the wall. Breathing hard, Vasher grabbed Nightblood, closed the sheath, and did up the clasp. Then he reached over, touching the rope that tied the dazed servant. "Your breath to mine," he said, recovering the breath from the rope, leaving the man bound. "You didn't let me kill him," Nightblood said, annoyed. "No," Vasher said. "Corpses, remember? And 2 ran away from me. That's not right." "You cannot tempt the hearts of men who are pure, Nightblood." No matter how much he explained that concept, it seemed beyond the sword's ability to comprehend. Vasher moved quickly, dashing down the hallway. He had only a little farther to go, but there were already cries of alarm and calls for help. He had no desire to fight an army of servants and soldiers. He stopped, uncertain, in the unadorned hallway. He noticed, idly, that awakening the rope had inadvertently stolen the color from his boots and cloak. The only pieces of clothing he wore that weren't themselves awakened. The gray clothing would instantly brand him for what he was, but the thought of backing down made him cringe. He gritted his teeth in frustration, punching the wall. This was supposed to have gone a lot more smoothly. "I told you, you aren't sneaky," Nightblood said. "Shut up," Vasher thought, determined not to run. He reached into a pouch at his belt, pulling out the object within. A dead squirrel. "Yuck," Nightblood said with a sniff. Vasher knelt, putting a hand on the creature. "Awaken to my breath," he commanded. "Serve my needs. Live at my command and my word. Fallen rope." Those last words, "fallen rope," formed the security phrase. Vasher could have chosen anything, but he picked the first thing that came to mind. One breath was leached from his body, going down into the small rodent's corpse. The thing began to twitch. That was a breath Vasher would never be able to recover, for creating a lifeless was a permanent act. The squirrel lost all color, bleeding to gray, the awakening feeding off the body's own colors to help fuel the transformation. The squirrel had been gray in the first place, so the difference was tough to see. That's why Vasher liked to use them. "Fallen rope," he said to the creature, its gray eyes looking up at him. The security phrase pronounced, Vasher could now imprint the creature with an order, much as he did when performing a standard awakening. "Make noise, run around, bite people who are not me. Fallen rope." The second use of the words closed its impressionability, so it could no longer be commanded. The squirrel hopped up to its feet, then scampered down the hallway, heading for the open doorway the fleeing servants had disappeared into. Vasher stood and began to run again, hoping that this distraction would earn him time. Indeed, a few moments later he heard cries coming from the doorway. Clangs and screams followed. Lifeless could be difficult to stop, particularly a fresh one with orders to bite. Vasher smiled. "We could have taken them," Nightblood said. Vasher rushed to the place his information had indicated. The location was marked by a splintered board in the wall, ostensibly just normal wear of the building. Vasher crouched, hoping that his informant hadn't lied. He searched around on the floor, then froze as he found the hidden latch. He pulled it open, revealing a trapdoor. Returned palaces were only supposed to be one story. He smiled. "What if this tunnel doesn't have another way out?" Nightblood asked as Vasher dropped into the hole, trusting his awakened clothing to absorb the fall. "Then you'll probably get to kill a lot of people," Vasher thought. However, his information had been good so far. He suspected that the rest was good as well. The priests of the iridescent tones, it appeared, were hiding things from the rest of the kingdom, and from their gods. Chapter 22. Weatherlove, god of storms, selected one of the wooden spheres from the rack, then hefted it in his hand. It had been built to fill the palm of a god, and was weighted in the middle with lead. Carved with rings across the surface, it was painted a deep blue. "A doubling sphere?" asked Life-Blesser. "A bold move." Weatherlove eyed the small group of gods behind him. Lightsong was among them, sipping on a sweet orange-fruited drink with some kind of alcohol enhancement. It had been several days since he'd allowed Larimar to talk him out of bed, but he still had come to no conclusion on how to proceed. "A bold move indeed," Weatherlove said, tossing the sphere up into the air, then catching it. "Tell me, Lightsong the Bold, do you favor this throw?" The other gods chuckled. There were 4 of them playing. As usual, Weatherlove wore a green and gold robe that hung from only one shoulder, with a wrap around his waist that came down to mid-thigh. The outfit, patterned after the ancient dress of the returned from paintings centuries past, revealed his sculpted muscles and divine figure. He stood at the edge of the balcony, as it was his turn to throw. Seated behind him were the 3 others, Lightsong on the left, and Life-Blesser, god of healing, in the middle. Truthcall, god of nature, sat on the far right, wearing his ornate cloak and uniform of maroon and white. The 3 gods were variations on a theme. If Lightsong hadn't known them well, he would have had trouble telling them apart. Each stood almost exactly 7 feet tall, with bulging muscles that any mortal would have envied. True, Life-Blesser had brown hair, while Weatherlove had blonde, and Truthcall had black. But all three had the same set of square-jawed features, perfect coiffure, and innate, seamless grace that marked them as returned divinities. Only their costumes really offered any variety. Lightsong sipped his drink. "Do I bless your throw, Weatherlove?" he asked. "Are we not in competition against one another?" "I suppose," the god said, tossing the wooden ball up and down. "Then why would I bless you when you throw against me?" Weatherlove just smirked, then pulled back his arm and launched the ball out across the pitch. It bounced, then rolled over the grass, eventually coming to rest. This section of the courtyard had been divided into an expansive game board with ropes and stakes. Priests and servants scurried about on the sides, making notations and keeping track of the score so that the gods wouldn't have to. Terrachin was a complex game, played only by the wealthy. Lightsong had never bothered to learn the rules. He found it more amusing to play when he had no idea what he was doing. It was his throw next. He stood up, selecting one of the wooden spheres from the rack because it matched the color of his drink. He tossed the orange sphere up and down. Then, not paying attention to where he was throwing, he tossed it out onto the field. The sphere flew much farther than it probably should have. He had the strength of a perfect body. That was part of the reason the field was so vast. It had to be built to the scale of gods, and so when they played, they required the elevated perspective of a balcony to view their game. Terrachin was supposed to be one of the most difficult games in the world. It required strength to throw the spheres correctly, keen wit to understand where to place them, coordination to do so with the necessary precision, and a great understanding of strategy to pick the proper sphere and dominate the game field. 413 points, the servant announced, after being fed the number by scribes working below. "Another magnificent throw," Truthcall said, perking up in his wooden lounging chair. "How do you do it? I'd never have thought to use a reversal sphere for that throw." "Is that what the orange ones are called?" Lightsong thought, returning to his seat. "You just have to understand the playing field," he said, "and learn to get inside the mind of the sphere. Think like it does. Reason as it might." "Reason like a sphere?" Life-Blesser said, standing up. He wore flowing robes of his colors, blue and silver. He selected a green sphere off the rack, then stared at it. "What type of reasoning does a wooden sphere do?" "The circular type, I should think," Lightsong said, lightly. "And, by coincidence, it is my favorite type as well. Perhaps that's why I'm so good at the game." Life-Blesser frowned, opening his mouth to reply. He finally shut it, looking confused by Lightsong's comment. Becoming a god didn't, unfortunately, increase one's mental capacity along with one's physical attributes. Lightsong didn't mind. For him, the real sport of the game of Terrachin never involved where the spheres landed. Life-Blesser made his throw, then sat down. "I do say, Lightsong," he said, smiling, "I mean this as a compliment, but having you around can be draining." "Yes," Lightsong said, sipping his drink. "I'm remarkably like a mosquito in that regard. Truthcall, isn't it your throw?" "Actually, it's yours again," Weatherlove said. "You achieved the crown pairing during your last toss, remember?" "Ah, yes, how could I forget?" Lightsong said, rising. He took another sphere, tossed it over his shoulder, out onto the green, then sat down. 507 points, the priest announced. Now you're just showing off, Truthcall said. Lightsong said nothing. In his opinion, it revealed an inherent flaw in the game that the one who knew least about it tended to do the best. He doubted, however, that the others would take it that way. All three were very dedicated to their sport, and they played every week. There was blessed little else for them to do with their time. Lightsong suspected that they kept inviting him only because they wanted to prove, at last, that they could defeat him. If he'd fathomed the rules, he'd have tried to lose on purpose to keep them from insisting that he come play with them. Still, he liked the way his victories annoyed them, though, of course, they never showed him anything other than perfect decorum. Either way, under the circumstances, he suspected that he couldn't lose if he wanted to. It was rather difficult to throw a game when you had no idea what you were doing to win it in the first place. Truthcall finally stepped up to throw. He always wore clothing of a martial style, and the colors maroon and white were very handsome on him. Lightsong suspected that he'd always been jealous that instead of being given lifeless commands, as his duty to the court, he'd been given a vote over issues of trade with other kingdoms. "I hear that you spoke with the Queen a few days back, Lightsong," Truthcall said as he threw. "Yes, indeed," Lightsong said, sipping his drink. "She was extraordinarily pleasant, I must say." Weatherlove gave a quiet laugh, obviously thinking that last comment to be sarcasm, which was a little annoying, since Lightsong had meant it sincerely. "The entire court is abuzz," Truthcall said, turning and flipping back his cape, then leaning against the balcony railing as he waited for the points from his throw to be tabulated. "The Idrians betrayed the treaty, one could say." "The wrong princess," Weatherlove agreed. "It gives us an opening." "Yes," Truthcall said musingly, "but an opening for what?" "To attack," Lifeblesser said in his usual dense way. The other two regarded him wincingly. "There's so much more to be gained than that, Lifeblesser." "Yes," Weatherlove said, idly spinning the last bit of wine in his cup. "My plans are already in motion, of course." "And what plans would those be, Divine Brother?" Truthcall said. Weatherlove smiled. "I wouldn't want to spoil the surprise now, would I?" "That depends," Truthcall said evenly. "Will it keep me from demanding the Idrians give us more access to the passes? I'm willing to bet that some pressures could be placed on the new queen to gain her favor for such a proposal. She's said to be rather naive." Lightsong felt a slight nausea as they spoke. He knew how they plotted, always scheming. They played their game with spheres, but just as much of their reason for seeing one another at these events was to posture and make deals. "Her ignorance must be an act," Lifeblesser said in a rare moment of thoughtfulness. "They wouldn't have sent her if she was really that inexperienced." "She's Idrian," Truthcall said dismissively. "Their most important city has fewer people than a small Tutelar neighborhood. They barely understand the concept of politics, I'll warrant. They are more used to talking to sheep than humans." Weatherlove nodded. "Even if she's well-trained by their standards, she'll be easy to manipulate here. The real trick is going to be to make certain others don't get to her first. Lightsong, what was your impression? Will she be quick to do as the gods tell her?" "I really wouldn't know," he said, waving for more juice. "As you know, I'm not much interested in political games." Weatherlove and Truthcall shared a smirking look. Like most in the court, they considered Lightsong hopeless when it came to practical matters. And by their definition, practical meant taking advantage of others. "Lightsong," Lifeblesser said with his tactlessly honest voice. You really need to take more of an interest in politics. It can be very diverting. Why, if you only knew the secrets to which I'm privy." "My dear Life Blesser," Lightsong replied, "please trust me when I say that I have no desire to know any secrets which involve you and a privy." Life Blesser frowned, obviously trying to work through that one. The other two began to discuss the Queen again, as the priests reported the score from the last throw. Oddly, Lightsong found himself increasingly troubled. As Life Blesser stood up to take his next toss, Lightsong found himself rising as well. "My divine brothers," he said, "I suddenly feel quite weary. Perhaps it was something I ingested." "Not something I served, I hope," Truthcall said. It was his palace. "Food? No," Lightsong said. "The other things you're serving today, perhaps. I really must be on my way." "But you're in the lead," Truthcall said. "If you leave now, we'll have to play again next week." "Your threats roll off of me like water, my divine brother," Lightsong said, nodding respectfully to each in turn. "I bid you farewell until such time as you drag me up here again to play this tragic game of yours." They laughed. He wasn't sure whether to be amused or insulted that they so often confused his jokes for serious statements, and the other way around. He collected his priests, Laramar included, from the room just inside the balcony, but didn't feel like speaking with any of them. He just made his way through the palace of deep reds and whites, still troubled. The men on the balcony were rank amateurs compared to the real political masters, like Blushweaver. They were so blunt and obvious with their plans. But even men who were blunt and obvious could be dangerous, particularly to a woman like the Queen, who obviously had little experience with such things. "I've already determined that I can't help her," Lightsong thought, leaving the palace and entering the green outside. To the right, a complex network of rope squares and patterns marked the Terrachin pitch. A sphere bounced with a distant thud in the grass. Lightsong walked the other direction on the springy lawn, not even waiting for his priests to erect a canopy to shade him from the afternoon sun. He still worried that if he tried to help, he'd just make things worse. But then there were the dreams. War and violence. Over and over again. He saw the fall of Tutelar itself, the destruction of his homeland. He couldn't continue to ignore the dreams, even if he didn't accept them as prophetic. Blushweaver thought that war was important, or at least that it was important to prepare for. He trusted her more than any other god or goddess, but he also worried about how aggressive she was. She had come to him, asking him to be a part of her plans. Had she done it, perhaps, because she knew he would be more temperate than she? Was she intentionally balancing herself? He heard petitions, even though he didn't intend to ever give up his breath and die. He interpreted paintings, even though he didn't think he was seeing anything prophetic in them. Couldn't he help secure power in the court in order to be prepared when he didn't believe that his visions meant anything? Particularly if those preparations helped protect a young woman who, undoubtedly, would have no other allies. Laramar had told him to do his best. That sounded like an awful lot of work. Unfortunately, doing nothing was beginning to seem like even more work. Sometimes when you stepped in something foul, the only thing to do was to stop walking and make the effort to clean it off. He sighed, shaking his head. "I'm probably going to regret this," he muttered to himself. Then he went looking for Blushweaver. The man was slight, almost skeletal, and each shellfish he slurped made Vivenna cringe for 2 reasons. Not only did she have trouble believing that anyone would enjoy such slimy, slug-like food, but the mussels were also of a very rare and expensive variety. And she was paying. The afternoon restaurant crowd was large. People usually ate out at midday, when it made more sense to buy food than return home for a meal. The entire concept of restaurants still seemed strange to her. Didn't these men have wives or servants to make them meals? Didn't they feel uncomfortable eating in such a public place? It was so impersonal. Denth and Tonk Fa sat on either side of her, and of course they helped themselves to the plate of mussels as well. Vivenna wasn't certain. She'd pointedly not asked, but she thought that the shellfish were raw. The thin man across from her slurped down another one. He didn't seem to be enjoying himself much, despite the expensive surroundings and free food. He had a sneer on his lips, and while he didn't appear nervous, she did notice that he kept an eye on the restaurant entrance. "So," Dent said, setting another empty shell on the table, then wiping his fingers on the tablecloth, a common practice in Teteller. "Can you help us or not?" The little man, he called himself Fob, shrugged. "You tell a wild tale, mercenary." "You know me, Fob. When have I lied to you?" "Whenever you've been paid to do it," Fob said with a snort. "I've just never been able to catch you." Tonk Fa chuckled, reaching for another mussel. It slipped free of the shell as he brought it to his lips. Vivenna had to steel herself to keep from gagging at the slimy plop it made when it hit the table. "You don't agree that war is coming, though?" Dent said. "Of course not," Fob said. "But it's been coming for decades now. What makes you think that it will finally happen this year?" "Can you afford to ignore the chance that it might?" Dent asked. Fob squirmed a bit, then began eating mussels again. Tonk Fa began stacking the shells, seeing how many he could get balanced on top of one another. Vivenna said nothing for the moment. Her minor part in the meetings didn't bother her. She watched, she learned, and she thought. Fob was a landowner. He cleared forests, then rented the land to growers. He often relied on lifeless to help with his clearing. Workers loaned to him through the government. There was only one stipulation upon the lending. Should war come, all of the food produced on his holdings during wartime immediately became the property of the returned. It was a good deal. The government would probably seize his lands during a war anyway, so he didn't really lose anything save for his right to complain. He ate another mussel. How does he keep packing them down? She thought. Fob had managed to slurp away nearly twice as many of the disgusting little creatures as Tonk Fa. "That harvest won't come in, Fob," Dent said. "You will lose quite a bit this year, should we prove right." "But," Tonk Fa said, adding another shell to his stack, "harvest early, sell your stockpiles, and you stand to get ahead of your competitors." "And what do you gain?" Fob asked. "How do I know those same competitors haven't hired you to convince me a war is coming?" The table fell silent, making noticeable the other diners clattering at their own meals. Denth finally turned, eyeing Vivenna, and nodded. She pulled up her shawl, not the matronly one she'd brought from Idris, but a silken, gossamer one that Denth had found for her. She met Fob's eyes, then changed her hair to a deep red. With the shawl up, only those at the table and watching closely would be able to see the change. He froze. "Do that again," he said. She changed it to blonde. Fob sat back, letting his muscle fall free of its shell. It splatted against the table near the one Tonk Fa had dropped. "The Queen?" he asked with shock. "No," Vivenna said. "Her sister." "What's going on here?" Fob asked. Denth smiled. "She's here to organize a resistance against the Return Gods, and to prepare Idrian interests here and to tell her for the coming war." "You don't think that old royal up in the Highlands would send his daughter for nothing?" Tonk Fa said. "War. It's the only thing that would call for such desperation." "Your sister," Fob said, eyeing Vivenna. "They sent the younger one into the court. Why?" "The king's plans are his own, Fob," Denth said. Fob looked thoughtful. Finally, he flipped the fallen mussel onto the plate of shells and reached for a fresh one. "I knew there was more behind that girl's arrival than simple chance." "So you'll harvest?" Denth asked. "I'll think about it," Fob said. Denth nodded. "Good enough, I guess." He nodded to Vivenna and Tonk Fa, and the three of them left Fob, eating his shellfish. Vivenna settled the tab, which was even higher than she'd feared, and then they joined Parlin, Jules, and Claude the Lifeless, waiting outside. The group moved away from the restaurant, pushing through the crowd easily, if only because of the massive Lifeless that walked before them. "Where now?" Vivenna asked. Denth eyed her. "Not tired even a little?" Vivenna didn't acknowledge her sore feet or her drowsiness. "We're working for the good of my people, Denth. A little weariness is a small price." Denth shot a glance toward Tonk Fa, but the overweight mercenary had split off into the crowd toward a merchant's stand, Parlin tagging along behind. Parlin, Vivenna noticed, had gone back to wearing his ridiculous green hat, despite her disapproval. What was wrong with that man? He wasn't terribly bright, true, but he had always been level-headed. "Jules," Denth called up ahead. "Take us to the Raymar place." Jules nodded, giving instructions to Claude that Vivenna couldn't hear. The group turned in another direction through the crowd. "It only responds to her?" Vivenna said. Denth shrugged. "It has basic instructions to do what Tonks and I say, and I've got a security phrase I can use if I need more control." Vivenna frowned. "Security phrase?" Denth eyed her. "This is a rather heretical discussion we're getting into. You sure you want to continue?" Vivenna ignored the amusement in his tone. "I still do not like the idea of that thing being with us, particularly if I don't have any way to control it." "All awakening works by way of the command, Princess," Denth said. "You infuse something with life, then give it an order. Lifeless are valuable because you can give them commands after you create them, unlike regular awakened objects, which you can only command once in advance. Plus, Lifeless can remember a long list of complicated orders and are generally good about not misunderstanding them. They retain a bit of their humanity, I guess." Vivenna shivered. That made them seem far too sentient for her liking. "However, that means pretty much anyone can control a Lifeless," Denth said, "not just the person who created them. So we give them security phrases. A couple words you can say that will let you imprint the creature with new commands." "So what's the security phrase for Claude?" "I'll have to ask Jules if you can have it." Vivenna opened her mouth to complain, but thought better of it. Denth obviously didn't like interfering with Jules or her work. Vivenna would simply have to make a point of it later, once they were in a more private location. Instead, she just eyed Claude. He was dressed in simple clothing, gray trousers and gray shirt, with a leather jerkin that had been drained of color. He carried a large blade at his waist, not a dueling sword, a more brutal, broad-bladed weapon. All in gray, Vivenna thought. Is that because they want everyone to recognize Claude for a lifeless? Despite what Denth said about lifeless being common, many people gave the thing a wide berth. Snakes might be common in the jungle, she thought, but that doesn't mean that people are pleased to see them. Jules chatted quietly at the lifeless, though it never responded. It simply walked, face forward, inhuman in the steady rhythm of its steps. "Does she always talk to it like that?" Vivenna asked, shivering. "Yeah," Denth said. "That doesn't seem very healthy." Denth looked troubled, though he said nothing. A few moments later, Tonk Fa and Parlin returned. Tonk Fa, Vivenna was displeased to see, had a small monkey on his shoulder. It chittered a bit, then ran behind Tonk Fa's neck, moving to the other shoulder. "A new pet?" Vivenna asked. "What happened to that parrot of yours, anyway?" Tonk Fa looked ashamed, and Denth just shook his head. "Tonks isn't very good with pets." "That parrot was boring anyway," Tonk Fa said. "Monkeys are much more interesting." Vivenna shook her head. It wasn't long before they arrived at the next restaurant, one far less lavish than the previous one. Jules, Parlin, and the lifeless took up places outside, as usual, and Vivenna and the two male mercenaries walked in. The meetings were becoming routine. During the last couple of weeks, they'd met with at least a dozen people of varying usefulness. Some were underground leaders Denth thought might be capable of making a ruckus. Others were merchants, like Fob. All in all, Vivenna was impressed with the variety of covert ways Denth had come up with to disrupt things in Teteller. Most of the schemes did, however, require a display of Vivenna's royal locks as a clincher. Most people instantly grasped the importance of a royal daughter being in the city, and she was left wondering just how Lemix had intended to achieve results without such convincing proof. Denth led them to a table in the corner, and Vivenna frowned at how dirty the restaurant was. The only light came in the form of slim, slat-like windows, shining beams of sunlight through the ceiling, but even that was enough to show the grime. Despite her hunger, she quickly determined that she wouldn't be eating anything at this establishment. "Why do we keep switching restaurants anyway?" she said, sitting down, but only after wiping off the stool with her handkerchief. "Harder to spy on us that way," Denth said. "I keep warning you, Princess. This is more dangerous than it seems. Don't let the simple meetings over food throw you off. In any other city, we'd be meeting in layers, gambling parlors, or alleyways. Best to keep moving." They settled down, and as if they hadn't just come from their second lunch of the day, Denth and Tonk Fa ordered food. Vivenna sat quietly in her chair, preparing for the meeting. God's feast was something of a holy day in Hallandren, though, from what she'd seen, the people of the pagan city had no real concept of what a holy day should be. Instead of helping the monks in their fields or caring for the needy, the people took the evening off and splurged on meals, as if the gods wanted them to be extravagant. And perhaps they did. From what she'd heard, the returned were profligate beings. It made sense for their followers to spend their holy day being idle and gluttonous. Their contact arrived before the food did. He walked in with 2 bodyguards of his own. He wore nice clothing, which meant bright clothing, in Teteller, but his beard was long and greasy, and he appeared to be short several teeth. He pointed, and his bodyguards pulled a second table over next to Vivenna's, then arranged 3 chairs by it. The man took a seat, careful to keep his distance from Denth and Tonk Fa. "A little paranoid, aren't we?" Denth said. The man raised his hands. "Caution never hurt a man." More food for us, then, Tongfa said as the plate arrived. It was covered with bits of something that had been battered and fried. The monkey immediately scrambled down Tongfa's arm and snatched a few pieces. "So," the man said, "you're the infamous Denth." "I am. I assume you're Grable?" The man nodded. One of the city's less reputable thieving lords, Vivenna thought. A strong ally of Var's rebellion. They had been waiting weeks to set up this meeting. "Good," Denth said. "We have some interest in making certain supply carts disappear on the way to the city." He said it so openly. Vivenna glanced about, making certain no other tables were close. "Grable owns this restaurant, Princess," Tongfa whispered. "Every second man in this room is probably a bodyguard." Great, she thought, annoyed they hadn't told her before they entered. She glanced around again, feeling far more jumpy this time. "Is that so?" Grable asked, bringing Vivenna's attention back to the conversation. "You want to make things disappear? Caravans of food?" "It's a difficult job we're asking for," Denth said, grimly. "These aren't long-distance caravans. Most of them will simply be coming into the city from the outlying farms." He nodded to Vivenna, and she pulled out a small pouch of coins. She handed them to him, and he tossed them to a nearby table. One of the bodyguards investigated. "For your trouble in coming today," Denth said. Vivenna watched the money go with a crimp in her stomach. It felt downright wrong to be using royal funds to bribe men like Grable. What she had just given away wasn't even a real bribe. It was simply grease money, as Denth put it. "Now," Denth said, "the carts we're talking about." "Wait," Grable said. "Let's see the hair first." Vivenna sighed, moving to put up the shawl. "No shawl," Grable said. "No tricks. The men in this room are loyal." Vivenna shot a glance at Denth, and he nodded. So she shifted colors a couple of times. Grable watched intently, scratching at his beard. "Nice," he finally said. "Nice indeed. Where'd you find her?" Denth frowned. "What?" "A person with enough royal blood to imitate one of the princesses." "She's no imposter," Denth said, as Tongfa continued to work on the plate of fried somethings. "Come now," Grable said, smiling with a wide, uneven smile. "You can tell me." "It's true," Vivenna said. "Being royal is about more than just blood. It's about lineage and the holy calling of Ostra. My children will not have the royal locks unless I become Queen of Idris. Only potential heirs have the ability to change their hair color." "Superstitious nonsense," Grable said. He leaned forward, ignoring her and focusing on Denth. "I don't care about your caravans, Denth. I want to buy the girl from you. How much?" Denth was silent. "Word of her is spreading about town," Grable said. "I see what you're doing. You could move a lot of people, make a lot of noise, with a person who seemed to be one of the royal family. I don't know where you found her, or how you trained her so well, but I want her." Denth stood up slowly. "We're leaving," he said. Grable's bodyguards stood up too. Denth moved. There were flashes, reflections of sunlight, and bodies moving too fast for Vivenna's shocked mind to follow. Then the motion stopped. Grable remained in his chair. Denth stood poised, his dueling blade sticking through the neck of one of the bodyguards. The bodyguard looked surprised, his hand still on his sword. Vivenna hadn't even seen Denth draw his weapon. The other bodyguard stumbled, blood staining the front of his jerkin from where, shockingly, Denth seemed to have managed to stab him as well. He slipped to the ground, bumping Grable's table in his death throes. Lord of Colors, Vivenna thought. So fast. So, you are as good as they say, Grable said, still looking unconcerned. Around the room, other men had stood, some 20 of them. Tonk Fa grabbed another handful of fried things, then nudged Vivenna. "We might want to get up," he whispered. Denth pulled his sword free of the bodyguard's neck, and the man joined his friend, bleeding and dying on the floor. Denth slammed his sword into its sheath without wiping it, never breaking Grable's gaze. "People speak of you," Grable said. "Say you appeared out of nowhere a decade or so back, gathered yourself a team of the best, stole them from important men, or important prisons. Nobody knows much about you, other than the fact that you're fast. Some say inhumanly so." Denth nodded toward the doorway. Vivenna stood nervously, then let Tonk Fa pull her through the room. The guards stood with their hands on their swords, but nobody attacked. "It's a pity we couldn't do business," Grable said, sighing. "I hope you'll think of me for future dealings." Denth finally turned away, joining Vivenna and Tonk Fa as they left the restaurant and moved out onto the sunny street. Parlin and Jules hurried to catch up. "He's letting us go?" Vivenna asked, heart thumping. "He just wanted to see my blade," Denth said. He still seemed tense. "It happens sometimes." "Barring that, he wanted to steal himself a princess," Tonk Fa added. "He either got to verify Denth's skill, or he got you." "But you could have killed him," Vivenna said. Tonk Fa snorted. "And bring down the wrath of half the thieves, assassins, and burglars in the city? No, Grable knew he wasn't ever in any danger from us." Denth looked back at her. "I'm sorry for wasting your time. I thought he'd be more useful." She frowned, noting for the first time the careful mask that Denth kept on his emotions. She'd always thought of him as carefree, like Tonk Fa. But now she saw hints of something else. Control. Control that was, for the first time since they'd met, in danger of cracking. "Well, no harm done," she said. "Except for those slobs that Denth poked," Tonk Fa added, happily feeding another morsel to his monkey. "We need to—" "Princess?" a voice asked from the crowd. Denth and Tonk Fa both spun. Once again, Denth's sword was out before Vivenna could track. This time, however, he didn't strike. The man behind them didn't seem much of a threat. He wore ragged brown clothing and had a leathery, sun-tanned face. He had the look of a farmer. "Oh, Princess," the man said, hurrying forward, ignoring the blades. "It is you. I heard rumors, but... Oh, you're here." Denth shot a look at Tonk Fa, and the larger mercenary reached out, putting a hand in front of the newcomer before he got too close to Vivenna. She would have thought the caution unnecessary had she just not seen Denth kill 2 men in an eye blink. The danger Denth always talked about was slowly seeping into her mind. If this man had a hidden weapon and a little skill, he could kill her before she knew what was happening. It was a chilling realization. "Princess," the man said, falling to his knees, "I am your servant." "Please," she said, "don't put me above others." "Oh," the man said, looking up, "I'm sorry. It's been so long since I left Idris. But it is you." "How did you know I was here?" "The Idrians in to tell her," the man said. "They say you've come to take the throne back. We've been oppressed here for so long that I thought people were just making up stories. But it's true. You're here." Denth glanced at her, then at Grayble's restaurant, which was still close behind them. He nodded to Tonk Fa. "Grab them, search him, and we'll talk somewhere else." The somewhere else turned out to be a ragged dump of a building in a poor section of town about 15 minutes from the restaurant. Vivenna found the slums of Tutelar to be very interesting, on an intellectual level, at least. Even here, there was color. People wore faded clothing. Bright strips of cloth hung from windows, stretched across overhangs, and even sat in puddles on the street. Colors, muted or dirty, like a carnival that had been hit by a mudslide. Vivenna stood outside the shack with Jules, Parlin, and the Idrian, waiting as Denth and Tonk Fa made sure the building wasn't hiding any unseen threats. She wrapped her arms around herself, feeling an odd sense of despair. The faded colors in the alley felt wrong. They were dead things, like a beautiful bird that had fallen motionless to the ground, its shape intact, but the magic gone. Ruined reds, stained yellows, broken greens. In Tutelar, even simple things, like chair legs and storage sacks, were dyed bright colors. How much must the people of the city spend on dyes and ink? If it hadn't been for the tears of Edgley, the vibrant flowers that grew only in the Tutelar climate, it would have been impossible. Hallandren had made an entire economy out of growing, harvesting, and producing dyes from the special flowers. Vivenna wrinkled her nose at the smell of refuse. Scents were more vibrant to her now, too, much like colors. It wasn't that her ability to smell was any better. The things that she smelled just seemed rich. She shivered. Even now, weeks after the infusion of breath, she didn't feel normal. She could sense the teeming people of the city, could sense Parlin beside her, watching the nearby alleys with suspicion. She could sense Denth and Tonk Fa inside. One of them appeared to be inspecting the basement. She froze. She couldn't feel Jules. She glanced to the side, but the shorter woman was there, hands on hips, muttering to herself about being left with the kids. Her lifeless abomination was beside her. Vivenna hadn't expected to be able to feel it. Why couldn't she feel Jules? Vivenna had a sharp moment of panic, thinking the Jules might be some twisted, lifeless creation. Then, however, she realized that there was a simple explanation. Jules had no breath. She was a drab. Now that Vivenna knew what to look for, it was obvious. Even without her wealth of breath, Vivenna thought she might have been able to tell. There was less of a sparkle of life in Jules's eyes. She seemed more grumpy, less pleasant. She seemed to put others on edge. Plus, Jules never noticed when Vivenna was watching her. Whatever sense made others glance about if they were watched for too long, Jules didn't have it. Vivenna turned away and found herself blushing. Seeing a person without breath, it felt like spying on someone when they were changing, seeing them exposed. Poor woman, she thought. I wonder how it happened. Had she sold it herself? Or had it been taken from her? Suddenly Vivenna felt awkward. Why should I have so much when she has nothing? It was the worst kind of ostentation. She felt Denth approach before he actually pushed the door open. It looked ready to fall off its hinges. "Safe," he said. Then he eyed Vivenna. "You don't have to be involved with this if you don't want to waste your time, Princess. Jules can take you back to the house. We'll question the man and bring you word." She shook her head. "No, I want to hear what he has to say." "I figured as much," Denth said. "We'll want to cancel our next appointment, though. Jules, you—" "I'll do it," Parlin said. Denth paused, glancing at Vivenna. Look, I may not understand everything going on in the city, Parlin said, but I can deliver a simple message. I'm not an idiot. Let him go, Vivenna said. I trust him. Denth shrugged. All right. Head straight down this alley until you find the square with the broken statue of a horseman. Then turn east and follow that road through its curves. That'll take you out of the slum. The next appointment was to happen at a restaurant called the Armsman's Way. You'll find it in the market on the west side. Parlin nodded and took off. Denth waved for Vivenna and the others to enter the building. The nervous Idrian man, Thame, went first. Vivenna followed him in, and was surprised to find that the inside of the building looked quite a bit sturdier than the outside had indicated. Tonkfa found a stool, and he put it down in the center of the room. "Have a seat, friend," Denth said, gesturing. Thame nervously settled on the stool. "Now," Denth said, "why don't you tell us how you found out that the princess was going to be in that particular restaurant today?" Thame glanced from side to side. "I just happened to be walking in the area, and Tonkfa cracked his knuckles. Vivenna glanced at him, suddenly noticing that Tonkfa seemed more dangerous. The idle, overweight man who liked to nap had vanished. In his place was a thug with sleeves rolled up, showing off muscles that bulged impressively. Thame was sweating. To the side, Claude the Lifeless stepped into the room, his inhuman eyes falling into shadow, his face looking like something molded in wax. A simulacrum of a human. "I run jobs for one of the bosses in the city," Thame said. "Little things, nothing big. When you're one of us, you take the jobs you can get." "One of us?" Denth asked, resting his hand on the pommel of his sword. "Idrian." "I've seen Idrians in good positions in the city, friend," Denth said. "Merchants, moneylenders." "The lucky ones, sir," Thame said, gulping. "They have their own money. People will work with anyone who has money. If you're just an ordinary man, things are different. People look at your clothing, listen to your accent, and they find others to do their work. They say we're not trustworthy, or that we're boring, or that we steal." "And do you?" Vivenna found herself asking. Thame looked at her, then glanced down at the building's dirt floor. "Sometimes," he said, "but not at first. I only do it now, when my boss asks me to." "That still doesn't answer how you knew where to find us, friend," Denth said quietly. His pointed use of the word friend, when contrasted with Tonkfa on one side and the Lifeless on the other, made Vivenna shiver. "My boss talks too much," Thame said. "He knew what was happening at that restaurant. He sold the information to a couple of people. I heard for free." Denth glanced at Tonkfa. "Everyone knows she's in the city," Thame said quickly. "We've all heard the rumors. It's no coincidence. Things are bad for us, worse than they've ever been. The princess came to help, right?" "Friend," Denth said, "I think it's best that you forget this entire meeting. I realize that there will be temptation to sell information, but I promise you, we can find out if you do that. And we can—" "Denth, that's enough," Vivenna said. "Stop scaring the man." The mercenary glanced at her, causing Thame to jump. "Oh, for color's sake," she said, walking forward, crouching beside Thame's stool. "No harm will come to you, Thame. You have done well in seeking me out, and I trust you to keep news of our meeting quiet. But tell me, if things are so bad and to tell her, why not return to Idris?" "Travel costs money, Your Highness," he said. "I can't afford it. Most of us can't." "Are there many of you here?" Vivenna asked. "Yes, Your Highness." Vivenna nodded. "I want to meet with the others." "Princess," Denth said, but she silenced him with a glance. "I can gather some together," Thame said, nodding eagerly. "I promise. I'm known to a lot of the Idrians." "Good," Vivenna said, "because I have come to help. How shall we contact you?" "Ask around for Rira," he said. "That's my boss." Vivenna rose and then gestured toward the doorway. Thame fled without further prompting. Jules, who stood guarding the doorway, reluctantly stepped aside and let the man scuttle away. The room was silent for a moment. "Jules," Denth said, "follow him." She nodded and was gone. Vivenna glanced back at the two mercenaries, expecting to find them angry at her. "Oh, did you have to let him go so fast?" Tonkfa said, sitting down on the floor, looking morose. Whatever he'd done to look dangerous was gone, evaporating faster than water on metal in the sun. "Now you've done it," Denth said. "He'll be sullen for the rest of the day." "I never get to be the bad guy anymore," Tonkfa said, falling back and staring up at the ceiling. His monkey wandered over and sat atop his ample stomach. "You'll get over it," Vivenna said, rolling her eyes. "Why were you so hard on him anyway?" Denth shrugged. "You know what I like least about being a mercenary?" "I suspect that you're going to tell me," Vivenna said, folding her arms. "People are always trying to fool you," he said, sitting down on the floor beside Tonkfa. "They all think that because you're hired muscle, you're an idiot." He paused, as if expecting Tonkfa to give his usual counterpoint. Instead, however, the bulky mercenary just continued to stare at the ceiling. "Arsteel always got to be the mean one," he said. Denth sighed, giving Vivenna a this-is-your-fault look. "Anyway," he continued, "I couldn't be sure that our friend there wasn't a plant arranged by Grable. He could have pretended to be a loyal subject, gotten inside our defenses, then knifed you in the back. Best to be safe." She sat down on the stool and was tempted to say that he was overreacting, but, well, she had just seen him kill 2 men in her defense. "I'm paying them," she thought. "I should probably just let them do their job." "Tonkfa," she said, "you can be the mean one next time." He looked up. "You promise?" "Yes," she said. "Can I yell at the person we're interrogating?" "Sure," she said. "Can I growl at him?" he asked. "I guess," she said. "Can I break his fingers?" She frowned. "No." "Not even the unimportant ones?" Tonkfa asked. "I mean, people have 5, after all. The little ones don't even do that much." Vivenna paused. Then Tonkfa and Denth started laughing. "Oh, honestly," she said, turning away, "I can never tell when you shift from being serious to being ridiculous." "That's what makes it so funny," Tonkfa said, still chuckling. "Are we leaving, then?" Vivenna said, rising. "Nah," Denth said. "Let's wait a bit. I'm still not sure that Grable isn't looking for us. Best to lay low for a few hours." She frowned, glancing at Denth. Tonkfa, amazingly, was already snoring softly. "I thought you said that Grable would let us go," she said. "That he was just testing us. That he wanted to see how good you were." "That's likely," Denth said, "but I've been known to be wrong. He might have let us go because he was worried about my sword being so close to him. He could be having second thoughts. We'll give it a few hours, then head back and ask my watchers if anyone has been poking around the house." "Watchers?" Vivenna asked. "You have people watching our house?" "Of course," Denth said. "Kids work cheap in the city. Worth the coin, even when you're not protecting a princess from a rival kingdom." She folded her arms, standing. She didn't feel like sitting, so she began to pace. "I wouldn't worry too much about Grable," Denth said, eyes closed as he sat back, leaning against the wall. "This is just a precaution." She shook her head. "It makes sense that he'd want revenge, Denth," she said. "You killed 2 of his men." "Men can be cheap in this city too, Princess." "You say he was testing you," Vivenna said. "But what would be the point of that? Provoking you to action just to let you go?" "To see how much of a threat I was," Denth said, shrugging, eyes still closed. "Or, more likely, to see if I was worth the pay I usually demand. Again, I wouldn't worry so much." She sighed, then wandered over to the window so she could watch the street. "You should probably stay away from the window," Denth said, "just to be safe." "First he tells me not to worry, then he tells me not to let myself be seen," she thought with frustration, walking toward the back of the room, moving toward the door down to the cellar. "I wouldn't do that either," Denth noted. "Stairs are broken in a few places. Not much to see, anyway. Dirt floor, dirt walls, dirt ceiling." She sighed again, turning away from the door. "What is with you, anyway?" he asked, still not opening his eyes. "You're not usually this nervous." "I don't know," she said. "Being locked in like this makes me anxious." "I thought princesses were taught to be patient," Denth noted. He's right, she realized. That sounded like something Ciri would say. What is wrong with me lately? She forced herself to sit down on the stool, folding her hands in her lap, reasserting control of her hair, which had rebelliously started to lighten to a brown. "Please," she said, forcing herself to sound patient. "Tell me of this place. Why did you select this building?" Denth cracked an eyelid. "We rent it," he finally said. "It's nice to have safe houses around the city. Since we don't use them very often, we find the cheapest ones we can." "I noticed," Vivenna thought, but fell silent, recognizing how stilted her attempt at conversation had sounded. She sat quietly, looking down at her hands, trying to figure out just what had set her on edge. It was more than the fight. The truth was, she was worried about how long things in Tutelar were taking. Her father would have received her letter 2 weeks before, and would know that 2 of his daughters were in Hallandren. She could only hope that the logic of her letter, mixed with her threats, would keep him from doing anything foolish. She was glad Denth had made her abandon Lemix's house. If her father did send agents to retrieve her, they would naturally try to find Lemix first, just as she had. However, a cowardly part of her wished that Denth hadn't shown such foresight. If they were still living in Lemix's home, she might have been discovered already, and be on her way back to Idris. She acted so determined. Indeed, sometimes she felt quite determined. Those were the times when she thought about Ciri or her kingdom's needs. However, those times, the royal times, were actually rather rare. The rest of the time, she wondered. What was she doing? She didn't know about subterfuge or warfare. Denth was really behind everything she was doing to help Idris. What she had suspected on that first day had proved true. Her preparation and study amounted to little. She didn't know how to go about saving Ciri. She didn't know what to do about the breath she held within her. She didn't even know, really, if she wanted to stay in this insane, overcrowded, overcolored city. In short, she was useless. And that was the one thing, above all else, that her training had never prepared her to deal with. "You really want to meet with the Idrians?" Denth asked. Vivenna looked up. Outside it was growing darker as evening approached. "Do I?" she thought. If my father has agents in the city, they might be there. But if there's something I can do for those people... I'd like to, she said. He fell silent. You don't like it, she said. He shook his head. It will be hard to arrange, hard to keep quiet, and will make you hard to protect. These meetings we've been having, they've all been in controlled areas. If you meet with the common folk, that won't be possible. She nodded quietly. I want to do it anyway. I have to do something, Denth, something useful. Being paraded before these contacts of yours is helping, but I need to do more. If war is coming, we need to prepare these people, help them somehow. She looked up, staring out toward the windows. Claude, the lifeless, stood in the corner where Jules had left him. Vivenna shivered, looking away. I want to help my sister, she said, and I want to be useful to my people. But I can't help feeling that I'm not doing much for Idris by staying in the city. Better than leaving, Denth said. Why? Because if you left, there wouldn't be anyone to pay me. She rolled her eyes. I wasn't joking, Denth noted. I really do like getting paid. However, there are better reasons to stay. Like what? She asked. He shrugged. Depends, I guess. Look, Princess, I'm not the type to give brilliant advice or deep counsel. I'm a mercenary. You pay me, you point me, and I go stab things. But I figure that if you think about it, you'll find that running back to Idris is about the least useful thing you could do. You won't be able to do anything there other than sit about and knit doilies. Your father has other heirs. Here, you might be largely ineffective, but there, you're completely redundant. He fell silent, stretching, leaning back a little more. Tough man to have a conversation with sometimes, Vivenna thought to herself, shaking her head. Still, she found his words comforting. She smiled, turning, and found Claude standing right beside her stool. She yelped, half scrambling, half falling backward. Denth was on his feet in a heartbeat, sword drawn, and Tonk Fa wasn't far behind. Vivenna stumbled to her feet, her skirts getting in the way, and placed a hand against her chest as if to still her heartbeat. The lifeless stood, watching her. He does that sometimes, Denth said, chuckling, though it sounded false to Vivenna. Just walks up to people. Like he was curious about them, Tonk Fa said. They can't be curious, Denth said. No emotion at all. Claude, go back to your corner. The lifeless turned and began to walk. No, Vivenna said, shivering. Put it in the basement. But the stairs, Denth said. Now. Vivenna snapped, hair tinging red at the tips. Denth sighed. Claude, to the cellar. The lifeless turned and walked to the door at the back. As he went down the steps, Vivenna heard one crack slightly, but the creature made it safely, judging by the sound of his footsteps. She sat back down, trying to calm her breathing. Sorry about that, Denth said. I can't feel him, Vivenna said. It's unnerving. I forget that he's there, and don't notice when he approaches. Denth nodded. I know. Jules, too, she said, glancing at him. She is a drab. Yeah, Denth said, settling back down. Has been since she was a child. Her parents sold her breath to one of the gods. They each need a breath a week to survive, Tonk Fa added. How horrible, Vivenna said. I really need to show her more kindness, she thought. It's really not so bad, Denth said. "I've been without breath myself." "You have?" He nodded. "Everyone goes through times when they're short of coin. The nice thing about breath is that you can always buy one off someone else." "Somebody is always selling," Tonk Fa said. Vivenna shook her head, shivering. "But you have to live without it for a time. Have no soul." Denth laughed, and this time it was definitely genuine. "Oh, that's just superstition, Princess. Lacking breath doesn't change you that much." "It makes you less kind," Vivenna said, "more irritable. Like
Jules?" Denth asked, amused. "Nah, she'd be like that anyway. I'm sure of it. Either way, when I've sold my breath, I didn't feel much different. You really have to pay attention to even notice it's missing."
Vivenna turned away. She didn't expect him to understand. It was easy to call her beliefs superstition, but she could just as easily turn the words back on Denth. People saw what they wanted to see. If he believed he felt the same without breath, that was just an easy way to rationalize the selling of it, and then the purchase of another breath from an innocent person. Besides, why even bother buying one back if it didn't matter? The conversation died off until Jules returned. She walked in, and once again, Vivenna barely noticed her. "I'm starting to rely on that life sense far too much," she thought with annoyance, standing as Jules nodded to Denth.
"He is who he says he is,"
Jules said.
"I asked around. Got 3 confirmations from people I kind of trust." "All right, then," Denth said, stretching and climbing to his feet. He kicked Tonk Fa awake. "Let's carefully head back to the house."
Chapter 23. Lightsong found Blushweaver in the grassy portion of the courtyard behind her palace. She was enjoying the art of one of the city's master gardeners. Lightsong strolled through the grass, his entourage hovering around him, holding up a large parasol to shield him from the sun, and generally seeing that he was suitably pampered. He passed hundreds of planters, pots, and vases filled with various kinds of growing things, all arranged into elaborate formal patterns and rows. Temporary flower beds. The gods were too godly to leave the court and visit the city gardens, so the gardens had to be brought to them. Such an enormous undertaking required dozens of workers and carts full of plants. Nothing was too good for the gods. Except, of course, freedom. Blushweaver stood admiring one of the patterns of vases. She noticed Lightsong as he approached, his moving biochroma successfully making the flowers shine more vibrantly in the afternoon sunlight. She was wearing a surprisingly modest dress. It had no sleeves and appeared to be made entirely of a single wrapping of green silk, but it covered up the essential bits, and then some. "Lightsong, dear," she said, smiling, "visiting a lady in her home? How charmingly forward. Well, enough of this small talk. Let us retire to the bedroom." He smiled, holding up a sheet of paper as he approached her. She paused, then accepted it. The front was covered with colored dots, the artisan's script. "What is this?" she asked. "I figured I knew how our conversation would begin," he said, "and so I saved us the trouble of having to go through it. I had it written out beforehand." Blushweaver raised an eyebrow, then read, "To start, Blushweaver says something that is mildly suggestive." She glanced at him. "Mildly? I invited you to the bedroom. I call that blatant." "I underestimated you," Lightsong said. "Please continue." Then Lightsong says something to deflect her. Blushweaver read, "It is so incredibly charming and clever
that she is left stunned by his brilliance and can't speak for several minutes. Oh, honestly, Lightsong, do I have to read this? It's a masterpiece, he said. Best work I've ever done. Please, the next part is important. She sighed. Blushweaver says something about politics, which is dreadfully boring, but she offsets it by wiggling her chest. After that, Lightsong apologizes for being so distant lately. He explains that he had some things to work out. She paused, eyeing him. Does this mean that you're finally ready to be part of my plans? He nodded. To the side, a group of gardeners removed the flowers. They returned in waves, building a pattern of small blossoming trees in large pots around Blushweaver and Lightsong, a living kaleidoscope with the two returned gods at its center. I don't think that the Queen is involved in a plot to take the throne, Lightsong said, although I've spoken with her only briefly. I am convinced. Then why agree to join with me? He stood quietly for a moment, enjoying the blossoms. Because, he said, I intend to see that you don't crush her, or the rest of us. My dear Lightsong, Blushweaver said, pursing bright red lips, I assure you that I'm harmless. He raised an eyebrow. I doubt that. Now, she said, you should never point out a lady's departure from strict truth. Anyway, I'm glad you came. We have work to do. Work? He said. That sounds like work. Of course, dear, she said, walking away. Gardeners immediately ran forward, pulling aside the small trees to clear a path for them. The master gardener himself stood by, directing the evolving composition like the conductor of a botanical orchestra. Lightsong hurried and caught up. Work, he said. Do you know what my philosophy on that word is? I have somehow gotten the subtle impression that you don't approve of it, Blushweaver said. Oh, I wouldn't say that. Work, my dear Blushweaver, is like fertilizer. It smells? He smiled. No, I was thinking that work is like fertilizer in that I'm glad it exists. I just don't ever want to get stuck in it. That's unfortunate, Blushweaver said, because you just agreed to do so. He sighed. I thought I smelled something. Don't be tedious, she said, smiling to some workers as they lined her path with vases of flowers. This is going to be fun. She turned back to him, eyes twinkling. Mercy Star got attacked last night. Oh, my dear Blushweaver, it was positively tragic. Lightsong raised an eyebrow. Mercy Star was a gorgeously voluptuous woman who offered a striking contrast with Blushweaver. Both were, of course, perfect examples of feminine beauty. Blushweaver was simply the slim, yet busty, type, while Mercy Star was the curvaceous, yet busty type. Mercy Star lounged back on a plush couch, being fanned with large palm leaves by several of her serving men. She didn't have Blushweaver's subtle sense of style. There was a skill to choosing bright clothing that didn't edge into garishness. Lightsong himself didn't have it, but he had servants who did. Mercy Star, apparently, didn't even know such a skill existed. Though, admittedly, he thought, orange and gold aren't exactly the easiest colors to wear with dignity. Mercy Star, dear, Blushweaver said warmly. One of the servants provided a cushioned stool, sliding it beneath Blushweaver just as she sat at Mercy Star's elbow. I can understand how you must feel. Can you? Mercy Star asked. Can you possibly? This is terrible. Some miscreant snuck into my palace, accosting my servants, the very home of a goddess. Who would do such a thing? Indeed, he must have been deranged, Blushweaver said soothingly. Lightsong stood beside her, smiling sympathetically, hands clasped behind his back. A cool afternoon breeze blew across the courtyard and through the pavilion. Some of Blushweaver's gardeners had brought over flowers and trees, surrounding the pavilion's canopy, filling the air with their mingled perfumes. "I can't understand it," Mercy Star said. "The guards at the gates are supposed to prevent these kinds of things. Why do we have walls if people can just walk in and violate our homes? I just don't feel safe anymore." "I'm certain the guards will be more diligent in the future," Blushweaver said. Lightsong frowned, glancing toward Mercy Star's palace, where servants buzzed about like bees around a disturbed hive. "What was the intruder after, do you suppose?" he said, almost to himself. "Works of art, perhaps? Surely there are merchants who would be much easier to rob." "We may not know what they want," Blushweaver said smoothly, "but we at least know something about them." "We do?" Mercy Star said, perking up. "Yes, dear," Blushweaver said. "Only someone with no respect for tradition, propriety, or religion would dare trespass in the home of a god. Someone base, disrespectful, unbelieving." "An Idrian?" Mercy Star asked. "Did you ever wonder, dear," Blushweaver said, "why they sent their youngest daughter to the God King instead of their eldest?" Mercy Star frowned. "They did?" "Yes, dear," Blushweaver said. "That is rather suspicious now, isn't it?" "Something is going on in the Court of Gods, Mercy Star," Blushweaver said, leaning over. "These could be dangerous times for the crown." "Blushweaver," Lightsong said, "a word, if you please?" She eyed him in annoyance. He met her gaze steadily, which eventually caused her to sigh. She patted Mercy Star's hand and then retreated from the pavilion with Lightsong, their servants and priests trailing behind. "What are you doing?" Lightsong said as soon as they were out of Mercy Star's hearing. "Recruiting," Blushweaver said, a glint in her eye. "We're going to need her lifeless commands." "I'm still not myself persuaded that we will need them," Lightsong said. "War may not be necessary." "As I said," Blushweaver replied, "we need to be careful. I'm just making preparations." "All right," he said. "There was a wisdom to that. But we don't know that it was an Idrian who broke into Mercy Star's palace. Why are you implying that it was?" "And you think it's just coincidence? Someone sneaks into one of our palaces now, with the war approaching?" "Coincidence." "And the intruder just happened to pick one of the 4 returned who hold lifeless access commands? If I were going to go to war with Hallandren, the first thing I'd do would be to try to search out those commands. Maybe see if they were written down anywhere, or perhaps try to kill the gods who held them." Lightsong glanced back at the palace. Blushweaver's arguments held some merit, but they weren't enough. He had an odd impulse to look into this more deeply. However, that sounded like work. He really couldn't afford to make an exception to his usual habits, particularly without a lot of complaining first. It set a poor precedent. So he just nodded his head. And Blushweaver led them back to the pavilion. "Dear," Blushweaver said, quickly sitting back beside Mercy Star and looking a little bit more anxious. She leaned in. "We've talked it over and decided to trust you." Mercy Star sat up. "Trust me? With what?" "Knowledge," Blushweaver whispered. "There are those of us who fear that the Idrians aren't content with their mountains and are determined to control the lowlands as well." "But we'll be joined by blood," Mercy Star said. "There will be a Hallandren God King with royal blood on our throne." "Oh?" Blushweaver said. "And could that not also be interpreted
as an Idrian king with Hallandran blood on the throne? Mercy Star wavered. Then, oddly, she glanced at Lightsong. Do you believe this? Why did people look toward him? He did everything to discourage such behavior, but they still tended to act like he was some kind of moral authority. I think that some preparation would be wise, he said. Though, of course, the same can be said for dinner. Blushweaver gave him an annoyed look, though by the time she looked back at Mercy Star, she had her consoling face on again. We understand that you've had a difficult day, she said. But please, consider our offer. We would like you to join with us in our precautions. What kind of precautions are you talking about? Mercy Star asked. Simple ones, Blushweaver said quickly. Thinking, talking, planning. Eventually, if we think we have enough evidence, we will bring what we know to the God King. This seemed to ease Mercy Star's mind. She nodded. Yes, I can see. Preparation. It would be wise. Rest now, dear, Blushweaver said, rising and leading Lightsong away from the pavilion. They walked leisurely across the perfect lawn back toward Blushweaver's own palace. He felt a reluctance to go, however. Something about the meeting bothered him. She's a dear, Blushweaver said, smiling. You just say that because she's so easy to manipulate. Of course, Blushweaver said. I positively love people who do as they should. Should being defined as whatever I think is best. At least you're open about it, Lightsong said. To you, my dear, I'm as easy to read as a book. He snorted. Maybe one that hasn't been translated to Hallandran yet. You just say that because you've never really tried reading me, she said, smiling at him. Though I must say that there is one thing about Mercy Star that positively annoys me. And that is? Her armies, Blushweaver said, folding her arms. Why did she, goddess of kindness, get command of 10,000 lifeless? It's obviously a dire error in judgment, particularly since I don't have command of any troops. Blushweaver, he said with amusement. You're the goddess of honesty, communication, and interpersonal relationships. Why in the world would you be given stewardship of armies? There are many interpersonal relationships related to armies, she said. After all, what do you call one man hitting another with a sword? That's interpersonal. Quite so, Lightsong said, glancing back at Mercy Star's pavilion. Now, Blushweaver said, I should think that you'd appreciate my arguments, since relationships are, in fact, war. As is clear in our relationship, dear Lightsong. She trailed off, then poked him in the shoulder. Lightsong, pay attention to me. Yes? She folded her arms petulantly. I must say, your banter has been decidedly off today. I may just have to find someone else to play with. Yes, he said, studying Mercy Star's palace. Tragic. Now, the break-in at Mercy Star's, it was just one person? Supposedly, Blushweaver said. It's not important. Was anyone injured? A couple of servants, Blushweaver said with a wave of the hand. One was found dead, I believe. You should be paying attention to me, not that... Lightsong froze. Someone was killed? She shrugged. So they say. He turned around. I'm going to go back and talk to her some more. Fine, Blushweaver snapped. But you'll do it without me. I have gardens to enjoy. All right, Lightsong said, already turning away. I'll talk to you later. Blushweaver let out a huff of indignation, her hands on her hips, watching him go.
Lightsong ignored her irritation, however, more focused on... what? So some servants had been hurt. It wasn't his place to be involved in criminal disturbances. And yet, he walked straight to Mercy Star's pavilion again, his servants and priests trailing behind, as ever. She was still reclining on her couch. "Lightsong?" she asked with a frown. "I returned because I just heard that one of your servants was killed in the attack." "Ah, yes," she said. "The poor man. What a terrible occurrence. I'm sure he's found his blessings in heaven." "Funny how they're always in the last place you consider looking," Lightsong said. "Tell me, how did the murder happen?" "It's very odd, actually," she said. "The 2 guards at the door were knocked unconscious. The intruder was discovered by 4 of my servants who were walking through the service hallway. He fought them, knocked one out, killed another, and 2 escaped." "How was the man killed?" Mercy Star sighed. "I really don't know," she said with a wave of the hand. "My priests can tell you. I fear I was too traumatized to take in the details." "It would be all right if I talked to them?" "If you must," Mercy Star said. "Have I mentioned exactly how thoroughly out of sorts I am? One would think that you'd prefer to stay and comfort me." "My dear Mercy Star," he said, "if you know anything of me, then you will realize that leaving you alone is by far the best comfort I can offer." She frowned, looking up. "It was a joke, my dear," he said. "I am, unfortunately, quite bad at them. Scoot, you coming?" Larimar, who stood, as always, with the rest of the priests, looked toward him. "Your Grace?" "No need to upset the others any further," Lightsong said. "I think that you and I alone will be sufficient for this exercise." "As you command, Your Grace," Larimar said. Once again, Lightsong's servants found themselves separated from their god. They clustered uncertainly on the grass, like a group of children abandoned by their parents. "What is this about, Your Grace?" Larimar asked quietly as they walked up to the palace. "I honestly have no idea," Lightsong said. "I just feel that there's something odd going on here. The break-in, the death of that man, something is wrong." Larimar looked at him, a strange expression on his face. "What?" Lightsong asked. "It is nothing, Your Grace," Larimar finally said. "This is just very uncharacteristic of you." "I know," Lightsong said, feeling confident about the decision nonetheless. "I honestly can't say what prompted it. Curiosity, I guess." "Curiosity that outweighs your desire to avoid doing, well, anything at all?" Lightsong shrugged. He felt energized as he walked into the palace. His normal lethargy retreated, and instead he felt excitement. It was almost familiar. He found a group of priests chatting inside the servants' corridor. Lightsong walked right up to them, and they turned to regard him with shock. "Ah, good," Lightsong said. "I assume you can tell me more of this break-in?" "Your Grace," one said, as all 3 bowed their heads, "I assure you we have everything under control. There is no danger to you or your people." Yes, Lightsong said, looking over the corridor. "Is this where the man was killed, then?" They glanced at one another. "Over there," one of them said, reluctantly, pointing to a turn in the hallway. "Wonderful. Accompany me, if you please." Lightsong walked up to the indicated section. A group of workers were removing the boards from the floor, probably to be replaced. Blood-stained wood, no matter how well cleaned, wouldn't do for a goddess's home. Lightsong said. "Looks messy. How did it happen?" "We aren't sure, Your Grace," said one of the priests. The intruder knocked the men at the doorway unconscious, but didn't otherwise harm them. Yes, Mercy Star mentioned that, Lightsong said. But then he fought with 4 of the servants? Well, fought isn't quite the right word, the priest said, sighing. Though Lightsong wasn't their god, he was a god. They were bound by oath to answer his questions. He immobilized one of them with an awakened rope, the priest continued. Then, while one remained behind to delay the intruder, the other 2 ran for aid. The intruder quickly knocked the remaining man unconscious. At that time, the one who had been tied up was still alive. The priest glanced at his colleagues. When help finally came, delayed by a lifeless animal that was causing confusion, they found the second man still unconscious. The first, still tied up, was dead, stabbed through the heart with a dueling blade. Lightsong nodded, kneeling beside the broken boards. The servants who had been working there bowed their heads and retreated. He wasn't certain what he expected to find. The floor had been scrubbed clean, then torn apart. However, there was a strange patch a short distance away. He walked over and knelt, inspecting it more closely. Completely devoid of color, he thought. He looked up, focusing on the priests. An awakener, you say? Undoubtedly, Your Grace. He looked back down at the gray patch. There's no chance an Idrian did this, he realized. Not if he used awakening. What was this lifeless creature you mentioned? A lifeless squirrel, Your Grace, one of the men said. The intruder used it as a diversion. Well made? He asked. They nodded. Using modern command words, if its actions were any judge, one said. It even had ichor alcohol instead of blood. Took us the better part of the night to catch the thing. I see, Lightsong said, standing. But the intruder escaped. Yes, Your Grace, one of them said. What do you suppose he was after? The priests wavered. We don't know for sure, Your Grace, one of them said. We scared him away before he could reach his goal. One of our men saw him fleeing back out the way he had come. Perhaps the resistance was too much for him. We think that he may have been a common burglar, Your Grace, one said, here to sneak into the gallery and steal the art. Sounds likely enough to me, Lightsong said, standing. Good work with this and all that. He turned, walking back down the hallway toward the entrance. He felt strangely surreal. The priests were lying to him. He didn't know how he could tell, yet he did. He knew it deep inside, with some instincts he hadn't realized he possessed. Instead of disturbing him, for some reason, the lies excited him. Your Grace, Larimar said, hurrying up. Did you find what you wanted? That was no Idrian who broke in, Lightsong said quietly as they walked into the sunlight. Larimar raised an eyebrow. There have been cases of Idrians coming to Haladrin and buying themselves breath, Your Grace. And have you ever heard of one using a lifeless? Larimar fell quiet. No, Your Grace, he finally admitted. Idrians hate lifeless. Consider them abominations, or some such nonsense. Either way, it wouldn't make sense for an Idrian to try and get in like that. What would be the point? Assassinating a single one of the returned? He or she would only be replaced, and the protocols in place would be certain that even the lifeless armies weren't without someone to direct them for long. The possibility for retaliation would far outweigh the benefit. So, you believe that it was a thief? Of course not, Lightsong said. A common burglar, with enough money or breath,
that he can waste a lifeless just for a diversion? Whoever broke in, he was already rich. Besides, why sneak through the servants' hallway? There are no valuables there. The interior of the palace holds far more wealth. Larimar fell quiet again. He looked over at Lightsong, the same curious expression as before on his face. "That's some very solid reasoning, Your Grace." "I know," Lightsong said. "I feel positively unlike myself. Perhaps I need to get drunk." "You can't get drunk." "Ah, but I certainly enjoy trying." They walked back toward his palace, picking up his servants on the way. Larimar seemed unsettled. Lightsong, however, simply felt excited. Murder in the court of gods, he thought. True, it was only a servant, but I'm supposed to be a god for all people, not just important ones. I wonder how long it's been since someone was killed in the court. Hasn't happened in my lifetime, certainly. Mercy Star's priests were hiding something. Why had the intruder released a diversion, particularly such an expensive one, if he were simply going to run away? The servants of the returned weren't formidable soldiers or warriors. So why had he given up so easily? All good questions. Good questions that he, of all people, shouldn't have bothered to wonder about. And yet, he did. All the way back to the palace, through a nice meal, and even into the night. Chapter 24. Ciri's servants clustered around her uncertainly as she walked into the chaotic room. She wore a blue and white gown with a 10-foot train. As she entered, scribes and priests looked up in shock. Some immediately scrambled to their feet, bowing. Others just stared as she passed, her serving women doing their best to hold her train with dignity. Determined, Ciri continued through the chamber, which was more like a hallway than a proper room. Long tables lined the walls, stacks of paper cluttered those tables, and scribes, Pankal men in brown, Hallandran men in the day's colors, worked on the papers. The walls were, of course, black. Colored rooms were only found in the center of the palace, where the God King and Ciri spent most of their time. Separately, of course. Though things are a little different at night, she thought, smiling. It felt very conspiratorial of her to be teaching him letters. She had a secret that she was keeping from the rest of the kingdom, a secret that involved one of the most powerful men in the entire world. That gave her a thrill. She supposed she should have been more worried. Indeed, in her more thoughtful moments, the reality behind Bluefingers's warnings did worry her. That's why she had come to the scribe's quarters. I wonder why the bedchamber is out here, she thought. Outside the main body of the palace, in the black part. Either way, the servants' section of the palace, God King's bedchamber excluded, was the last place the scribes expected to be disturbed by their queen. Ciri noticed that some of her serving women looked apologetically at the men in the room as Ciri arrived at the door on the far side. The servant opened the door for her, and she entered the room beyond. A relaxed group of priests stood leafing through books in the medium-sized chamber. They looked over at her. One dropped his book to the floor in shock. "I," Ciri proclaimed, "want some books." The priest stared at her. "Books?" one finally asked. "Yes," Ciri said, hands on hips. "This is the palace library, is it not?" "Well, yes, vessel," the priest said, glancing at his companions. All wore the robes of their office, and this day's colors were violet and silver. "Well then," Ciri said, "I'd like to borrow some of the books."
I'm tired of common entertainment, and shall be reading to myself in my spare time."
"Surely you don't want these books, Vessel," another priest said. "They are about boring topics like religion or city finances. Surely a book of stories would be more appropriate."
Ciri raised an eyebrow. "And where might I find such a more appropriate volume?"
"We could have a reader bring the book from the city collection," the priest said, stepping forward smoothly. "He'd be here shortly."
Ciri hesitated. "No, I do not like that option. I shall take some of these books here."
"No, you shall not,"
a new voice said from behind. Ciri turned. Trelades, high priest of the God King, stood behind her, fingers laced, mitre on his head, frown on his face. "You cannot refuse me," Ciri said. "I am your queen."
"I can and will refuse you, Vessel," Trelades said. "You see, these books are quite valuable, and should something happen to them, the kingdom would suffer grave consequences. Even our priests are not allowed to bear them out of the room."
"What could happen to them in the palace, of all places?" she demanded.
"It is the principle, Vessel. These are the property of a god. Sebron has made it clear that he wishes the books to stay here."
"Oh, he has he?" she thought. For Trelades and the priests, having a tongueless god was very convenient. The priests could claim that he'd told them whatever served the purposes of the moment, and he could never correct them.
"If you absolutely must read these volumes," Trelades said, "you can stay here to do it."
She glanced at the room and thought of the stuffy priests standing in a flock around her, listening to her sound out words, making a fool of herself. If anything in these volumes was sensitive, they'd probably find a way to distract her and keep her from finding it. "No," Ciri said, retreating from the crowded room. "Perhaps another time."
"I told you that they would not let you have the books," the God King wrote.
Ciri rolled her eyes and flopped back onto the bed. She still wore her heavy evening dress. For some reason, being able to communicate to the God King made her even shyer. She only took off the dresses right before she went to sleep, which, lately, was getting later and later. Sebron sat in his usual place, not on the mattress, as he had that first night. Instead, he had pulled his chair up beside the bed. He still seemed so large and imposing. At least he did until he looked at her, his face open, honest. He waved her back toward him where he sat with a board, writing with a bit of charcoal that she'd smuggled in.
"You should not anger the priests so," he wrote. His spelling, as one might expect, was awful.
Priests. She had pilfered a cup, then had hidden it in the room. If she held it to the wall and listened, she could sometimes faintly hear talking on the other side. After her nightly moaning and bouncing, she could usually hear chairs moving and a door closing. After that, there was silence in the other room. Either the priests left each night once they were sure the deed was done, or they were suspicious and trying to fool her into thinking they were gone. Her instinct said the former, though she made certain to whisper when she spoke to the God King, just in case.
"Ciri," he wrote, "what are you thinking about?"
"Your priests," she whispered. "They frustrate me. They intentionally do things to spite me."
"They are good men," he wrote. "They work very hard to maintain my kingdom."
"They cut out your tongue," she said. The God King sat quietly for a few moments.
"It was necessary," he wrote. "I have too much power."
She moved over. As usual, he shied back when she approached, moving his arm out of the way. There was no arrogance in this reaction. She had begun to think that he just had very little experience with touching.
"Sisebron," she whispered, "these men are not looking after your best interests. They did more than cut out your tongue. They speak in your name, doing whatever they please." "They are not my enemies," he wrote stubbornly. "They are good men."
"Oh?" she said. "Then why do you hide from them the fact that you're learning to read?" He paused again, glancing downward. So much humility for one who has ruled Hallandren for 50 years, she thought. In many ways, he's like a child.
"I do not want them to know," he finally wrote. "I do not want to upset them."
"I'm sure," Ciri said flatly. He paused.
"You are sure?" he wrote. "Does that mean you believe me?"
"No," Ciri said. "That was sarcasm, Sisebron." He frowned.
"I do not know this thing. Sarcasm."
"Sarcasm," she said, spelling it. "It's..." She trailed off. "It's when you say one thing, but you really mean the opposite." He frowned at her, then furiously erased his board and began writing again.
"This thing makes no sense. Why not say what you mean?"
"Because," Ciri said, "it's just like... oh, I don't know. It's a way to be clever when you make fun of people."
"Make fun of people?" he wrote.
God of colors, Ciri thought, trying to think of how to explain. It seemed ridiculous to her that he would know nothing of mockery. And yet, he had lived his entire life as a revered deity and monarch. "Mockery is when you say things to tease," Ciri said. "Things that might be hurtful to someone if said in anger, but you say them in an affectionate or playful way. Sometimes you do just say them to be mean. Sarcasm is one of the ways we mock. We say the opposite, but in an exaggerated way."
"How do you know if the person is affectionate, playful, or mean?"
"I don't know," Ciri said. "It's the way they say it, I guess." The God King sat, looking confused but thoughtful.
"You are very normal,"
he finally wrote. Ciri frowned. Thank you?"
"Was that good sarcasm?" he wrote. "Because, in reality, you are quite strange."
She smiled. "I try my best." He looked up. "That was sarcasm again," she said. "I don't try to be strange. It just happens." He looked at her. How had she ever been frightened of this man? How had she misunderstood? The look in his eyes, it wasn't arrogance or emotionlessness. It was the look of a man who was trying very hard to understand the world around him. It was innocence, earnestness. However, he wasn't simple. The speed at which he'd learned to write proved that. True, he'd already understood the spoken version of the language, and he'd memorized all of the letters in the book years before meeting her. She'd only needed to explain the rules of spelling and sound for him to make the final jump. She still found it amazing how quickly he picked things up. She smiled at him, and he hesitantly smiled back. "Why do you say that I'm strange?" she asked.
You do not do things like other people, he wrote. Everyone else bows before me all of the time. Nobody talks to me. Even the priests. They only occasionally give me instructions, and they haven't done that in years. Does it offend you that I don't bow, and that I talk to you like a friend? He erased his board. Offend me? Why would it offend me? Do you do it in sarcasm? No, she said quickly. I really like talking to you. Then I do not understand. Everyone else is afraid of you, Ciri said, because of how powerful you are. But they took away my tongue to make me safe. It's not your breath that scares them, Ciri said. It's your power over armies and people. You're the God King. You could order anyone in the kingdom killed. But why would I do that? He wrote. I would not kill a good person. They must know that. Ciri sat back, resting on the plush bed, the fire crackling in the hearth behind them. I know that now, she said, but nobody else does. They don't know you. They know only how powerful you are, so they fear you, and so they show their respect for you. He paused. And so, you do not respect me? Of course I do, she said, sighing. I've just never been very good at following rules. In fact, if someone tells me what to do, I usually want to do the opposite. That is very strange, he wrote. I thought all people did what they were told. I think you'll find that most do not, she said, smiling. That will get you into trouble. Is that what the priests taught you? He shook his head. Then he reached over and took out his book, the book of stories for children. He brought it with him always, and she could see from his reverent touch that he valued it greatly. It's probably his only real possession, she thought. Everything else is taken from him every day, then replaced the next morning. This book, he wrote, my mother read the stories to me when I was a child. I memorized them all before she was taken away. It speaks of many children who do not do as they are told. They are often eaten by monsters. Oh, are they? Ciri said, smiling. Do not be afraid, he wrote. My mother taught me that the monsters are not real. But I remember the lessons the stories taught. Obedience is good. You should treat people well. Do not go into the jungle by yourself. Do not lie. Do not hurt others. Ciri's smile deepened. Everything he'd learned in his life, he'd either gotten from moralistic folk tales or from priests who were teaching him to be a figurehead. Once she realized that, the simple, honest man that he had become was not so difficult to understand. Yet what had prompted him to defy that learning and ask her to teach him? Why was he willing to keep his learning secret from the men he had been taught all his life to obey and trust? He wasn't quite so innocent as he appeared. These stories, she said, your desire to treat people well, is that what kept you from taking me on any of those nights when I first came into the room? From taking you? I do not understand. Ciri blushed, hair turning red to match. I mean, why did you just sit there? Because I did not know what else to do, he said. I knew that we need to have a child, so I sat and waited for it to happen. We must be doing something wrong, for no child has come."
Ciri paused, then blinked. He couldn't possibly. "You don't know how to have children?"
"In the stories," he wrote, "a man and a woman spend the night together. Then they have a child. We spent many nights together, and there are no children."
"And nobody, none of your priests, explained the process to you?"
"No." "What process do you mean?"
She sat for a moment. "No," she thought, feeling her blush deepen. "I am not going to have that conversation with him. I think we'll talk about it another time."
"It was a very strange experience when you came into the room that first night," he wrote. "I must admit, I was very scared of you."
Ciri smiled as she remembered her own terror. It hadn't even occurred to her that he would be frightened. Why would it have? He was the God King. "So," she said, tapping the bedspread with one finger, "you were never taken to other women?"
"No," he wrote. "I did find it very interesting to see you naked."
She flushed again, though her hair had apparently decided to just stay red. "That's not what we're talking about right now," she said. "I want to know about other women. No mistresses, no concubines?"
"No."
"They really are scared of you having a child."
"Why say that?" he wrote. "They sent you to me."
"Only after 50 years of rule," she said, "and only under very controlled circumstances, with the proper lineage to produce a child with the right bloodline. Bluefingers thinks that child might be a danger to us."
"I do not understand why," he wrote. "This is what everyone wants. There must be an heir."
"Why?" Ciri said. "You still look like you're barely 2 decades old. Your aging is slowed by your biochroma."
"Without an heir, the kingdom is in danger. Should I be killed, there will be nobody to rule."
"And that wasn't a danger for the last 50 years?" He paused, frowning, then slowly erased his board. "They must think that you're in danger now," she said slowly. "But not from sickness. Even I know that returned don't suffer from diseases. In fact, do they even age at all?"
"I don't think so," the God King wrote.
"How did the previous God Kings die?"
"There have been only 4, he wrote. "I do not know how they died for certain."
"Only 4 kings in several hundred years, all dead of mysterious circumstances."
"My father died before I was old enough to remember him," Sisebron wrote. "I was told he gave his life for the kingdom, that he released his biochromatic breath, as all returned can, to cure a terrible disease. The other returned can only cure one person. A God King, however, can cure many. That is what I was told."
"There must be a record of that, then," she said. "Somewhere in those books the priests have guarded so tightly."
"I am sorry they would not let you read them," he wrote.
She waved an indifferent hand. "There wasn't much chance of it working. I'll need to find another way to get at those histories." "Having a child is the danger, she thought. That's what Bluefinger said. So whatever threat there is to my life, it will only come after there is an heir. Bluefinger's mentioned a threat to the God King, too. That almost makes it sound like the danger comes from the priests themselves. Why would they want to harm their own god? She glanced at Sisebron, who was flipping intently through his book of stories. She smiled at the look of concentration on his face as he deciphered the text. Well, she thought, considering what he knows of sex, I'd say that we don't have to worry much about having a child in the near future. Of course, she was also worried that the lack of a child would prove just as dangerous as the presence of one. Chapter 25. Vivenna went among the people of Tutelar and couldn't help feeling that every one of them recognized her. She fought the feeling down. It was actually a miracle that Thame, who came from her own home city, had been able to pick her out. The people around her would have no way of connecting Vivenna to the rumors they might have heard, especially considering her clothing. Immodest reds and yellows, layered one atop the other on her dress. The garment had been the only one that Parlin and Tonk Fa had been able to find that met her stringent requirements for modesty. The tube-like dress was made after a foreign cut, from Tedradel, across the inner sea. It came down almost to her ankles, and though its snugness emphasized her bust, at least the garment covered her almost up to the neck, and had full-length sleeves. Rebelliously, she did find herself stealing glances at the other women in their loose, short skirts and sleeveless tops. That much exposed skin was scandalous, but with the blazing sun and the cursed coastal humidity, she could see why they did it. After a month in the city, she was also beginning to get the hang of moving with the flow of traffic. She still wasn't sure she wanted to be out, but Denth had been persuasive. "You know the worst thing that can happen to a bodyguard?" he had asked. "Letting your charge get killed when you aren't even there. We have a small team, Princess. We can either divide and leave you behind with one guard, or you can come with us. Personally, I'd like to have you along where I can keep an eye on you." And so she'd come. Dressed in one of her new gowns, her hair turned an uncomfortable, yet un-Idrian, yellow, and left loose, blowing behind her. She walked around the garden square as if out on a stroll, moving so that she wouldn't look nervous. The people of Tutelar liked gardens. They had all kinds all over the city. In fact, from what Vivenna had seen, most of the city practically was a garden. Palms and ferns grew on every street, and exotic flowers bloomed everywhere year-round. 4 streets crossed in the square, with 4 plots of cultivated ground forming a checkerboard pattern. Each sprouted a dozen different palms. The buildings surrounding the gardens were more rich than the ones in the market up the way. And while there was plenty of foot traffic, people made certain to stick to the slate sidewalks, for carriages were common. This was a wealthy shopping district. No tents, fewer performers, higher quality and more expensive shops. Vivenna strolled along the perimeter of the northwestern garden block. There were ferns and grass to her right. Shops of a quaint, rich, and of course colorful variety lay across the street to her left. Tonk Fa and Parlin lounged between 2 of these. Parlin had the monkey on his shoulder and had taken to wearing a colorful red vest with his green hat. She couldn't help thinking that the woodsman was even more out of place in Tutelar than she was, but he didn't seem to attract any attention. Vivenna kept walking. Jules trailed her somewhere in the crowd. The woman was good. Vivenna only rarely caught a glimpse of her, and that was because she'd been told where to look. She never saw Denth. He was there somewhere, far too stealthy for her to spot. As she reached the end of the street and turned around to walk back,
she did catch sight of Claude. The lifeless stood as still as one of the Dedenier statues that lined the gardens, impassively watching the crowds pass. Most of the people ignored him. Denth was right. Lifeless weren't plentiful, but they also weren't uncommon. Several walked through the market carrying packages for their owners. None of these were as muscular or as tall as Claude. Lifeless came in as many shapes and sizes as people. They were put to work guarding shops, acting as packmen, sweeping the walkway, all around her. She continued to walk, and she caught a brief glimpse of Jules in the crowd as she passed. How does she manage to look so relaxed? Vivenna thought. Each of the mercenaries looked as calm as if they were at a leisurely picnic. Don't think about the danger, Vivenna thought, clenching her fists. She focused on the gardens. The truth was, she was a little jealous of the Tutellarites. People lounged, sitting on the grass, lying in the shade of trees, their children playing and laughing. Dedenier statues stood in a solemn line, arms upraised, weapons at the ready, as if in defense of the people. Trees climbed high into the sky, spreading branches that grew strange flower-like bundles. Wide-petaled flowers bloomed in planters. Some of them were actually tears of Edgeley. Ostra had placed the flowers where he wanted them. To cut and bring them back, to use them to adorn a room or house, was ostentation. Yet was it ostentatious to plant them in the middle of the city, where all were free to enjoy them? She turned away. Her biochroma continued to sense the beauty. The density of life in one area made a sort of buzz inside her chest. No wonder they like to live so close together, she thought, noticing how a group of flowers scaled in color, fanning toward the inside of their planter. And if you're going to live this compactly, the only way to see nature would be to bring it in. Help! Fire! Vivenna spun, as did most of the other people on the street. The building Tonkfa and Parlin had been standing next to was burning. Vivenna didn't continue to gawk, but turned and looked toward the center of the gardens. Most of the people in the garden itself were stunned, looking toward the smoke billowing into the air. Distraction 1. People ran to help, crossing the street, causing carriages to pull up abruptly. At that moment, Claude stepped forward, surging with the crowd, and swung a club at the leg of a horse. Vivenna couldn't hear the leg break, but she did see the beast scream and fall, upsetting the carriage it had been pulling. A trunk fell from the top of the vehicle, plunging to the street. The carriage belonged to one Nanrova, high priest of the god Stillmark. Denth's intelligence said the carriage would be carrying valuables. Even if it weren't, a high priest in danger would draw a lot of attention. The trunk hit the street, and in a twist of good fortune, it shattered, spraying out gold coins. Distraction 2. Vivenna caught a glimpse of Jules standing on the other side of the carriage. She looked at Vivenna and nodded. Time to go. As people ran toward either gold or fire, Vivenna walked away. Nearby, Denth would be raiding one of the shops with a gang of thieves. The thieves got to keep the goods. Vivenna just wanted to make certain those goods disappeared. Vivenna was joined by Jules and Parlin on the way out. She was surprised to feel how quickly her heart was thumping. Almost nothing had happened. No real danger, no threat to herself. Just a couple of accidents. But then, that was the idea. Hours later, Denth and Tonkfa still hadn't returned to the house. Vivenna sat quietly on their new furniture, hands in her lap. The furniture was green. Apparently brown wasn't an option in Tutelar. "What time is it?" Vivenna asked quietly. "I don't know," Jules snapped, standing beside the window,
looking out at the street. Patience, Vivenna told herself. It's not her fault she's so abrasive. She had her breath stolen. Should they be back yet? Vivenna asked calmly. Jules shrugged. Maybe. Depends on if they decided to go to a safe house to let things cool down first or not. I see. How long do you think we should wait? As long as we have to, Jules said. Look, do you think you could just not talk to me? I'd really appreciate it. She turned back to look out the window. Vivenna stiffened at the insult. Patience, she told herself. Understand her place. That's what the 5 visions teach. Vivenna stood up, then walked quietly over to Jules. Tentatively, she laid an arm on the other woman's shoulder. Jules jumped immediately. Obviously, without breath, it was harder for her to notice when people approached her. It's all right, Vivenna said. I understand. Understand? Jules asked. Understand what? They took your breath, Vivenna said. They had no right to do something so terrible. Vivenna smiled, then withdrew, walking to the stairs. Jules started laughing. Vivenna stopped, glancing back. You think you understand me? Jules asked. What? You feel sorry for me because I'm a drab? Your parents shouldn't have done what they did. My parents served our God King, Jules said. My breath was given to him directly. It's a greater honor than you could possibly understand. Vivenna stood still for a moment, absorbing that comment. You believe in the iridescent tones? Of course I do, Jules said. I'm a Hallandren, aren't I? But the others... Tonk-Fa is from Pankal, Jules said. And I don't know where in the colors Denth is from, but I'm from Tutelar itself. But surely you can't still worship those so-called gods, Vivenna said. Not after what was done to you. What was done to me? I'll have you know that I gave away my breath willingly. You were a child. I was 11, and my parents gave me the choice. I made the right one. My father had been in the dye industry, but had slipped and fallen. The damage to his back wouldn't allow him to work, and I had 5 brothers and sisters. Do you know what it's like to watch your brothers and sisters starve? Years before, my parents had already sold their breath to get enough money to start the business. By selling mine, we got enough money to live for nearly a year. No price is worth a soul, Vivenna said. You... Stop judging me, Jules snapped. Kalad's phantoms take you, woman. I was proud to sell my breath. I still am. A part of me lives inside the God King. Because of me, he continues to live. I'm part of this kingdom in a way that few others are. Jules shook her head, turning away. That's why we get annoyed by you Idrians. So high, so certain that what you do is right. If your god asked you to give up your breath, or even the breath of your child, wouldn't you do it? You give up your children to become monks, forcing them into a life of servitude, don't you? That's seen as a sign of faith. Yet when we do something to serve our gods, you twist your lips at us and call us blasphemers. Vivenna opened her mouth, but could come up with no response. Sending children away to become monks was different. We sacrifice for our gods, Jules said, still staring out the window. But that doesn't mean we're being exploited. My family was blessed because of what we did. Not only was there enough money to buy food, but my father recovered, and a few years later he was able to open up the dye business again. My brothers still run it. You don't have to believe in my miracles. You can call them accidents or coincidences, if you must. But don't pity me for my faith, and don't presume that you're better, just because you believe something different. Vivenna closed her mouth. Obviously, there was no point in arguing.
Jules was in no mood for her sympathy. Vivenna retreated, back up the stairs. A few hours later, it began to grow dark. Vivenna stood on the house's second-story balcony, looking out over the city. Most of the buildings on their street had such balconies on the front. Ostentatious or not, from their hillside location, they did provide a good view of Tutelar. The city glowed with light. On the larger streets, pole-mounted lamps lined the sidewalks, lit each night by city workers. Many of the buildings were illuminated as well. Such expenditure of oil and candles still amazed her. Yet, with the inner sea to hand, oil was far cheaper than it was in the Highlands. She didn't know what to make of Jules's outburst. How could someone be proud that their breath had been stolen and then fed to a greedy returned? The woman's tone seemed to indicate she was being sincere. She'd clearly thought about these things before. Obviously, she had to rationalize her experiences to live with them. Vivenna was trapped. The 5 visions taught that she must try to understand others. They told her not to place herself above them. And yet, Ostrism taught that what Jules had done was an abomination. The two seemed contradictory. To believe that Jules was wrong was to place herself above the woman, yet to accept what Jules said was to deny Ostrism. Some might have laughed at her turmoil, but Vivenna had always tried very hard to be devout. She'd understood that she'd need strict devotion to survive in heathen Hallandren. Heathen. Didn't she place herself above Hallandren by calling it that word? But they were heathen. She couldn't accept the returned as true gods. It seemed that to believe in any faith was to become arrogant. Perhaps she deserved the things Jules had said to her. Someone approached. Vivenna turned as Denth pushed open the wooden door and stepped out onto the balcony. "We're back," he announced. "I know," she said, looking out over the city and its specks of light. "I felt you enter the building a little while ago." He chuckled, joining her. "I forget that you have so much breath, Princess. You never use it." "Except to feel when people are nearby," she thought. "But I can't help that, can I?" "I recognize that look of frustration," Denth noted. "Still worried that the plan isn't working fast enough?" She shook her head. "Other things entirely, Denth." "Probably shouldn't have left you alone so long with Jules. I hope she didn't take too many bites out of you." Vivenna didn't respond. Finally, she sighed, then turned toward him. "How did the job go?" "Perfectly," Denth said. "By the time we hit the shop, nobody was looking. Considering the guards they put there every night, they must be feeling pretty stupid to have been robbed in broad daylight." "I still don't understand what good it will do," she said. "A spice merchant's shop?" "Not his shop," Denth said. "His stores. We ruined or carted off every barrel of salt in that cellar. He's one of only 3 men who store salt in any great amount. Most of the other spice merchants buy from him." "Yes, but salt," Vivenna said. "What's the point?" "How hot was it today?" Denth asked. Vivenna shrugged. "Too hot." "What happens to meat when it's hot?" "It rots," Vivenna said. "But they don't have to use salt to preserve meat. They can use..." "Ice?" Denth asked, chuckling. "No, not down here, Princess. You want to preserve meat, you salt it. And if you want an army to carry fish with them from the inner sea to attack a place as far away as Idris..." Vivenna smiled. "The thieves we worked with will ship the salt away," Denth said. "Smuggle it to the distant kingdoms, where it can be sold openly. By the time this war comes, the Crown will have some real trouble keeping its men supplied with meat. Just another small strike, but those should add up.
Thank you, Vivenna said.
Don't thank us, Denth said. Just pay us.
Vivenna nodded. They fell silent for a time, looking out over the city. Does Jules really believe in the iridescent tones? Vivenna finally asked.
As passionately as Tonk Fa likes to nap,
Denth said. He eyed her.
You didn't challenge her, did you?
Kind of.
Denth whistled. And you're still standing? I'll have to thank her for her restraint.
How can she believe? Vivenna said. Denth shrugged.
Seems like a good enough religion to me. I mean, you can go and see her gods. Talk to them, watch them shine. It isn't all that tough to understand.
But she's working for an Itrian, Vivenna said, working to undermine her own god's ability to wage war. That was a priest's carriage we knocked over today.
And a fairly important one, actually, Denth said with a chuckle. Ha, Princess. It's a little difficult to understand. Mindset of a mercenary. We're paid to do things, but we're not the ones doing them. It's you who do these things. We're just your tools.
Tools that work against the Hallandran gods.
That isn't a reason to stop believing, Denth said. We get pretty good at separating ourselves from the things we have to do. Maybe that's what makes people hate us so much. They can't see that if we kill a friend on a battlefield, it doesn't mean that we're callous or untrustworthy. We do what we're paid to do, just like anyone else.
It's different, Vivenna said. Denth shrugged.
Do you think the refiner ever considers that the iron he purifies could end up in a sword that kills a friend of his?
Vivenna stared out over the lights of the city and all of the people they represented, with all their different beliefs, different ways of thinking, different contradictions. Perhaps she wasn't the only one who struggled to believe two seemingly opposing things at the same time. What about you, Denth? She asked. Are you Hallandran?
Gods know, he said.
Then what do you believe?
Haven't believed much, he said. Not in a long time.
What about your family? Vivenna asked. What did they believe?
Family's all dead. They believed faiths that most everybody has forgotten by now. I never joined them.
Vivenna frowned. You have to believe in something. If not a religion, then somebody. A way of living.
I did once.
Do you always have to answer so vaguely? He glanced at her.
Yes, he said. Except, perhaps, for that question.
She rolled her eyes. He leaned against the banister.
The things I believed, he said. I don't know that they'd make sense, or that you'd even hear me out if I told you about them.
You claim to seek money, she said, but you don't. I've seen Lemix's ledgers. He wasn't paying you that much, not as much as I'd assumed, by far. And if you'd wanted, you could have hit that priest's carriage and taken the money. You could have stolen it twice as easily as you did the salt. He didn't respond. You don't serve any kingdom or king that I can figure out, she continued. You're a better swordsman than any simple bodyguard. I suspect better than almost anyone, if you can impress a crime boss with your skill so easily. You could have fame, students, and prizes if you decided to become a sport duelist. You claim to obey your employer, but you give the orders more often than take them. And besides, since you don't care about money,
That whole employee thing is probably just a front." She paused. "In fact," she said, "the only thing I've ever seen you express even a spark of emotion about is that man, Vasher, the one with the sword." Even as she said the name, Denth grew more tense. "Who are you?" she asked. He turned toward her, eyes hard, showing her, once again, that the jovial man he showed the world was a mask, a charade, a softness to cover the stone within. "I'm a mercenary," he said. "All right," she said. "Then who were you?" "You don't want to know the answer to that," he said. And then he left, stomping away through the door and leaving her alone on the dark wooden balcony. Chapter 26. Lightsong awoke and immediately climbed from bed. He stood up, stretched, and smiled. "Beautiful day," he said. His servant stood at the edges of the room, watching uncertainly. "What?" Lightsong asked, holding out his arms. "Come on, let's get dressed." They rushed forward. Larimar entered shortly after. Lightsong often wondered how early he got up, since each morning when Lightsong rose, Larimar was always there. Larimar watched him with a raised eyebrow. "You're chipper this morning, Your Grace." Lightsong shrugged. "It just felt like it was time to get up." "A full hour earlier than usual." Lightsong cocked his head as the servants tied off his robes. "Really?" "Yes, Your Grace." "Fancy that," Lightsong said, nodding to his servants as they stepped back, leaving him dressed. "Shall we go over your dreams, then?" Larimar asked. Lightsong paused, an image flashing in his head. Rain, tempest, storms, and a brilliant red panther. "Nope," Lightsong said, walking toward the doorway. "Your Grace, we'll talk about the dreams another time, Scoot," Lightsong said. "We have more important work." "More important work?" Lightsong smiled, reaching the doorway and turning back. "I want to go back to Mercy Star's palace." "Whatever for?" "I don't know," Lightsong said happily. Larimar sighed. "Very well, Your Grace. But can we at least look over some art first? There are people who paid good money to get your opinion, and some are waiting quite eagerly to hear what you think of their pieces." "All right," Lightsong said, "but let's be quick about it." Lightsong stared at the painting. Red upon red, shades so subtle that the painter must have been of the third heightening at least. Violent, terrible reds, clashing against one another like waves. Waves that only vaguely resembled men, yet that somehow managed to convey the idea of armies fighting much better than any detailed, realistic depiction could have. Chaos. Bloody wounds upon bloody uniforms upon bloody skin. There was so much violence in red. His own color. He almost felt as if he were in the painting, felt its turmoil shaking him, disorienting him, pulling on him. The waves of men pointed toward one figure at the center, a woman, vaguely depicted by a couple of curved brushstrokes, and yet it was obvious. She stood high, as if atop a cresting wave of crashing soldiers, caught in mid-motion, head flung back, her arm upraised, holding a deep black sword that darkened the red sky around it. "The Battle of Twilight Falls,"
Larimar said quietly, standing beside him in the white hallway.
Last conflict of the many war.
Lightsong nodded. He'd known that, somehow. The faces of many of the soldiers were tinged with gray. They were lifeless. The many war had been the first time they had been used in large numbers on the battlefield.
I know you don't prefer war scenes,
Larimar said.
but
I like it, Lightsong said, cutting off the priest. I like it a lot. Larimar fell silent. Lightsong stared into the painting with its flowing reds, painted so subtly that they gave a feeling of war, rather than just an image. It might be the best painting that has ever passed through my hall. The priests on the other side of the room began writing furiously. Larimar just stared at him, troubled.
What?
Lightsong asked.
It's nothing,
Larimar said.
Scoot,
Lightsong said, eyeing him. The priest sighed.
I can't speak, Your Grace. I cannot taint your impression of the paintings.
A lot of gods have been giving favorable reviews of war paintings lately, eh? Lightsong said, looking back at the artwork. Larimar didn't answer. It's probably nothing, Lightsong said. Just our response to those arguments in the court, I'd guess.
Likely,
Larimar said. Lightsong fell silent. He knew it wasn't nothing to Larimar. To him, Lightsong wasn't just giving his impression of art, he was foretelling the future. What did it augur that he liked a depiction of war with such vibrant, brutal colorings? Was it a reaction to his dreams? But last night he hadn't dreamed of a war. Finally. He dreamed of a storm, true, but that wasn't the same thing. I shouldn't have spoken, he thought. And yet, reacting to the art seemed like the only truly important thing he did. He stared at the sharp smears of paint, each figure just a couple of triangular strokes. It was beautiful. Could war be beautiful? How could he find beauty in those gray faces confronting flesh, the lifeless killing men? This battle hadn't even meant anything. It hadn't decided the outcome of the war, even though the leader of the Pawn Unity, the kingdoms united against Hallandren, had been killed in the battle. Diplomacy had finally ended the many war, not bloodshed. Are we thinking of starting this up again? Lightsong thought, still transfixed by the beauty. Is what I do going to lead to war? No, he thought to himself. No, I'm just being careful, helping Blushweaver secure a political faction. Better that than letting things just pass me by. The many war started because the royal family wasn't careful. The painting continued to call to him. What's that sword? Lightsong asked.
Sword?
The black one, Lightsong said, in the woman's hand.
I don't see a sword, Your Grace,
Larimar said.
To tell you the truth, I don't see a woman either. It's all just wild strokes of paint to me.
You called it the Battle of Twilight Falls.
The title of the piece, Your Grace,
Larimar said.
I assumed that you were as confused by it as I was, so I told you what the artist had named it.
The two fell silent. Finally, Lightsong turned, walking away from the painting. I'm done reviewing art for the day. He hesitated. Don't burn that painting. Keep it for my collection. Larimar acknowledged the command with a nod. As Lightsong made his way out of the palace, he tried to regain some of his eagerness, and he succeeded, though memory of the terrible, beautiful scene stayed with him. mixing with his memories of last night's dream, with its clashing tempest of winds. Not even that could dampen his mood. Something was different. Something excited him. There had been a murder in the court of gods. He didn't know why he should find that so intriguing. If anything, he should find it tragic or upsetting. And yet, for as long as he had lived, everything had been provided for him. Answers to his questions, entertainment to sate his whims. Almost by accident, he had become a glutton. Only two things had been withheld from him: knowledge of his past, and freedom to leave the court. Neither of those restrictions was going to change soon. But here, inside the court, the place of too much safety and comfort, something had gone wrong. A little thing. A thing most returned would ignore. Nobody cared. Nobody wanted to care. Who, therefore, would object to Lightsong's questions? "You're acting very oddly, Your Grace," Larimar said, catching up to him as they crossed the grass, servants following behind in a chaotic cluster as they worked to get a large red parasol open. "I know," Lightsong said. "However, I believe we can agree that I have always been rather odd for a god." "I must admit that is true." "Then I'm actually being very like myself," Lightsong said, "and all is right in the universe." "Are we really going back to Mercy Star's palace?" "Indeed we are. Do you suppose she'll be annoyed at us? That might prove interesting." Larimar just sighed. "Are you ready to talk about your dreams yet?" Lightsong didn't immediately reply. The servants finally got the parasol up and held it over him. "I dreamed of a storm," Lightsong finally said. "I was standing in it, without anything to brace myself. It was raining and blowing against me, forcing me backward. In fact, it was so strong that even the ground beneath me seemed to undulate." Larimar looked disturbed. More signs of war, Lightsong thought. Or, at least, that's how he'll see it. "Anything else?" "Yes," Lightsong said. "A red panther. It seemed to shine, reflective, like it was made of glass or something like that. It was waiting in the storm." Larimar eyed him. "Are you making things up, Your Grace?" "What? No! That's really what I dreamed." Larimar sighed, but nodded to a lesser priest, who rushed up to take his dictation. It wasn't long before they reached Mercy Star's palace of yellow and gold. Lightsong paused before the building, realizing that he'd never before visited another god's palace without first sending a messenger. "Do you want me to send in someone to announce you, Your Grace?" Larimar asked. Lightsong hesitated. "No," he finally said, noticing a pair of guards standing at the main doorway. The two men looked far more muscular than the average servant, and they wore swords. Dueling blades, Lightsong assumed, though he'd never actually seen one. He walked up to the men. "Is your mistress here?" "I'm afraid not, Your Grace," one of them said. "She went to visit Allmother for the afternoon." Allmother, Lightsong thought. Another with lifeless commands. Blushweaver's doing? Perhaps he would drop by later. He missed chatting with Allmother. She, unfortunately, hated him violently. "Ah," Lightsong said to the guard. "Well, regardless, I need to inspect the corridor just inside here, where the attack happened the other night." The guards glanced at each other. "I don't know if we can let you do that, Your Grace." "Scoot," Lightsong said. "Can they forbid me?
Only if they have a direct command to do so from Mercy Star.
Lightsong looked back at the men. Reluctantly, they stepped aside. "It's perfectly all right," he told them. "She asked me to take care of things. Kind of. Coming, Scoot?" Larimar followed him into the corridors. Once again, Lightsong felt an odd satisfaction. Instincts he hadn't known he had drove him to seek out the place where the servant had died. The wood had been replaced. His heightened eyes could easily tell the difference between the new wood and the old. He walked a little farther. The patch where the wood had turned gray was gone as well, seamlessly replaced with new material. Interesting, he thought, but not unexpected. I wonder, are there any other patches? He walked a little further and was rewarded by another patch of new wood. It formed an exact square. "Your Grace," a new voice asked. Lightsong looked up to see the curt young priest he had spoken with the day before. Lightsong smiled. "Ah, good. I was hoping that you would come." "This is most irregular, Your Grace," the man said. "I hear that eating a lot of figs can cure you of that," Lightsong said. "Now, I need to speak with the guards who saw the intruder the other night." "But why, Your Grace?" the priest said. "Because I'm eccentric," Lightsong said. "Send for them. I need to speak to all of the servants or guards who saw the man who committed the murder." "Your Grace," the priest said uncomfortably, "the city authorities have already dealt with this. They have determined that the intruder was a thief after Mercy Star's art, and they have committed to—" "Scoot," Lightsong said, turning. "Can this man ignore my demand?" "Only at great peril to his soul, Your Grace," Larimar said. The priest eyed them both angrily, then turned and sent a servant to do as Lightsong asked. Lightsong knelt down, causing several servants to whisper in alarm. They obviously thought it improper for a god to stoop. Lightsong ignored them, looking at the square of new wood. It was larger than the other two that had been ripped up, and the colors matched far better. It was just a square patch of wood that was just a slightly different color than its neighbors. Without breath, and a lot of it, he wouldn't have noticed the distinction. A trapdoor, he thought with sudden shock. The priest was watching him closely. This patch isn't as new as the other ones back there. It's only new in relation to the other boards. Lightsong crawled along the floor, deliberately ignoring the door in the floor. Once again, unexpected instincts warned him not to reveal what he'd discovered. Why was he so wary all of a sudden? Was it the influence of his violent dreams and imagery from the painting earlier? Or was it something more? He felt as if he were dredging deep within himself, pulling forth an awareness he had never before needed. Either way, he moved on from the patch, pretending that he hadn't noticed the trapdoor, and was instead searching for threads that might have been caught on the wood. He picked up one that had obviously come from a servant's robe and held it up. The priest seemed to relax slightly. So he knows about the trapdoor, Lightsong thought. And perhaps the intruder did as well. Lightsong crawled some more, discomforting the servants until the men he had requested were assembled. He stood, letting a couple of his servants dust off his robes, then walked over to the newcomers. The hallway was growing quite crowded, so he shooed them back out into the sunlight. Outside, he regarded the group of 6 men. "Identify yourselves. You on the left, who are you?" "My name is Gagarul," the man said. "I'm sorry," Lightsong said. The man flushed. "I was named after my father, Your Grace." "After he what? Spent an unusual amount of time at the local tavern? Anyway, how are you involved in this mess?" "I was one of the guards at the door when the intruder broke in." "Were you alone?" Lightsong asked. "No," said another of the men. "I was with him." "Good," Lightsong said. "You two, go over there somewhere." He waved his hand at the lawn. The men looked at each other, then walked away as indicated. "Far enough that you can't hear us," Lightsong called at them. The men nodded and continued. "All right," Lightsong said, looking back at the others. "Who are you for?" "We were attacked by the men in the hallway," one of the servants said. He pointed at two of the others. "All three of us. And one other. The man who was killed." "Terribly unfortunate, that," Lightsong said, pointing at another section of the lawn. "Off you go. Walk until you can't hear me anymore. Then wait." The three men trudged off. "And now you," Lightsong said, hands on hips, regarding the last man, a shorter priest. "I saw the intruder flee, Your Grace," the priest said. "I was watching out a window." "Very timely of you," Lightsong said, pointing at a third spot on the lawn, far enough from the others to be sequestered. The man walked away. Lightsong turned back to the priest who was obviously in charge. "You said that the intruder released a lifeless animal?" Lightsong asked. "A squirrel, Your Grace," the priest said. "We captured it." "Go and fetch it for me." "Your Grace, it's quite wild and—" He stopped, recognizing the look in Lightsong's eyes, then waved for a servant. "No," Lightsong said, "not a servant. You go and get it personally." The priest looked incredulous. "Yes, yes," Lightsong said, waving him away. "I know. It's an offense to your dignity. Perhaps you should think about converting to Austraism. For now, get going." The priest left, grumbling. "The rest of you," Lightsong said, addressing his own servants and priests, "you wait here." They looked resigned. Perhaps they were growing accustomed to him dismissing them. "Come on, Scoot," Lightsong said, walking toward the first group he had sent off onto the lawn, the two guards. Larimar scurried forward to keep up as Lightsong took long strides over to the two men. "Now," Lightsong said to the two, out of earshot of the others, "tell me what you saw." "He came to us pretending to be a madman, Your Grace," one of the guards said. "He sauntered out of the shadows, mumbling to himself. It was just an act, though, and when he got close enough, he knocked us both out." "How?" Lightsong asked. "He grabbed me around the neck with tassels from his awakened coat," the guard said. He nodded to his companion. "Knocked him in the stomach with the hilt of a sword." The second guard raised his shirt to show a large bruise on his stomach, then cocked his head to the side, showing another one on his neck. "Choked us both," the first guard said. "Me with those tassels, Fran with a boot on his neck. That's the last thing we knew. By the time we awoke, he was gone." "He choked you," Lightsong said, "but didn't kill you. Just enough to knock you out." "That's right, Your Grace," the guard said. "Please describe this man," Lightsong said. "He was big," the guard said. "Had a scraggly beard, not too long, but not trimmed either." "He wasn't smelly or dirty," the other said. "He just didn't seem to take much care for how he looked. His hair was long, came down to his neck, and he hadn't seen a brush in a long while." "Wore ragged clothing," the first said. "Patched in places, nothing bright, but not really dark either, just kind of bland, rather Unhallandran, now that I think on it." "And he was armed?" Lightsong said. "With the sword that hit me," the second guard said. "Big thing. Not a dueling blade. More like an Easterner sword. Straight and really long. Had it hidden under his cloak, and we would have seen it if he hadn't covered it up by walking so oddly." Lightsong nodded. "Thank you. Stay here." With that, he turned and walked toward the second group. "This is very interesting, Your Grace," Larimar said, "but I really don't see the point." "I'm just curious," Lightsong said. "Excuse me, Your Grace," Larimar said, "but you're not really the curious type." Lightsong continued walking. The things he was doing, he did mostly without thinking. They just felt natural. He approached the next group. "You were the ones who saw the intruder in the hallway, right?" Lightsong said to them. The men nodded. One shot a glance back at Mercy Star's palace. The lawn in front of it was now crowded with a colorful assortment of priests and servants, both Mercy Star's and Lightsong's own. "Tell me what happened," Lightsong said. "We were walking through the servants' hallway," one said. "We'd been released for the evening, and were going to go out into the city to a nearby tavern. Then we saw someone in the hallway," another said. "He didn't belong there." "Describe him," Lightsong said. "Big man," one said. The others nodded. "Had ragged clothing and a beard. Kind of dirty looking." "No," another said. "The clothing was old, but the man wasn't dirty, just slovenly." Lightsong nodded. "Continue." "Well, there isn't much to say," one of the men said. "He attacked us. Threw an awakened rope at poor Taff, who got tied up immediately. Rariv and I ran for help. Lolan stayed behind." Lightsong looked at the third man. "You stayed back? Why?" "To help Taff, of course," the man said. Lying, Lightsong thought. Looks too nervous. "Really?" he said, stepping closer. The man looked down. "Well, mostly. I mean, there was the sword, too." "Oh, right," another said. "He threw a sword at us. Strangest thing." "He didn't draw it?" Lightsong asked. "He threw it?" The men shook their heads. "He threw it at us, sheath and all. Lolan picked it up." "I thought I'd fight him," Lolan said. "Interesting," Lightsong said. "So you two left?" "Yeah," one of the men said. "When we came back with the others, after getting around that blasted squirrel, we found Lolan on the ground, unconscious, and poor Taff, well, he was still tied up, though the rope wasn't awakened anymore. He'd been stabbed straight through." "You saw him die?" "No," Lolan said, bringing his hands up in denial. He had, Lightsong noticed, a bandage on one hand. "The intruder knocked me out with a fist to the head." "But you had the sword," Lightsong said. "It was too big to use," the man said, looking down. "So he threw the sword at you, then ran up and punched you?" Lightsong said. The man nodded. "And your hand?" Lightsong asked. The man paused, unconsciously retracting his hand. "It got twisted. Nothing important." "And you need a bandage for a twisted wrist?" Lightsong said, raising an eyebrow. "Show me." The man hesitated. "Show me, or lose your soul, my son," Lightsong said in what he hoped was a suitably divine voice. The man slowly extended his hand. Larimar stepped forward and removed the bandage. The hand was completely gray, drained of color.
Impossible, Lightsong thought with a shock. Awakening doesn't do that to living flesh. It can't draw color from someone alive. Only objects. Floorboards, clothing, furniture. The man withdrew his hand. "What is that?" Lightsong asked. "I don't know," the man said. "I woke up and it was like that." "Is that so?" Lightsong said flatly. "And I'm to believe that you had nothing else to do with this? That you weren't working with the intruder?" The man fell to his knees suddenly, beginning to cry. "Please, my lord, don't take my soul. I'm not the best of men. I go to the brothels. I cheat when we gamble." The other two looked startled at this. "But I didn't know anything about this intruder," Lolan continued. "Please, you have to believe me. I just wanted that sword. That beautiful black sword. I wanted to draw it, swing it, attack the man with it. I reached for it, and while I was distracted, he attacked me. But I didn't see him kill Taff. I promise, I hadn't ever seen this intruder before. You have to believe me." Lightsong paused. "I do," he finally said. "Let this be a warning. Be good. Stop cheating." "Yes, my lord." Lightsong nodded to the men. Then he and Larimar left them behind. "I actually kind of feel like a god," Lightsong said. "Did you see me make that man repent?" "Amazing, Your Grace," Larimar said. "So what do you think about their testimonies?" Lightsong said. "Something strange is going on, isn't it?" "I'm still wondering why you think you should be the one to investigate it, Your Grace." "It's not like I have anything else to do." "Besides be a god." "Overrated," Lightsong said, walking up to the final man. "It has nice perks, but the hours are awful." Larimar snorted quietly as Lightsong turned to address the final witness, the short priest, who stood in his robes of yellow and gold. He was distinctly younger than the other priest. Was he chosen to tell me lies, with the hopes that he'd seem innocent? Lightsong wondered idly. Or am I just making assumptions? "What is your story?" Lightsong asked. The young priest bowed. "I was going about my duties, carrying to the record sanctuary several prophecies we had inscribed from the lady's mouth. I heard a distant disturbance in the building. I looked out the window toward the sound, but I saw nothing." "Where were you?" Lightsong asked. The young man pointed toward a window. "There, Your Grace." Lightsong frowned. The priest had been on the opposite side of the palace from where the killing had occurred. However, that was the side of the building where the intruder had first entered. "You could see the doorway where the intruder disabled the two guards?" "Yes, Your Grace," the man said, "though I didn't see them at first. I almost left the window to search for the source of the noise. However, at that point I did see something odd in the lantern light of the entryway. A figure moving. It was then that I noticed the guards on the ground. I thought they were dead bodies, and I was frightened by the shadowy figure moving between them. I yelled and ran for help. By the time anyone paid attention to me, the figure was gone." "You went down to look for him?" Lightsong asked. The man nodded. "And how long did it take you?" "Several minutes, Your Grace." Lightsong nodded slowly. "Very well, then. Thank you." The young priest began to walk over to the main group of his colleagues. "Oh, wait," Lightsong said. "Did you by any chance get a clear look at the intruder?" "Not really, Your Grace," the priest said. "He was in dark clothing, kind of nondescript. It was too far away to see well." Lightsong waved the man away. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment,
then eyed Larimar.
Well?
The priest raised an eyebrow.
Well, what, Your Grace? What do you think?
Larimar shook his head.
I honestly don't know, Your Grace. This is obviously important, however.
Lightsong paused.
It is?
Larimar nodded.
Yes, Your Grace, because of what that man said. The one who was wounded in the hand. He mentioned a black sword. You predicted it, remember? In the painting this morning.
That wasn't a prediction, Lightsong said. That was really there, in the painting.
That's the way prophecy works, Your Grace, Larimar said. Don't you see? You look at a painting, and an entire image appears to your eyes. All I see is random strokes of red. The scene you describe, the things you see, are prophetic. You are a god.
But I saw exactly what the painting was said to depict, Lightsong said, before you even told me what the title was. Larimar nodded knowingly, as if that proved his point. Oh, never mind. Priests, insufferable fanatics, every one of you. Either way, you agree with me that there is something strange here.
Definitely, Your Grace.
Good, Lightsong said. Then you'll kindly stop complaining when I investigate it.
Actually, Your Grace, Larimar said, it's even more imperative that you not get involved. You predicted this would occur, but you are an oracle. You must not interact with the subject of your predictions. If you get involved, you could unbalance a great many things.
I like being unbalanced, Lightsong said. Besides, this is far too much fun. As usual, Larimar didn't react to having his advice ignored. As they began to walk back toward the main group, however, the priest did ask a question.
Your Grace, just to sate my own curiosity, what do you think about the murder?
It's obvious, Lightsong said idly. There were two intruders. The first is the large man with the sword. He knocked out the guards, attacked those servants, released the lifeless, then disappeared. The second man, the one the young priest saw, came in after the first intruder. That second man is the murderer. Larimar frowned.
Why do you suppose that?
The first man took care not to kill, Lightsong said. He left the guards alive at risk to himself, since they could have regained consciousness at any moment to raise the alarm. He didn't draw his sword against the servants, but simply tried to subdue them. There was no reason for him to kill a bound captive, particularly since he'd already left witnesses. If there were a second man, however, well, that would make sense. The servant who was killed, he was the one who was conscious when this second intruder came through. That servant was the only one who saw the second intruder.
So, you think someone else followed the man with the sword, killed the only witness, and then...
Both of them vanished, Lightsong said. I found a trap door. I'm thinking there must be passages beneath the palace. It all seems fairly obvious to me. One thing, however, is not obvious. He glanced at Larimar, slowing before they reached the main group of priests and servants.
And what is that, Your Grace?
Larimar asked. How in the name of colors I figured all of this out?
I'm trying to grasp that myself, Your Grace.
Lightsong shook his head. This comes from before, Scoot. Everything I'm doing. It feels natural. Who was I before I died?
I don't know what you mean, Your Grace,
Larimar said, turning away. Oh, come now, Scoot. I've spent most of my returned life just lounging about. But then the moment someone is killed, I leap out of bed and can't resist poking around. Doesn't that sound suspicious to you? Larimar didn't look at him. Colors! Lightsong swore. I was someone useful? I was just beginning to convince myself that I died in a reasonable way, such as falling off a stump when I was drunk. You know you died in a brave way, Your Grace. It could have been a really high stump. Larimar just shook his head. Either way, Your Grace, you know I can't say anything about who you were before. Well, these instincts came from somewhere, Lightsong said as they walked over to the main group of watching priests and servants. The head priest had returned with a small wooden box. Wild scratching came from inside. Thank you, Lightsong snapped, grabbing the box and passing by without even breaking stride. I'm telling you, Scoot, I am not pleased. You seemed rather happy this morning, Your Grace, Larimar noted as they walked away from Mercy Star's palace. Her priest was left behind, a complaint dying on his lips. Lightsong's entourage trailing after their god. I was happy, Lightsong said, because I didn't know what was going on. How am I going to be properly indolent if I keep itching to investigate things? Honestly, this murder will completely destroy my hard-won reputation. My sympathies, Your Grace, that you have been inconvenienced by a semblance of motivation. Quite right, Lightsong said, sighing. He handed over the box with its furious, lifeless rodent. Here, you think my Awakeners can break its security phrase? Eventually, Larimar said. Though it's an animal, Your Grace, it won't be able to tell us anything directly. Have them do it anyway, Lightsong said. Meanwhile, I need to think about this case some more. They walked back to his palace. However, the thing that now struck Lightsong was the fact that he'd used the word case in reference to the murder. It was a word he'd never heard used in that particular context. Yet he knew that it fit. Instinctively. Automatically. I didn't have to learn to speak again when I returned, he thought. I didn't have to learn to walk again or read again or anything like that. Only my personal memory was lost. But not all of it, apparently. And that left him wondering what else he could do if he tried. Chapter 27. Something happened to those previous God Kings, Ciri thought, striding through the endless rooms of the God King's palace, her servants scurrying behind. Something that Bluefinger's fears will happen to Sisebron. It will be dangerous to both the God King and myself. She continued to walk, trailing a train made from countless tassels of translucent green silk behind her. The day's gown was nearly gossamer thin. She'd chosen it, then had asked her servants to fetch an opaque slip for her. It was funny how quickly she'd stopped worrying about what was ostentatious and what was not. There were many much more important problems to worry about. The priests do fear that something will happen to Sisebron, she thought firmly. They're so eager for me to produce an heir. They claim it's about the succession, but they went 50 years without bothering. They were willing to wait 20 years to get their bride from Idris. Whatever the danger is, it's not urgent. And yet, the priests act like it is. Perhaps they'd wanted a bride of the royal line so badly that they'd been willing to risk the danger. Surely they needn't have waited 20 years, though. Vivenna could have borne children years ago. Though perhaps the treaty specified a time and not an age. Maybe it just said that the King of Idris had 20 years to provide a bride for the God King. That would explain why her father had been able to send Ciri instead. Ciri cursed herself for ignoring her lessons about the treaty. She didn't really know what it said. For all she knew, the danger could be spelled out in the document itself. She needed more information. Unfortunately, the priests were obstructive, the servants silent, and Bluefingers, well... She finally caught sight of him moving through one of the rooms, writing on his ledger. Ciri hurried up, train rustling. He turned, glimpsing her. His eyes opened wide, and he increased his speed, ducking through the open doorway into another room. Ciri called after him, moving as quickly as the dress would allow, but when she arrived, the room was empty. "Colors!" she swore, feeling her hair grow a deep red in annoyance. "You still think he isn't avoiding me?" she demanded, turning to the most senior of her servants. The woman lowered her gaze. "It would be improper for a servant of the palace to avoid his queen, Vessel. He mustn't have seen you." Right, Ciri thought, just like every other time. When she sent for him, he always arrived after she'd given up and left. When she had a letter scribed to him, he responded so vaguely that it only frustrated her even further. She couldn't take books from the palace library, and the priests were disruptively distracting if she tried to read inside the library chamber itself. She'd requested books from the city, but the priests had insisted that they be brought by a priest, then read to her, so as to not strain her eyes. She was pretty sure that if there was anything in the book that the priests didn't want her to know, the reader would simply skip it. She depended so much upon the priests and scribes for everything, including information. Except, she thought, still standing in the bright red room, there was another source of information. She turned to her head servant. "What activities are going on today in the courtyard?" "Many, Vessel," the woman said. "Some artists have come and are doing paintings and sketches. There are some animal handlers showing exotic creatures from the south. I believe they have both elephants and zebras on display. There are also several dye merchants showing off their newest color combinations, and, of course, there are minstrels." "What about at that building we went to before?" "The arena, Vessel? I believe there will be games there later in the evening, contests of physical prowess." Ciri nodded. "Prepare a box. I want to attend." Back in her homeland, Ciri had occasionally watched running contests. They were usually spontaneous, as the monks didn't approve of men showing off. Astra gave all men talents. Flaunting them was seen as arrogance. Boys can't be so easily contained. She had seen them run, had even encouraged them. Those contests, however, had been nothing like what the Hallandren men now put on. There were a half-dozen different events going on at once. Some men threw large stones, competing for distance. Others raced in a wide circle around the interior of the arena floor, kicking up sand, sweating heavily in the muggy Hallandren heat. Others tossed javelins, shot arrows, or engaged in leaping contests. Ciri watched with a deepening blush, one that ran all the way down to the ends of her hair. The men wore only loincloths. During her weeks in the Grand City, she had never seen anything quite so interesting. A lady shouldn't stare at young men, her mother had taught. It's unseemly. Yet what was the point, if not to stare? Ciri couldn't help herself, and it wasn't just because of the naked skin. These were men who had trained extensively, who had mastered their physical abilities to wondrous effect. As Ciri watched, she saw that relatively little regard was given to the winners of each particular event. The contests weren't really about victory, but about the skill required to compete. In that respect, these contests were almost in line with Idrian sensibilities, yet at the same time, they were ironically opposite. The beauty of the games kept her distracted for much longer than she'd intended, her hair permanently locked into a deep maroon blush, even after she got used to the idea of men competing in so little clothing. Eventually, she forced herself to stand and turn away from the performance. She had work to do. Her servants perked up. They had brought all kinds of luxuries, full couches and cushions, fruits and wines, even a few men with fans to keep her cool. After only a few weeks in the palace, such comfort was beginning to seem commonplace to her. "There was a god who came and spoke to me before," Ciri said, scanning the amphitheater, where many of the stone boxes were decorated with colorful canopies. "Which one was it?" "Lightsong the Bold, Vessel," one of the serving women said. "God of bravery." Ciri nodded. "And his colors are?" "Gold and red, Vessel." Ciri smiled. His canopy showed that he was there. He wasn't the only god to have introduced himself to her during her weeks in the palace, but he was the only one who had spent any amount of time chatting with her. He'd been confusing, but at least he'd been willing to talk. She left her box, beautiful dress trailing on the stone. She'd had to force herself to stop feeling guilty for ruining them, since apparently each dress was burned the day after she wore it. Her servants burst into frantic motion, gathering up furniture and foods, following behind Ciri. As before, there were people on the benches below, merchants rich enough to buy entrance to the court, or peasants who had won a special lottery. Many turned and looked up as she passed, whispering among themselves. "It's the only way they get to see me," she realized. "Their queen." That was one thing that Idris certainly handled better than Hallandren. The Idrians had easy access to their king and their government, while in Hallandren the leaders were kept aloof, and therefore made remote, even mysterious. She approached the red and gold pavilion. The god she had seen before lounged inside, relaxing on a couch, sipping from a large, beautifully engraved glass cup filled with an icy red liquid. He looked much as he had before, the chiseled masculine features that she was already coming to associate with godhood, perfectly styled black hair, golden tan skin, and a distinctly blasé attitude. That's something else Idris was right about, she thought. My people may be too stern, but it also isn't good to become as self-indulgent as some of these returned. The god, Lightsong, eyed her and nodded in deference. "My queen." "Lightsong the Bold," she said, as one of her servants brought her chair. "I trust your day has been pleasant?" "So far this day I have discovered several disturbing and redefining elements of my soul, which are slowly restructuring the very nature of my existence." He took a sip from his drink. "Other than that, it was uneventful. You?" "Fewer revelations," Ciri said, sitting. "More confusion. I'm still inexperienced in the way things work here. I was hoping you could answer some of my questions. Give me some information, perhaps." "Afraid not," Lightsong said. Ciri paused, then flushed, embarrassed. "I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong?" "No, nothing wrong, child," Lightsong said, his smile deepening. "The reason I cannot help you is because I, unfortunately, know nothing. I'm useless. Haven't you heard?" I'm afraid I haven't." "You should pay better attention," he said, raising his cup toward her. "Shame on you," he said, smilingly. Ciri frowned, growing more embarrassed. Lightsong's high priest, distinguished by his oversized headgear, looked on disapprovingly, and that only caused her to be more self-conscious. Why should I be the ashamed one? She thought, growing annoyed. Lightsong is the one who is making veiled insults against me, and making overt ones against himself. It's like he enjoys self-deprecation. Actually, Ciri said, looking over at him, lifting her chin, I have heard of your reputation, Lightsong the Bold. Useless wasn't the word I heard used, however. Oh? He said. No. I was told you were harmless, though I can see that isn't true, for in speaking to you my sense of reason has certainly been harmed, not to mention my head, which is beginning to ache. Both common symptoms of dealing with me, I'm afraid, he said with an exaggerated sigh. That could be solved, Ciri said. Perhaps it would help if you refrain from speaking when others are present. I think I should find you quite amiable in those circumstances. Lightsong laughed. Not a belly laugh, like her father or some of the men back in Idris, but a more refined laugh. Still, it seemed genuine. I knew I liked you, girl, he said. I'm not sure if I should feel complimented or not. Depends on how seriously you take yourself, Lightsong said. Come, abandon that silly chair and recline on one of these couches. Enjoy the evening. I'm not sure that would be proper, Ciri said. I'm a god, Lightsong said with a wave of his hand. I define propriety. I think I'll sit, anyway, Ciri said, smiling, though she did stand and have her servants bring the chair farther under the canopy, so that she didn't have to speak so loudly. She also tried not to pay too much attention to the contests, lest she be drawn in by them again. Lightsong smiled. He seemed to enjoy making others uncomfortable, but then he also seemed to have no concern for how he himself appeared. I meant what I said before, Lightsong, she said. I need information. And I, my dear, was quite honest as well. I am useless, mostly. However, I'll try my best to answer your questions, assuming, of course, you will provide answers to mine. And if I don't know the answers to your questions? Then make something up, he said. I'll never know the difference. Unknowing ignorance is preferable to informed stupidity. I'll try to remember that. Do so, and you defeat the point. Now, your questions? What happened to the previous God Kings? Died, Lightsong said. Oh, don't look so surprised. It happens to people sometimes, even gods. We make, if you haven't noticed, laughable immortals. We keep forgetting about that live forever part, and instead find ourselves unexpectedly dead. And for the second time, at that. You might say that we're twice as bad at staying alive as regular folk. How do the God Kings die? Gave away their breath, Lightsong said. Isn't that right, Scoot? Lightsong's high priest nodded. It is, Your Grace. His Divine Majesty, Sesebron IV, died to cure the plague of dystrentia that struck Teteller 50 years ago. Wait, Lightsong said. Isn't dystrentia a disease of the bowels? Indeed, the high priest said. Lightsong frowned. You mean to tell me that our God King, the most holy and divine personage in our pantheon, died to cure a few tummy aches? I wouldn't exactly put it that way, Your Grace. Lightsong leaned over to Ciri. I'm expected to do that someday, you know. Kill myself so that some old lady will be able to stop messing herself in public. No wonder I'm such an embarrassing god. Must have to do with subconscious self-worth issues. The high priest looked apologetically at Ciri. For the first time she realized that the overweight priest's disapproval
wasn't directed at her, but at his god. To her, he smiled. Maybe they're not all like Trelades, she thought, smiling back. The God King's sacrifice was not an empty gesture, Vessel, the priest said. True, diarrhea may not be a great danger to most, but to the elderly and the young it can be quite deadly. Plus, the epidemic conditions were spreading other diseases, and the city's commerce, and therefore the kingdom's, had slowed to a crawl. People in outlying villages went months without necessary supplies. I wonder how those who were cured felt, Lightsong said musingly, waking to find their God King dead. One would think they'd be honored, Your Grace. I think they'd be annoyed. The king came all that way, and they were too sick to notice. Anyway, my queen, there you go. That was actually helpful information. You now have me worried that I've broken my promise to you about being useless. If it's any consolation, she said, you weren't all that helpful yourself. It's your priest who actually seems useful. Yes, I know. I've tried for years to corrupt him. Never seems to work. I can't even get him to acknowledge the theological paradox it causes when I try to tempt him to do evil. Ciri paused, then found herself smiling even more broadly. What? Lightsong asked, then finished off the last of his drink. It was immediately replaced by another, this one blue. Talking to you is like swimming in a river, she said. I keep getting pulled along with the current, and I'm never sure when I'll be able to take another breath. Watch out for the rocks, Vessel, the High Priest noted. They look rather insignificant, but have sharp edges under the surface. Bah, Lightsong said. It's the crocodiles you have to watch for. They can bite. And... What exactly were we talking about, anyway? The God Kings, Ciri said. When the last one died, an heir had already been produced? Indeed, the High Priest said. In fact, he had just been married the year before. The child was born only weeks before he died. Ciri sat back in her chair, thoughtful. And the God King before him? Died to heal the children of a village which had been attacked by bandits, Lightsong said. The commoners loved the story. The king was so moved by their suffering that he gave himself up for the simple people. And had he been married the year before? No, Vessel, the High Priest said. It was several years after his marriage, though he did die only a month after his second child was born. Ciri looked up. Was the first child a daughter? Yes, the priest said. A woman of no divine powers. How do you know? Colors, Ciri thought. Both times, right after the heir was born. Did having a child somehow make the God Kings wish to give their lives away? Or was it something more sinister? A cured plague or healed village were both things that, with a little creative propaganda, could be invented to cover up some other cause of death. I'm not truly an expert on these things, I'm afraid, Vessel, the High Priest continued, and I'm afraid that Lord Lightsong is not either. If you press him, he could very well just start making things up. Scoot, Lightsong said indignantly. That's slanderous. Oh, and by the way, your hat is on fire. Thank you, Ciri said. Both of you. This has actually been rather helpful. If I might suggest, the High Priest said. Please, she replied. Try a professional storyteller, Vessel, the priest said. You can order one in from the city. and he can recite both histories and tales of imagination to you. They will provide much better information than we can."
Ciri nodded. Why can't the priests in our palace be this helpful? Of course, if they really were covering up the true reason their god-kings died, they had good reason to avoid helping her. In fact, it was likely that if she asked for a storyteller, they would just provide one who would tell her what they wanted her to hear. She frowned. "Could you do that for me, Lightsong?"
"What?"
"Order a storyteller," she said. "I should like you to be there, in case I have any questions."
Lightsong shrugged. "I guess I could. Haven't heard a storyteller in some time. Just let me know when."
It wasn't a perfect plan. Her servants were listening, and they might report to the priests. However, if the storyteller came to Lightsong's palace, there was at least some chance of Ciri hearing the truth. "Thank you," she said, rising.
Not so fast,"
Lightsong said, raising a finger. She stopped. He drank from his cup. "Well?" she finally asked. He held up the finger again as he continued to drink, tipping his head back, getting the last bits of slushy ice from the bottom of the cup. He set it aside, mouth blue. "How refreshing. Idris. Wonderful place, lots of ice. Cost quite a bit to bring it here, so I've heard. Good thing I don't ever have to pay for anything, eh?" Ciri raised an eyebrow. "And I'm standing here waiting because you promised to answer some of my questions." "Oh," she said, sitting back down. "Of course. Now then," he said, "did you know any city guards back in your home?" She cocked her head. "City guards?" "You know, fellows who enforce the law. Police, sheriffs. The men who catch crooks and guard dungeons. That sort." "I knew a couple, I guess," she said. "My home city wasn't large, but it was the capital. It did attract people who could be difficult sometimes." "Ah, good," Lightsong said. "Kindly describe them for me. Not the difficult fellows, the city watch." Ciri shrugged. "I don't know. They tended to be careful. They'd interview newcomers to the village, walk the streets looking for wrongdoing, that sort of thing." "Would you call them inquisitive types?" "Yes," Ciri said. "I guess. I mean, as much as anybody. Maybe more." "Were there ever any murders in your village?" "A couple," Ciri said, glancing down. "There shouldn't have been. My father always said things like that shouldn't happen in Idris. Said murder was a thing of, well, Hallandren." Lightsong chuckled. "Yes, we do it all the time. Quite the party trick. Now, did these policemen investigate the murders?" "Of course." "Without having to be asked to do so?" Ciri nodded. "How'd they go about it?" "I don't know," Ciri said. "They asked questions, talked to witnesses, looked for clues. I wasn't involved." No, Lightsong said. "Of course you weren't. Why, if you'd been a murderer, they would have done something terrible to you, yes? Like exile you to another country." Ciri felt herself pale, hair growing lighter. Lightsong just laughed. "Don't go taking me so seriously, Your Majesty. Honestly, I gave up wondering if you were an assassin days ago. Now, if your servants and mine will stay behind for a second, I think I may have something important to tell you." Ciri started as Lightsong stood up. He began to walk from the pavilion, and his servants remained where they were. Confused, but excited, Ciri rose from her own seat and hurried after him. She caught up with him a short distance away, on the stone walkway that ran between the various boxes in the arena. Down below, the athletes continued their display. Lightsong looked down at her, smiling. They really are tall, she thought, craning a bit. A single foot of extra height made such a difference. Standing next to a man like Lightsong, and not really being that tall herself, she felt dwarfed. Maybe he'll tell me the thing I've been looking for, Ciri thought. The secret. You are playing a dangerous game, my queen, Lightsong said, leaning against the stone railing. It was built for returned proportions, so it was too high for her to rest against comfortably. Game? She asked. Politics, he said, watching the athletes. I don't want to play politics. If you don't, it will play you, I'm afraid. I always get sucked in, regardless of what I do. Complaining doesn't stop that, though it does annoy people, which is satisfying in its own right. Ciri frowned. So you pulled me aside to give me a warning? Colors, no, Lightsong said, chuckling. If you haven't already figured out that this is dangerous, then you're far too dense to appreciate a warning. I just wanted to give you some advice. The first is about your persona. My persona? Yes, he said. It needs work. Choosing the persona of an innocent newcomer was a good instinct. It suits you. But you need to refine it. Work on it. It's not a persona, she said sincerely. I am confused and new to all this. Lightsong raised a finger. That's the trick to politics, child. Sometimes, although you can't disguise who you are and how you really feel, you can make use of who you are. People distrust that which they can't understand and predict. As long as you feel like an unpredictable element in court, you will appear to be a threat. If you can skillfully and honestly portray yourself as someone they understand, then you'll begin to fit in. Ciri frowned. Take me as an example, Lightsong said. I'm a useless fool. I always have been, as long as I can remember, which actually isn't all that long. Anyway, I know how people regard me. I enhance it, play with it. So it's a lie? Of course not. This is who I am. However, I make certain that people never forget it. You can't control everything, but if you can control how people regard you, then you can find a place in this mess. And once you have that, you can begin to influence factions. Should you want to. I rarely do, because it's such a bother. Ciri cocked her head. Then she smiled. You're a good man, Lightsong, she said. I knew it. Even when you were insulting me. You mean no harm. Is that part of your persona? Of course, he said, smiling. But I'm not sure what it is that convinces people to trust me. I'd get rid of it if I could. It only serves to make people expect too much. Just give what I said some practice. The best thing about being locked in this beautiful prison is that you can do some good. You can change things. I've seen others do it. People I respected. Even if there haven't been many of those around the court lately. All right, she said. I will. You're digging for something. I can sense it. And it has to do with the priests. Don't make too many waves until you're ready to strike. Sudden and surprising, that's how you want to be. You don't want to appear too non-threatening. People are always suspicious of the innocent. The trick is to appear average, just as crafty as everyone else. That way, everyone else will assume that they can beat you with just a little advantage. Ciri nodded. Kind of an Idrian philosophy.
You came from us, Lightsong said. Or perhaps we came from you. Either way, we're more similar than our outward trappings make us seem.
What is that Idrian philosophy of extreme plainness, except a means of contrasting with Hallandren? All those whites you people use. That makes you stand out on a national scale. You act like us. We act like you. We just do the same things in opposite ways.
She nodded slowly. He smiled. Oh, and one thing. Please, don't depend on me too much. I mean that. I'm not going to be of much help. If your plots come to a head, if things go wrong at the last moment and you're in danger or distress, don't think of me. I will fail you. That I promise from my heart with absolute sincerity.
You're a very strange man.
Product of my society, he said. And since most of the time my society consists pretty much only of myself, I blame God. Good day, my queen.
With that, he sauntered off back to his box and waved for her servants, who had been watching with concern, to finally rejoin her. Chapter 28.
The meeting is set, my lady, Thame said. The men are eager. Your work in Teteller is gaining more and more notoriety.
Vivenna wasn't sure what she thought of that. She sipped her juice. The lukewarm liquid was addictively flavorful, although she wished for some Idrian ice.
Thame looked at her eagerly.
The short Idrian was, according to Denth's investigations, trustworthy enough. His story of being forced into a life of crime was a tad overstated. He filled a niche in Hallandren society. He acted as a liaison between the Idrian workers and the various criminal elements. He was also, apparently, a staunch patriot. Despite the fact that he tended to exploit his own people, particularly newcomers to the city.
How many will be at the meeting? Vivenna asked, watching traffic pass on the street out beyond the restaurant's patio gate.
Over 100, my lady, Thame said. Loyal to our king, I promise. And they're influential men, all of them, for Idrians in Teteller, that is. Which, according to Denth, meant that they were men who wielded power in the city because they could provide cheap Idrian workers and could sway the opinion of the underprivileged Idrian masses. They were men who, like Thame, thrived because of the Idrian expatriates. A strange duality. These men had stature among an oppressed minority, and without the oppression, they would be powerless. Like Lemix, she thought, who served my father, even seemed to respect and love him, all the while stealing every bit of gold he could lay his hands on. She leaned back, wearing a white dress with a long pleated skirt that rippled and blew in the wind. She tapped the side of her cup, which caused a serving man to refill her juice. Thame smiled, taking more juice as well, though he looked out of place in the fine restaurant. "How many are there, you suppose?" she asked. "Idrians in the city, I mean."
"Perhaps as many as 10,000.
"That many?"
"Trouble on the lower farms," Thame said, shrugging. "It's hard, sometimes, living up in those mountains. Crops fail, and what do you have? The king owns your land, so you can't sell. You need to pay your levies."
"Yes, but one can petition in the case of disaster," Vivenna said.
"Ah, my lady, but most of these men are several weeks' travel from the king. Should they leave their families to make a petition when they fear their loved ones will starve during the weeks it will take to bring food from the king's storehouse if they are successful? Or do they travel the much shorter distance down to Teteller?" take work there, loading on the docks or harvesting flowers in the jungle plantations. It's hard work, but steady. And in doing so, they betray their people. But who was she to judge? The fifth vision would define it as haughtiness. Here she sat in the cool shade of a canopy, enjoying a nice breeze and expensive juice, while other men slaved to provide for their families. She had no right to sneer at their motivations. Idrians shouldn't have to seek for work in Hallandren. She didn't like to admit fault in her father, yet his wasn't a bureaucratically efficient kingdom. It consisted of dozens of scattered villages with poor highways that were often blocked by snows or rock slides. In addition, he was forced to expend a lot of resources keeping his army strong in case of a Hallandren assault. He had a difficult job. Was that a good enough excuse for the poverty of her people who had been forced to flee their homeland? The more she listened and learned, the more she realized that many Idrians had never known anything like the idyllic life she'd lived in her lovely mountain valley. "The meeting is 3 days hence, my lady," Thame said. "Some of these men are hesitant after Var and his failure, but they will listen to you." "I will be there. Thank you." Thame rose, bowed, despite the fact that she'd asked him not to draw attention to her, and withdrew. Vivenna sat and sipped her juice. She felt Denth before he arrived. "You know what interests me?" he said, taking the seat Thame had been using. "What?" "People," he said, tapping an empty cup, drawing the serving man back over. "People interest me, particularly people who don't act like they're supposed to. People who surprise me." "I hope you aren't talking about Thame," Vivenna asked, raising an eyebrow. Denth shook his head. "I'm talking about you, Princess. Wasn't too long ago that no matter what or who you looked at, you had a look of quiet displeasure in your eyes. You've lost it. You're starting to fit in." "Then that's a problem, Denth," Vivenna said. "I don't want to fit in. I hate Hallandren." "You seem to like that juice, all right." Vivenna set it aside. "You're right, of course. I shouldn't be drinking it." "If you say so," Denth said, shrugging. "Now, if you were to ask the mercenary, which, of course, nobody ever does, he might mention that it's good for you to start acting like a Hallandren. The less you stand out, the less likely people are to connect you to that Idrian princess hiding in the city. Take your friend Parlin." "He looks like a fool in those bright colors," she said, glancing across the street toward where he and Jules were chatting as they watched the escape route. "Does he?" Denth said. "Or does he just look like a Hallandren? Would you hesitate at all if you were in the jungle and saw him put on the fur of a beast, or perhaps shroud himself in a cloak colored like fallen leaves?" She looked again. Parlin lounged against the side of a building, much like street toughs his age she'd seen elsewhere in the city. "You both fit better here than you once did," Denth said. "You're learning." Vivenna looked down. Some things in her new life were actually starting to feel natural. The raids, for instance, were becoming surprisingly easy. She was also growing used to moving with the crowds and being part of an underground element. 2 months earlier, she would have been indignantly opposed to dealing with a man like Denth, simply because of his profession. She found it very difficult to reconcile herself to some of these changes. It was growing harder and harder to understand herself, and to decide what she believed. "Though," Denth said, eyeing Vivenna's dress, "you might want to think about switching to trousers." Vivenna frowned, looking up. "Just a suggestion," Denth said, then gulped down some juice. "You don't like the short Hallandren skirts.
But the only decent clothing we can buy you that are modest are of foreign make, and that makes them expensive. That means we have to use expensive restaurants, lest we stand out. That means you have to deal with all of this terrible lavishness. Trousers, however, are modest and cheap.
Trousers are not modest.
Don't show knees, he said.
Doesn't matter.
Denth shrugged. Just giving my opinion.
Vivenna looked away, then sighed quietly. I appreciate the advice, Denth. Really. I'm confused by a lot of my life lately.
World's a confusing place, Denth said. That's what makes it fun.
The men we're working with, Vivenna said. They lead the Idrians in the city, but exploit them at the same time. Lemek stole from my father, but still worked for the interests of my country. And here I am, wearing an overpriced dress and sipping expensive juice, while my sister is being abused by an awful dictator, and while this wonderful, terrible city prepares to launch a war on my homeland. Denth leaned back in his chair, looking out over the short railing toward the street, watching the crowds with their colors both beautiful and terrible. The motivations of men, they never make sense. And they always make sense. Right now, you don't make sense.
Denth smiled. What I'm trying to say is that you don't understand a man until you understand what makes him do what he does. Every man is a hero in his own story, Princess. Murderers don't believe that they're to blame for what they do. Thieves, they think they deserve the money they take. Dictators, they believe they have the right, for the safety of their people and the good of the nation, to do whatever they wish.
He stared off, shaking his head.
I think even Vasher sees himself as a hero. The truth is, most people who do what you'd call wrong do it for what they call right reasons. Only mercenaries make any sense. We do what we're paid to do. That's it. Perhaps that's why people look down on us so. We're the only ones who don't pretend to have higher motives.
He paused, then met her eyes.
In a way, we're the most honest men you'll ever meet.
The two of them fell silent, the crowd passing by just a short distance away, a river of flashing colors. Another figure approached the table. That's right, Tonk Fa said. But you forgot to mention that in addition to being honest, we're also clever and handsome.
Those both go without saying,
Denth said. Vivenna turned. Tonk Fa had been watching from nearby, ready to provide backup. They were letting her start to take the lead in some of the meetings. Honest, perhaps, Vivenna said, but I certainly hope that you're not the most handsome men I'll ever meet. Are we ready to go?
Assuming you're finished with your juice,
Denth said, smirking at her. Vivenna glanced at her cup. It was very good. Feeling guilty, she drained the juice. It would be a sin to waste it, she thought. Then she rose and swished her way from the building, leaving Denth, who now handled most of the coins, to settle the bill. Outside on the street, they were joined by Claude, who'd been given orders to come if she screamed for help. She turned, looking back at Tonk Fa and Denth. Tonks, she said, where's your monkey? He sighed. Monkeys are boring anyway. She rolled her eyes. You lost another one? Denth chuckled.
Get used to it, Princess. Of all the happy miracles in the universe, one of the greatest is that Tonks has never fathered a child. He'd probably lose it before the week was out. She shook her head. You may be right, she said. Next appointment. Dedenir Garden, right? Denth nodded. "Let's go," she said, walking down the street. The others trailed behind, picking up Parlin and Jules on the way. Vivenna didn't wait for Claude to force a way through the crowd. The less she depended on that lifeless, the better. Moving through the streets really wasn't that difficult. There was an art to it. One moved with the crowd, rather than trying to swim against its flow. It wasn't long before Vivenna, at the front, the group turned off into the wide grassy field that was the Dedenir Garden. Like the Crossroads Square, this place was an open space of green life set among the buildings and colors. Yet, here no flowers or trees broke the landscape, nor did people bustle about. This was a more reverent place. And it was filled with statues, hundreds of them. They looked much like the other Dedenir in the city, with their oversized bodies and heroic poses, many tied with colorful cloths or garments. These were some of the oldest statues she had seen, their stone weathered from years spent enduring the frequent tutelar rainfalls. This group was the final gift from Peacegiver the Blessed. The statues had been made as a memorial to those who had died in the Many-War, a monument and a warning, so the legends said. Vivenna couldn't help thinking that if the people really did honor those who had fallen, they wouldn't dress the statues up in such ridiculous costumes. Still, the place was far more serene than most in Tutelar, and she could appreciate that. She walked down the steps onto the lawn, wandering between the silent stone figures. Denth moved up beside her. "Remember who we're meeting?" She nodded. "Forgers." Denth eyed her. "You all right with this?" "Denth, during our months together, I've met with thief lords, murderers, and, most frighteningly, mercenaries. I think I can deal with a couple of spindly scribes." Denth shook his head. "These are the men who sell the documents, not the scribes who do the work. You won't meet more dangerous men than forgers. Within the Hallandren bureaucracy, they can make anything seem legal by putting the right documents in the right places." Vivenna nodded slowly. "You remember what to have them make?" Denth asked. "Of course I do," she said. "This particular plan was my idea, remember?" "Just checking," he said. "You're worried that I'll mess things up, aren't you?" He shrugged. "You're the leader in this little dance, Princess. I'm just the guy who mops the floor afterward." He eyed her. "I hate mopping up blood." "Oh, please," she said, rolling her eyes, walking faster and leaving him behind. As he fell back, she could hear him talking to Tonk Fa. "Bad metaphor?" Denth asked. "Nah," Tonk Fa said. "It had blood in it. That makes it a good metaphor." "I think it lacked poetic style." "Find something that rhymes with blood, then," Tonk Fa suggested. He paused. "Mud? Thud? Taste bud?" They sure are literate, for a bunch of thugs, she thought. She didn't have to go far before she spotted the men. They waited beside the agreed meeting place, a large Dedenir with a weathered axe. The group of people were having a picnic and chatting among themselves, a picture of harmless innocence. Vivenna slowed. "That's them," Denth whispered. "Let's go sit beside the Dedenir across from them." Jules, Claude, and Parlin hung back, while Tonk Fa strolled away to watch the perimeter. Vivenna and Denth approached the statue near the forgers. Denth spread out a blanket for her, then stood to the side, as if he were a manservant. One of the men beside the other statue looked across as Vivenna sat down. Then he nodded. The others continued to eat. The Hallandren Underground's penchant for working in broad daylight still unnerved Vivenna, but she supposed it had advantages over skulking about at night.
You want some work commissioned?
The forger closest to her asked, just loudly enough that Vivenna could hear. It almost seemed part of his conversation with his friends.
Yes,
she said.
It costs.
I can pay.
You're the princess everyone is talking about?
She paused, noticing Dent's hand leisurely going to his sword hilt.
Yes,
she said.
Good,
the forger said.
Royalty always seems to know how to handle itself. What is it you desire?
Letters, Vivenna said. I want them to appear as if they were between certain members of the Hallandran priesthood and the King of Idris. They need to have official seals and convincing signatures.
Difficult,
the man said. Vivenna pulled something from her dress pocket. I have a letter written in King Dedellan's hand. It has his seal on the wax, his signature at the bottom. The man seemed intrigued, though she could only see the side of his face.
That makes it possible. Still hard. What do you want these documents to prove?
That these particular priests are corrupt, Vivenna said. I have a list on this sheet. I want you to make it look like they've been extorting Idris for years, forcing our king to pay outrageous sums and make extreme promises in order to prevent war. I want you to show that Idris doesn't want war, and that the priests are hypocrites. The man nodded.
Is that everything?
Yes.
It can be done.
We'll be in touch.
Instructions and explanations are on the back of the paper?
As requested, Vivenna said. The group of men stood, the servant moving forward to pack up their lunch. As he did so, he let a napkin blow in the wind, then rushed over and picked it up, grabbing Vivenna's paper, too. Soon, all of them were gone. Well? Vivenna asked, looking up. Good, Dent said, nodding to himself. You're becoming an expert. Vivenna smiled, settling back on her blanket to wait. The next appointment consisted of a group of thieves who had stolen, at Vivenna and Dent's request, various goods from the war offices in the Hallandran bureaucratic building. The documents were of relatively little import themselves, but their absence would cause confusion and frustration. That appointment wasn't for a few hours, which meant she could enjoy some time relaxing on the lawn, away from the unnatural colors of the city. Dent seemed to sense her inclination, and he sat down, leaning back against the side of the statue's bare pedestal. As Vivenna waited, she saw that Parlin was over talking to Jules again. Dent was right. Though his clothing looked ridiculous to her, it was because she knew him as an Idrian. Looking at him more objectively, she saw that he fit in remarkably well with other young men in the city. That's well and good for him, Vivenna thought with annoyance, looking away. He can dress as he wishes. He doesn't have to worry about his neckline or hemline. Jules laughed. It was almost a snort of derision, but there was some mirth in it. Vivenna looked back immediately, watching Jules roll her eyes at Parlin, who had a self-effacing smirk on his face. He knew he'd said something wrong. He didn't know what. Vivenna knew him well enough to read the expression and to know that he'd just smile and go along with it. Jules saw his face, then laughed again. Vivenna gritted her teeth. I should send him back to Idris, she said. Dent turned, looking down at her. Parlin, she said. I sent my other guides back. I should have sent him too. He serves no function. He's quick at adapting to situations, Dent said, and he's trustworthy. That's good enough reason to keep him. He's a fool, Vivenna said. Has trouble understanding half of what goes on around him. He's not the wit of a scholar, true, but he seems to instinctively know how to blend in. Besides, we can't all be geniuses like you." She glanced at Denth. "What does that mean?" "It means," Denth said, "that you shouldn't let your hair change colors in public, Princess." Vivenna started, noticing that her hair had shifted from a still, calm black to the red of frustration. Lord of colors, she thought. I used to be so good at controlling that. What is happening to me? "Don't worry," Denth said, settling back. "Jules has no interest in your friend. I promise you." Vivenna snorted. "Parlin? Why should I care?" "Oh, I don't know," Denth said. "Maybe because you and he have been practically engaged since you were children." "That's completely untrue," Vivenna said. "I've been engaged to the God King since before my birth." "And your father always wished you could marry the son of his best friend instead," Denth said. "At least, that's what Parlin says." He eyed her with a smirk. "That boy talks too much." "Actually, he's usually rather quiet," Denth said. "You have to pry to get him to talk about himself. Either way, Jules has other ties. So stop your worrying." "I'm not worried," Vivenna said, "and I'm not interested in Parlin." "Of course not." Vivenna opened her mouth to object, but she noticed Tonk Fa wandering over and didn't want him to join this discussion as well. She snapped her jaw shut as the hefty mercenary arrived. "Flood," Tonk Fa said. Denth asked. "Rhymes with blood," Tonk Fa said. "Now you can be poetic. Flood of blood. It is a nice visual image, far better than taste bud." "Ah, I see," Denth said flatly. "Tonk Fa?" "Yes?" "You're an idiot." "Thanks." Vivenna stood up and began to walk through the statues, studying them, if only to escape having to watch Parlin and Jules. Tonk Fa and Denth trailed along behind at a comfortable distance, keeping a watchful eye. There was a beauty to the statues. They weren't like the other kinds of art in Tutelar, flashy paintings, colorful buildings, exaggerated clothing. The Dedenir were solid blocks that had aged with dignity. The Hallandren, of course, did their best to destroy this with the scarves, hats, or other colorful bits they tied on the stone memorials. Fortunately, there were too many in this garden for all to be decorated. They stood as if on guard, somehow more solid than much of the city. Most stared up into the sky or looked straight ahead. Each one was different, each pose distinct, each face unique. It must have taken decades to create all of these, she thought. Perhaps that's where the Hallandren got their penchant for art. Hallandren was such a place of contradictions. Warriors to represent peace. Idrians who exploited and protected each other at the same time. Mercenaries who seemed to be among the best men she had ever known. Bright colors that created a kind of uniformity. And over it all, biochromatic breath. It was exploitive. Yet people like Jules saw giving up their breath as a privilege. Contradictions. The question was, could Vivenna afford to become another contradiction? A person who bent her beliefs in order to see that they were preserved. The breaths were wonderful. It was more than just the beauty or the ability to hear changes in sound and sense intrinsically the distinct hues of color. It was more even than the ability to sense life around her, more than the sounds of the wind and the tones of people talking, or her ability to feel her way through a group of people and move easily with the motions of a crowd. It was a connection. The world around her felt
close. Even inanimate things like her clothing or fallen twigs felt near to her. They were dead, yet seemed to yearn for life again. She could give it to them. They remembered life, and she could awaken those memories. But what good would it do to save her people if she lost herself? Denth doesn't seem lost, she thought. He and the other mercenaries can separate what they believe from what they are forced to do. In her opinion, that was why people regarded mercenaries as they did. If you divorced your belief from action, then you were on dangerous ground. No, she thought, no awakening for me. The breath would remain untapped. If it tempted her too much further, she would give the lot away to somebody who had none, and become a drab herself. Chapter 29. Tell me about the mountains, Sisebron wrote. Ciri smiled. Mountains? Please, he wrote, sitting in his chair beside the bed. Ciri lay on one side. Her bulky dress had been too hot for this evening, so she sat in her shift with a sheet over her, resting on one elbow so she could see what he wrote. The fire crackled. I don't know what to tell you, she said. I mean, the mountains aren't amazing like the wonders you have in Teller. You have so many colors, so much variety. I think that rocks sticking from the ground and rising thousands of feet into the air count as a wonder, he wrote. I guess, she said. I liked it in Idris. I didn't want to know anything else. For someone like you, though, it would probably be boring. More boring than sitting in the same palace every day, not allowed to leave, not allowed to speak, being dressed and pampered. Okay, you win. Tell me of them, please. His handwriting was getting very good. Plus, the more he wrote, the more he seemed to understand. She wished so much that she could find him books to read. She suspected that he'd absorb them quickly, becoming as learned as any of the scholars who had tried to tutor her. And yet, all he had was Ciri. He seemed to appreciate what she gave him, but that was probably only because he didn't know just how ignorant she was. I suspect, she thought, that my tutors would laugh themselves silly if they knew how much I'd come to regret ignoring them. The mountains are vast, she said. You can't really get a sense of it here in the lowlands. It's by seeing them that you know just how insignificant people really are. I mean, no matter how long we worked and built, we could never pile up anything as high as one of the mountains. They're rocks, like you said, but they're not lifeless. They're green as your jungles, but it's a different green. I heard some of the traveling merchants complain that the mountains cut off their view, but I think you can see more. They let you see the surface of the land as it extends upward, toward Austra's domain in the sky. He paused. Austra? Ciri flushed, hair blushing as well. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't talk about other gods in front of you. Other gods? He wrote. Like those in the court? No, Ciri said. Astra is the Idrian god. I understand, Sisebron wrote. Is he very handsome? Ciri laughed. No, you don't understand. He's not a returned, like you or Lightsong. He's... well, I don't know. Didn't the priests mention other religions to you? Other religions? He wrote. Sure.
she said. I mean, not everybody worships the Returned. The Idrians, like me, worship Ostra, and the Pankal people, like Bluefingers. Well, I don't actually know what they worship, but it's not you. That is very strange to consider, he wrote. If your gods are not returned, then what are they? Not they, Ciri said. Just one. We call him Ostra. The Hallandren used to worship him too before... She almost said before they became heretics. Before Peacegiver arrived, and they decided to worship the Returned instead. But who is this Ostra? He wrote. He's not a person, Ciri said. He's more of a force. You know, the thing that watches over all people, who punishes those who don't do what is right, and who blesses those who are worthy. Have you met this creature? Ciri laughed. Of course not. You can't see Ostra. Sisebron frowned, looking at her. I know, she said. It must seem silly to you. But, well, we know he's there. When I see something beautiful in nature, when I look at the mountains, with their wildflowers growing in patterns that are somehow more right than a man could have planted, I know. Beauty is real. That's what reminds me of Ostra. Plus, we've got the Returned, including the first Returned, Vo. He had the 5 visions before he died, and they must have come from somewhere. But you don't believe in worshipping the Returned. Ciri shrugged. I haven't decided yet. My people teach strongly against it. They're not fond of the way that the Hallandren understand religion. He sat quietly for a long moment. So, you do not like those such as me? What? Of course I like you. You're sweet. He frowned, writing, I don't think god-kings are supposed to be sweet. Fine, then, she said, rolling her eyes. You're terrible and mighty, awesome and deific, and sweet. Much better, he wrote, smiling. I should very much like to meet this Ostra. I'll introduce you to some monks sometime, Ciri said. They should be able to help you with that. Now you are mocking me. Ciri smiled as he looked up at her. There was no hurt in his eyes. He didn't appear to mind being mocked. Indeed, he seemed to find it very interesting. He particularly liked trying to pick out when she was being serious and when she wasn't. He looked down again. More than meeting with this god, however, I should like to see the mountains. You seem to love them very much. I do, Ciri said. It had been a long time since she'd thought of Idris. But as he mentioned it, she remembered the cool, open feeling of the meadows she had run through not so long ago. The crispness of the chilly air, something that she suspected one could never find in Hallandren. Plants in the Court of Gods were kept perfectly clipped, cultivated, and arranged. They were beautiful, but the wild fields of her homeland had their own special feel. Sisebron was writing again. I suspect that the mountains are beautiful, as you have said. However, I believe the most beautiful thing in them has already come down to me. Ciri started, then flushed. He seemed so open, not even a little embarrassed or shy about the bold compliment. Sisebron, she said, you have the heart of a charmer. Charmer? He wrote, I must only speak what I see. There is nothing so wonderful as you, even in my entire court. The mountains must be special indeed to produce such beauty.
See, now you've gone too far, she said. I've seen the goddesses of your court. They're far more beautiful than I am.
Beauty is not about how a person looks. Sisebron wrote, "My mother taught me this. The travelers in my storybook must not judge the old woman ugly, for she might be a beautiful goddess inside."
This isn't a story, Sisebron.
Yes, it is. He wrote, "All of those stories are just tales told by people who lived lives before ours. What they say about humankind is true. I have watched and seen how people act."
He erased, then continued,
"It is strange for me to interpret these things, for I do not see as normal men do. I am the God King. Everything, to my eyes, has the same beauty."
Ciri frowned. "I don't understand."
"I have thousands of breaths," he wrote. "It is hard to see as other people do. Only through the stories of my mother can I understand their ways. All colors are beauty in my eyes. When others look at something, a person, one may sometimes seem more beautiful than another. This is not so for me. I see only the color, the rich, wondrous colors that make up all things and give them life. I cannot focus only on the face, as so many do. I see the sparkle of the eyes, the blush of the cheeks, the tones of skin. Even each blemish is a distinct pattern. All people are wonderful."
He erased,
"And so, when I speak of beauty, I must speak of things other than these colors. And you are different. I do not know how to describe it."
He looked up, and suddenly Ciri was aware of just how close they were to each other. She, only in her shift, with a thin sheet covering her. He, tall and broad, shining with a soul that made the colors of the sheets bend out like light through a prism. He smiled in the firelight.
"Oh dear," she thought.
"This is dangerous." She cleared her throat, sitting up, flushing yet again. "Well, yes. Very nice. Thank you." He looked back down.
"I wish I could let you go home, to see your mountains again. Perhaps I could explain this to the priests."
She paled. "I don't think it would be good to let them know that you can read."
"I could use the artisan's script. It is very difficult to write, but they taught it to me so I could communicate with them if I needed to."
"Still," she said, "telling them you want to send me home could hint that you've been talking to me." He stopped writing for a few moments.
"Maybe that would be a good thing,"
he wrote. "Sisebron, they're planning to kill you."
"You have no proof of that."
"Well, it's suspicious, at least," she said. "The last 2 God Kings died within months of producing an heir."
"You're too untrusting," Sisebron wrote. "I keep telling you, my priests are good people."
She regarded him flatly, catching his eyes.
"Except for removing my tongue,"
he admitted. "And keeping you locked up, and not telling you anything. Look,
Even if they aren't planning to kill you, they know things they're not telling you. Perhaps it's something to do with biochroma, something that makes you die once your heir arrives. She frowned, leaning back. Could that be it? She wondered suddenly. Sisebron, how do you pass on your breaths? He paused. I don't know, he wrote. I don't know a lot about it. I don't either, she said. Can they take them from you? Give them to your son? What if that kills you? They wouldn't do that, he wrote. But maybe it's possible, she said, and maybe that's what happens. That's why having a child is so dangerous. They have to make a new God King, and it kills you to do so. He sat with his board on his lap, then shook his head, writing, I am a god. I am not given breaths. I am born with them. No, Ciri said. Bluefingers told me you'd been collecting them for centuries, that each God King gets 2 breaths a week instead of 1, building up his reserves. Actually, he admitted, some weeks I get 3 or 4. But you only need 1 a week to survive. Yes. And they can't let that wealth die with you. They're too afraid of it to let you use it, but they also can't let themselves lose it. So, when a new child is born, they take the breath from the old king, killing him, and give it to the new one. But returned cannot use their breath for awakening. He wrote, so my treasure of breaths is useless. This gave her pause. She had heard that. Does that mean only the breath you're born with? Or does it include the extra breaths that have been added on top? I do not know, he wrote. I'll bet you could use those extra breaths if you wanted, she said. Otherwise, why remove your tongue? You may not be able to access and use that breath that makes you returned in the first place, but you have thousands and thousands of breaths above that. Sisebron sat for a few moments, and then finally he rose, walking across to the window. He stared out at the darkness beyond. Ciri frowned, then picked up his board and crossed the room. She got off the bed and approached hesitantly, wearing only her shift. Sisebron, she asked. He continued to stare out the window. She joined him, careful not to touch him, looking out. Colorful lights sparkled amidst the city beyond the wall of the Court of Gods. Beyond that was darkness, the still sea. Please, she said, pushing the board into his hands. What is it? He paused, then took it. I am sorry, he wrote. I do not wish to appear petulant. Is it because I keep challenging your priests? No, he wrote. You have interesting theories, but I think they are just guesses. You do not know that the priests plan what you claim. That doesn't bother me. What is it, then? He hesitated, then erased with the sleeve of his robe. You do not believe that the returned are divine. I thought we already talked about this. We did. However, I realize now that this is the reason why you treat me as you do. You are different because you do not believe in my godhood. Is that the only reason I find you interesting? And if you do not believe, it makes me sad. Because a god is who I am. It is what I am. And if you do not believe in it, it makes me think you do not understand me. He paused. "Yes, it does sound petulant. I am sorry." She smiled, then tentatively touched his arm. He froze, looking down, but didn't pull back as he had times before. So she moved up beside him, resting against his arm. "I don't have to believe in you to understand you," she said. "I'd say that those people who worship you are the ones who don't understand. They can't get close to you, see who you really are. They're too focused on the aura and the divinity." He didn't respond. "And," she said, "I'm not different just because I don't believe in you. There are a lot of people in the palace who don't believe. Blue Fingers, some of the serving girls who wear brown, other scribes. They serve you just as reverently as the priests. I'm just... well, I'm an irreverent type. I didn't really listen to my father or the monks back home, either. Maybe that's what you need. Someone who would be willing to look beyond your godhood and just get to know you." He nodded slowly. "That is comforting," he wrote, "though it is very strange to be a god whose wife does not believe in him." Wife, she thought. Sometimes that was tough to remember. "Well," she said, "I should think it would do every man good to have a wife who isn't in awe of him as everyone else is. Somebody has to keep you humble." Humility is, I believe, somewhat opposite to godhood. "Like sweetness?" she asked. He chuckled. "Yes, just like that." He put the board down. Then, hesitantly, a little frightened, he put his arm around her shoulders, pulling her closer as they looked out the window at the lights of a city that remained colorful, even at night. Bodies, 4 of them. They all lay dead on the ground. Blood, an oddly dark color against the grass. It was the day after Vivenna's visit to the Dedenier garden to meet with the forgers. She was back again. Sunlight streamed down, hot upon her head and neck as she stood with the rest of the gawking crowd. The silent Dedenier waited in rows behind her, soldiers of stone who would never march. Only they had seen the 4 men die. People chattered with hushed voices, waiting for the city guard to finish their inspection. Denth had brought Vivenna quickly, before the bodies could be cleared. He had done so at her request. Now she wished she'd never asked. To her enhanced eyes, the colors of the blood on grass were powerfully distinct. Red and green. It made almost a violet in combination. She stared at the corpses, feeling an odd sense of disconnection. Color. So strange to see the colors of skin paled. She could tell the difference, the intrinsic difference, between skin that was alive and skin that was dead. Dead skin was 10 shades whiter than live skin. It was caused by blood seeping down and out of the veins, almost like the blood was the color, drained out of its casks, the paint of a human life which had been carelessly spilled, leaving the canvas blank. She looked away. "You see it?" Denth said at her side. She nodded silently. "You asked about him. Well, here's what he does.
This is why we're so worried. Look at those wounds.
She turned back. In the growing morning light, she could see something she'd missed before. The skin directly around the sword wounds had been completely drained of color. The wounds themselves had a dark black tinge to them, as if they had been infected with some terrible disease. She turned back to Denth.
Let's go,
Denth said, leading her away from the crowd as the city guards finally began to order people back, annoyed by the number of gawkers.
Who were they? She asked quietly.
Denth stared straight ahead.
A gang of thieves, ones we'd worked with.
You think he might come for us?
I'm not sure, Denth said. He could probably find us if he wanted. I don't know.
Tonk Fa approached across the green as they passed through the Dedenier statues.
Jules and Claude are on alert,
Tonk Fa said.
None of us see him anywhere.
What happened to the skin of those men? Vivenna asked.
It's that sword of his,
Denth growled.
We have to find a way to deal with it, Tonks. We're going to end up crossing him eventually. I can feel it.
But what is the sword? Vivenna asked. And how did it drain the color from their skin?
We'll have to steal the thing, Denth,
Tonk Fa said, rubbing his chin as Jules and Claude filled in around them, making a protective pattern as they moved out into the human river of the street.
Steal the sword?
Denth asked.
I'm not touching the thing.
No.
We have to make him use it. Draw it. He won't be able to keep it out for long. After that, we'll be able to take him easily. I'll kill him myself.
He beat Arsteel, Jules said quietly.
Denth froze. He did not beat Arsteel. Not in a duel, at least.
Vasher didn't use the sword, Jules said. There was no blackness to Arsteel's wounds.
Then Vasher used a trick,
Denth said.
Ambush, accomplices, something. Vasher is no duelist.
Vivenna let herself get pulled along, thinking of those bodies. Denth and the others had spoken of the deaths this Vasher was causing. She'd wanted to see them. Well, now she had, and it left her feeling disturbed, unsettled, and... She frowned, itching slightly. Someone with a lot of breath was watching her.
Hey,
Nightblood said. It's Varatrelides. We should go talk to him. He'll be happy to see me. Vasher stood openly atop the building. He didn't really care who saw him. He rarely did. An endless flow of people passed on the colorful street. Varatrelides, Denth, as he called himself now, walked among them with his team. The woman, Jules, Tonk Fa, as always, the clueless princess, and the abomination.
Is Shashara here?
Nightblood asked, excitement in his nebulous voice. We need to go see her. She'll be worried about what happened to me.
We killed Shashara long ago, Nightblood,
Vasher said.
Just like we killed Arsteel.
Just like we'll eventually kill Denth.
As usual, Nightblood refused to acknowledge Shashara's death. She made me, you know, Nightblood said. Made me to destroy things that were evil. I'm rather good at it. I think she'd be proud of me. We should go talk to her. Show her how well I do my job.
You are good at it,
Vasher whispered.
Too good.
Nightblood began to hum quietly, pleased at the perceived praise. Vasher, however, focused on the princess. walking in her obviously exotic dress, standing out like a flake of snow in the tropical heat. He would need to do something about her. Because of her, so many things were falling apart. Plans toppling like badly stacked boxes, creating a racket with their collapse. He didn't know where Denth had found her, or how he kept control of her. However, Vasher was sorely tempted to jump down and let Nightblood take her. The deaths the night before had already drawn too much attention. Nightblood was right. Vasher wasn't good at sneaking about. Rumors regarding him were widespread in the city. That was both good and bad. Later, he thought, turning from the silly girl and her mercenary entourage. Later. Chapter 30. Lightsong, Blushweaver said, hands on hips. What in the name of the iridescent tones are you doing? Lightsong ignored her, instead applying his hands to the clump of muddy clay in front of him. His servants and priests stood in a large ring, looking nearly as confused as Blushweaver, who had arrived at his pavilion just a few moments before. The pottery wheel spun. He held the clay, trying to get it to stay in place. Sunlight shone in through the sides of the pavilion, and the neatly manicured grass under his table was flecked with clay. As the wheel sped up, the clay twirled round, flipping out clods and clumps. Lightsong's hands became soaked with grimy, slick clay, and it didn't take long for the entire mess to flip off the wheel and squish to the ground. He said, regarding it. Have you taken leave of your senses? Blushweaver asked. She wore one of her customary dresses, which meant nothing on the sides, very little at the top, and only slightly more through the front and back. She had her hair up in an intricately twisting woven pattern of braids and ribbon, likely the work of a master stylist who had been invited into the court to perform for one of the gods. Lightsong hopped to his feet, holding his hands out to either side as servants rushed to wash them off. Others came and wiped the bits of clay from his fine robes. He stood thoughtfully as other servants removed the pottery wheel. "Well?" Blushweaver asked. "What was that?" "I just discovered that I'm no good at pottery," Lightsong said. "Actually, I am worse than no good. I am pathetic. Ridiculously bad. Can't even get the blasted clay to stay on the wheel." "Well, what did you expect?" "I'm not sure," Lightsong said, walking across the pavilion toward a long table. Blushweaver, obviously annoyed at being led along, followed. Lightsong suddenly grabbed 5 lemons off of the table and threw them into the air. He proceeded to juggle them. Blushweaver watched, and for just a moment, she looked honestly concerned. "Lightsong?" she asked. "Dear, is everything all right?" "I have never practiced juggling," he said, watching the lemons. "Now, please grab that guava fruit." She hesitated, then carefully picked up the guava. "Throw it," Lightsong said. She tossed it at him. He deftly plucked it from the air, then threw it into the pattern with the lemons. "I didn't know I could do this," he said. "Not before today. What do you make of it?" She cocked her head. He laughed. "I don't think I've ever seen you at a loss for words, my dear." "I don't know that I've ever seen another god throwing fruit into the air." "It's more than this," Lightsong said, dipping down as he nearly lost one of the lemons. "Today I have discovered that I know a surprising number of sailing terms, that I am fantastic at mathematics, and that I have a fairly good eye for sketching.
On the other hand, I know nothing about the dyeing industry, horses, or gardening. I have no talent for sculpting, I can't speak any foreign languages, and, as you've seen, I'm terrible at pottery. Blushweaver watched him for a second. He looked at her, letting the lemons drop, but snatching the guava out of the air. He tossed it to a servant, who began peeling it for him. My previous life, Blushweaver. These are skills that I, Lightsong, have no right to know. Whoever I was before I died, he could juggle. He knew about sailing, and he could sketch.
We're not supposed to worry about the people we were before,
Blushweaver said. I'm a god, Lightsong said, taking back a plate containing the peeled and sliced guava, then offering a piece to Blushweaver. And, by Kalad's phantoms, I'll worry about whatever I please. She paused, then smiled, and took a slice.
Just when I thought I had you figured out.
You didn't have me figured out, he said lightly, and neither did I. That's the point. Shall we go? She nodded, joining him as they began to cross the lawn, their servants bringing parasols to shade them. You can't tell me that you've never wondered, Lightsong said.
My dear,
she replied, sucking on a guava piece.
I was boring before.
How do you know?
Because I was an ordinary person. I would have been... Well, have you seen regular women?
Their proportions aren't quite up to your standards, I know, he said. But many are quite attractive.
Blushweaver shivered. Please, why would you want to know about your normal life? What if you were a murderer or a rapist? Worse, what if you had bad fashion sense?
He snorted at the twinkle in her eye. You act so shallow. But I see the curiosity. You should try some of these things. Let them tell you a little of who you were. There must have been something special about you for you to have returned. She said, smiling and sidling up to him. He stopped as she ran her finger down the front of his chest.
Well, if you're trying new things today, maybe there's something else you ought to think about.
Don't try to change the subject.
I'm not,
she said.
But how will you know who you were if you don't try? It would be an experiment.
Lightsong laughed, pushing her hand away. My dear, I fear you would find me less than satisfactory.
I think you overestimate me.
That's impossible. She paused, flushing slightly. Ah, Lightsong said. I didn't exactly mean...
Oh, bother, she said. Now you've spoiled the moment. I was about to say something very clever. I just know it.
He smiled. Both of us, at a loss for words in one afternoon. I do believe we're losing our touch.
My touch is perfectly fine, which you'd discover if you'd just let me show you.
He rolled his eyes and continued to walk. You're hopeless.
When all else fails, use sexual innuendo, she said lightly, joining him. It always brings the focus back to where it belongs. On me.
Hopeless, he said again. But I doubt we have time for me to chastise you again. We've arrived.
Indeed, Hopefinder's palace was before them, lavender and silver. It had a pavilion out front prepared with 3 tables and food.
Naturally, Blushweaver and Lightsong had arranged for the meeting ahead of time. Hopefinder the Just, god of innocence and beauty, stood up as they approached. He appeared to be about 13 years old. By apparent physical age, he was the youngest of the gods in the court, but they weren't supposed to acknowledge these discrepancies. After all, he'd returned when his body had been 2, which made him, in god years, Lightsong's senior by 6 years.
In a place where most gods didn't last 20 years, the average age was probably closer to 10. 6 years difference was very significant. "Lightsong, Blushweaver," Hopefinder said, stiff and formal. "Welcome." "Thank you, dear," Blushweaver said, smiling at him. Hopefinder nodded, then gestured toward the tables. The 3 small tables were separate, but set close enough together for the meal to remain intimate, while giving each god his or her own space. "How have you been, Hopefinder?" Lightsong asked, sitting. "Very well," Hopefinder said. His voice always seemed a little too mature for his body, like a boy trying to imitate his father. "There was a particularly difficult case during petitions this morning. A mother with a child who was dying of the fevers. She'd already lost her other 3, as well as her husband, all in the space of a year. Tragic." "My dear," Blushweaver said with concern, "you're not actually considering passing your breath, are you?" Hopefinder sat. "I don't know, Blushweaver. I am old. I feel old. Perhaps it is time for me to go. I'm 5th most aged, you know." "Yes, but with the times growing so exciting." "Exciting?" he asked. "Why, they're calming down. The new queen is here, and my sources in the palace say that she's pursuing her duties to produce an heir with great vigor. Stability will soon arrive." "Stability?" Blushweaver asked, as the servants brought them each a chilled soup. "Hopefinder, I find it hard to believe that you're so uninformed." "You think the Idrians plan to use the new queen in a play for the throne," Hopefinder said. "I know what you've been doing, Blushweaver. I disagree." "And the rumors out in the city?" Blushweaver said. "The Idrian agents who are causing such a ruckus? This so-called second princess somewhere in the city?" Lightsong paused, spoon halfway to his lips. "What was that?" he thought. "The city's Idrians are always creating one crisis or another," Hopefinder said, waving his fingers dismissively. "What was that disturbance 6 months ago? The rebel on the Outer Dye plantations. He died in prison, I recall. Foreign workers rarely provide a stable societal underclass, but I don't fear them." "They've never claimed to have a royal agent working with them," Blushweaver said. "Things could get out of hand very quickly." "My interests in the city are quite secure," Hopefinder said, lacing his fingers in front of him. The servants took away his soup. He'd taken only 3 sips. "How about yours?" "That's what this meeting is for," Blushweaver said. "Excuse me," Lightsong said, raising a finger. "But what in the colors are we talking about?" "Unrest in the city, Lightsong," Hopefinder said. "Some of the locals are unsettled by the prospect of war." "They could turn dangerous very easily," Blushweaver said, stirring her soup with a lazy motion. "I think that we should be prepared." "I am," Hopefinder said, watching Blushweaver with his too young face. Like all younger returned, the God King included, Hopefinder would continue to age until his body reached maturity. Then he would stop aging, just over the brink into the prime adulthood, until he gave up his breath. He acted so much like an adult. Lightsong hadn't interacted much with children, but some of his attendants, when training, were youths. Hopefinder wasn't like those. All accounts said that Hopefinder, like other young returned, had matured very quickly during his first year of life, coming to think and speak as an adult, while his body was still that of a young child. Hopefinder and Blushweaver continued to talk about the stability of the city, mentioning various acts of vandalism that had occurred. War plans stolen, city supply stations poisoned. Lightsong let them talk. He doesn't seem to find Blushweaver's beauty distracting, he thought as he watched. She turned to the fruit course, acting characteristically lascivious as she sucked on pieces of pineapple. Hopefinder either didn't care or didn't notice, as she leaned forward, showing an impressive amount of cleavage. Something is different about him, Lightsong thought. He returned when he was a child and acted like one for a very short time. Now, he's an adult in some ways, but a child in others. The transformation had made Hopefinder more mature. He was also taller and more physically impressive than ordinary boys his age, even if he didn't have the chiseled, majestic features of a fully grown god. And yet, Lightsong thought, eating a piece of pineapple, different gods have different body styles. Blushweaver is inhumanly well endowed, particularly for how thin she is. Yet Mercy Star is plump and curvaceous all around. Others, like Allmother, look physically old. Lightsong knew he didn't deserve his powerful physique. Like the knowledge of how to juggle, he somehow understood that a person usually had to work hard at manual labor to have such a muscular body. Lounging about, eating and drinking, should have made him plump and flabby. But there have been gods who were fat, he thought, remembering some of the pictures he had seen of returned who had come before him. There was a time in our culture's history when that was seen as the ideal. Did returned looks have something to do with the way society saw them? Perhaps their opinion of ideal beauty? That would certainly explain Blushweaver. Some things survived the transformation: language, skills, and, as he thought about it, social competence. Considering the fact that the gods spent their lives locked up atop a plateau, they probably should have been far less well-adjusted than they were. At the very least, they should have been ignorant and naive. Yet most of them were consummate schemers, sophisticates with a surprisingly good grasp of what happened in the outside world. Memory itself didn't survive. Why? Why could Lightsong juggle and understand the meaning of the word bowsprit, yet at the same time be unable to remember who his parents had been? And who was that face he saw in his dreams? Why had storms and tempests dominated his dreams lately? What was the Red Panther that had appeared yet again in his nightmares the night before? Blushweaver, Hopefinder said, holding up a hand. Enough. Before we go any further, I must point out that your obvious attempts to seduce me will gain you nothing. Blushweaver glanced away, looking embarrassed. Lightsong shook himself out of his contemplations. My dear Hopefinder, he said, she was not trying to seduce you. You must understand, Blushweaver's aura of allure is simply a part of who she is. It's part of what makes her so charming. Regardless, he said, I will not be swayed by it, or by her paranoid arguments and fears. My contacts do not think that these things are simple paranoia, Blushweaver said, as the fruit dishes were removed. A small chilled fish fillet arrived next. Contacts? Hopefinder asked. And just who are these contacts you keep mentioning? People within the God King's palace itself. We all have people in the God King's palace, Hopefinder said. I don't, Lightsong said. Can I have one of yours? Blushweaver rolled her eyes. My contact is quite important. He hears things, knows things. War is coming. I don't believe you, he said.
picking at his food. "But that doesn't really matter now, does it? You're not here to get me to believe you. You just want my army." "Your codes," Blushweaver said. "Lifeless security phrases. What will it cost us to get them?" Hopefinder picked at his fish some more. "Do you know, Blushweaver, why I find my existence so boring?" She shook her head. "Honestly, I still think you're bluffing on that count." "I'm not," he said. 11 years. 11 years of peace. 11 years to grow to sincerely loathe this system of government we have. We all attend the Assembly Court of Judgment. We listen to the arguments. But most of us don't matter. In any given vote, only those with sway in that field have any real say over anything. During war times, those of us with lifeless commands are important. The rest of the time, our opinion rarely matters. You want my lifeless? Be welcome to them. I have had no opportunity to use them in 11 years. And I venture that another 11 will pass without incident. I will give you those commands, Blushweaver, but only in exchange for your vote. You sit on the Council of Social Ills. You have an important vote practically every week. In exchange for my security phrases, you must promise to vote in social matters as I say, from now until one of us dies." The pavilion fell silent. "Ah, so now you reconsider," Hopefinder said, smiling. "I've heard you complain about your duties in court, that you find your votes trivial. Well, it's not so easy to let go of them, is it? Your vote is all the influence you have. It isn't flashy, but it is potent. Done," Blushweaver said sharply. Hopefinder cut off. "My vote is yours," Blushweaver said, meeting his eyes. "The terms are acceptable. I swear it in front of your priests, and mine, before another god even." By the colors, Lightsong thought, she really is serious. Part of him had presumed, all along, that her posturing about the war was just another game. Yet the woman who stared Hopefinder in the eyes wasn't playing. She sincerely believed that Hallandren was in danger, and she wanted to make certain that the armies were unified and prepared. She cared. And that left him worried. What had he gotten himself into? What if there really was a war? As he watched the interaction of the two gods, he was left chilled by how easily and quickly they dealt with the fate of the Hallandren people. To Hopefinder, his control of a quarter of the Hallandren armies should have been a sacred obligation. He was ready to toss that aside simply because he had grown bored. Who am I to chastise another's lack of piety? Lightsong thought. I, who don't even believe in my own divinity. And yet, at that moment, as Hopefinder prepared to release his commands to Blushweaver, Lightsong thought he saw something. Like a remembered fragment of a memory. A dream that he might never have dreamed. A shining room, glowing, reflecting light. A room of steel. A prison. "Servants and priests, withdraw," Hopefinder commanded. They retreated, leaving the three gods alone beside their half-eaten meals, pavilion silk flapping slightly in the wind. "The security phrase," Hopefinder said, looking at Blushweaver, "is a candle by which to see." It was the title of a famous poem. Even Lightsong knew it. Blushweaver smiled. Speaking those words to any of Hopefinder's 10,000 lifeless in the barracks would allow her to override their current orders and take complete control of them.
Lightsong suspected that by the end of the day she'd make the trip down to the barracks, which lay at the base of the court and were considered part of it, and begin imprinting Hopefinder's soldiers with a new security phrase, known only to her and perhaps a few of her most trusted priests.
"And now I withdraw," Hopefinder said, standing. "There is a vote this evening at the court. You will attend, Blushweaver, and you will cast your vote in favor of the reformist arguments." With that, he left.
"Why do I feel like we've just been manipulated?" Lightsong asked.
"We only got manipulated, my dear, if there isn't war. If there is, then we may have just set ourselves up to save the entire court, perhaps the kingdom itself."
"How very altruistic of us," Lightsong said.
"We're like that," Blushweaver said, as the servants returned. "So selfless, at times it's painful. Either way, that means we control 2 gods' worth of lifeless."
"Mine and Hopefinder's?"
"Actually," she said, "I was speaking of Hopefinder's and Mercy Star's. She confided hers to me yesterday, all the while talking about how comforting she found it that you'd taken a personal interest in the incident at her palace. That was very well done, by the way."
She seemed to be fishing for something. Lightsong smiled. "No. I didn't know that would encourage her to release her commands to you. I was just curious."
"Curious about a murdered servant?"
"Actually, yes," Lightsong said. "The death of a servant of the Returned is quite disconcerting to me, particularly in its proximity to our own palaces." Blushweaver raised an eyebrow. "Would I lie to you?" Lightsong asked.
"Only every time you claim you don't want to sleep with me. Lies. Brazen lies."
"Innuendo again, my dear?"
"Of course not," she said. "That was quite blatant. Regardless, I know that you're lying about that investigation. What was the real purpose of it?"
Lightsong paused, then sighed, shaking his head, waving for a servant to bring back the fruit. He liked that better. "I don't know, Blushweaver. In all honesty, I'm beginning to wonder if I might have been a kind of officer of the law in my previous life." She frowned. "You know, like City Watch. I was extremely good at interrogating those servants. At least, that's my own humble opinion."
"Which we've already established is quite altruistic."
"Quite," he agreed. "I think this might explain how I ended up dying in a bold way, giving me my name."
Blushweaver raised an eyebrow. "I just always assumed you were found in bed with a much younger woman and her father killed you. Seems far more bold than dying from stab wounds while trying to catch some petty thief."
"Your mockery slides right off my altruistic humility."
"Ah, indeed."
"Either way," Lightsong said, eating another chunk of pineapple, "I was a sheriff or investigator of some kind. I'll bet that if I ever got my hands on a sword, I'd prove one of the best duelists this city has ever seen."
She regarded him for a moment. "You're serious?"
"Dead serious. Dead as a squirrel serious." She paused, looking puzzled. "Personal joke," he said, sighing. "But yes, I believe it. Though, there's one thing I can't figure out."
"And that is?"
"How juggling lemons fits into it all." Chapter 31. "I feel I have to ask one more time," Denth said. "Do we have to go through with this?" Denth walked with Vivenna, Tonkfa, Jules, and Claude. Parlin had stayed behind at Dent's suggestion. He was worried about the dangers of the meeting and didn't want another body to keep track of.
Yes, we have to go through with this, Vivenna said. They're my people, Dent.
So? He asked. Princess, mercenaries are my people, and you don't see me spending that much time with them. They're a smelly, annoying lot.
Not to mention rude,
Tonkfa added.
Vivenna rolled her eyes. Denth, I'm their princess. Besides, you yourself said that they were influential.
Their leaders are, Denth said, and they'd be perfectly happy to meet with you on neutral ground. Going into the slums isn't necessary.
The common people, they really aren't all that important. She eyed him. That is the difference between Hallandren and Idrians. We pay attention to our people.
Behind, Jules snorted in derision. I'm not Hallandren, Denth noted. However, he let the statement drop as they approached the slums. Vivenna had to admit that as they grew closer, she did feel a little more apprehensive. This slum felt different from the others, darker somehow. Something more than just the run-down shops and unrepaired streets. Small groups of men stood on street corners, watching her with suspicious eyes. Every once in a while, Vivenna would catch a glimpse of a building with a woman in very revealing clothing, even for Hallandren, hanging about the front. Some even whistled toward Denth and Tonkfa. This was a foreign place. Everywhere else in Teteller, she felt like she didn't fit in. Here, she felt unwelcome, distrusted, even hated. She steeled herself. Somewhere in this place was a group of tired, overworked, frightened Idrians. The threatening atmosphere made her feel even sorrier for her people. She didn't know if they would be much help in trying to sabotage the Hallandren war effort, but she did know one thing. She intended to help them. If her people had slipped through the monarchy's fingers, then it was her duty to try and pick them back up. That look on your face, Denth said. What's it for?
I'm worried about my people, she said, shivering as they passed a large group of street toughs, dressed in black with red armbands, their faces stained and dirtied. I came by this slum when Parlin and I were searching for a new home. I didn't want to get close, even though I'd heard that rents were cheap. I can't believe that my people are so oppressed that they would have to live somewhere in here, surrounded by all of this.
Denth frowned. Surrounded by it?
Vivenna nodded. Living among prostitutes and gangs, having to walk past such things every day.
Denth started laughing, startling her. Princess, he said, your people don't live among prostitutes and gangs. Your people are the prostitutes and gangs.
Vivenna stopped in the middle of the street. What?
Denth glanced back at her. This is the Idrian quarter of the city. These slums are called the Highlands, for color's sake.
Impossible, she snapped.
Very possible, Denth replied. I've seen it in cities across the world. Immigrants gather, make a little enclave. That enclave gets conveniently ignored by the rest of the city. When roads are repaired, other places come first. When guards are sent to patrol, they avoid the foreign sections.
The slum becomes its own little world,
Tonkfa said, walking up beside her. Everyone you pass in here is Idrian, Denth said, waving for her to keep walking. There's a reason your kind have a bad reputation in the rest of the city.
Vivenna felt a numb chillness. No, she thought. No, it's not possible. Unfortunately, she soon began to see signs.
symbols of Ostra placed, unobtrusive by intention, in the corners of windowsills or on doorsteps. People in greys and whites, mementos of the Highlands in the form of shepherd's caps or wool cloaks. And yet, if these people were of Idris, then they'd been completely corrupted. Colors marred their costumes, not to mention the air of danger and hostility they exuded. And how could any Idrian even think of becoming a prostitute? I don't understand, Denth. We are a peaceful people, a people of mountain villages. We are open, friendly. That kind doesn't last long in a slum, he said, walking beside her. They change, or they get beaten down. Vivenna shivered, feeling a stab of anger at Hallandren. I could have forgiven the Hallandren for making my people poor. But this, they've made thugs and thieves out of caring shepherds and farmers. They've turned our women into prostitutes, and our children to urchins. She knew she shouldn't let herself get angry, and yet she had to grit her teeth and work very, very hard to keep her hair from bleeding to a smoldering red. The images awoke something within her, something she had consistently avoided thinking about. Hallandren has ruined these people, just as it ruined me by dominating my childhood, by forcing me to honor the obligation to be taken and raped in the name of protecting my country. I hate this city. They were unseemly thoughts. She couldn't afford to hate Hallandren. She had been told that on many occasions. She had trouble lately remembering why. But she succeeded in keeping her hatred and hair under control. A few moments later, Thame joined them and led them the rest of the distance. She had been told they would be meeting in a large park, but Vivenna soon saw that the term park had been used loosely. The plot of land was barren, strewn with garbage, and hemmed in by buildings on all sides. Her group stopped at the edge of this dreary garden and waited as Thame went ahead. People had gathered, as Thame had promised. Most were of the same type she had seen earlier, men wearing dark, ominous colors and cynical expressions, cocky street toughs, women in the garb of prostitutes, some worn-down older people. Vivenna forced a smile, but it felt insincere, even to her. For their benefit, she changed her hair color to yellow, the color of happiness and excitement. The people muttered among themselves. Thame soon returned and waved her forward. "Wait," Vivenna said. "I wanted to talk to the common people before we meet with the leaders." Thame shrugged. "If you wish." Vivenna stepped forward. "People of Idris," she said, "I've come to offer you comfort and hope." The people continued to talk among themselves. Very few seemed to pay any attention to her at all. Vivenna swallowed. "I know that you've had hard lives, but I want to promise you that the king does care for you and wants to support you. I will find a way to bring you home." "Home?" one of the men said. "Back to the Highlands?" Vivenna nodded. Several people snorted at that comment, and a few trailed away. Vivenna watched them go with concern. "Wait," she said. "Don't you want to hear me? I bring news from your king." The people ignored her. "Most of them just wanted confirmation that you were who you were rumored to be, Your Highness," Thame said quietly. Vivenna turned back toward the groups, still talking quietly in the garden. "Your lives can get better," she promised. "I will see you cared for." "Our lives are already better," one of the men said. "There is nothing for us in the Highlands. I earn twice as much here as I did back there." Others nodded in agreement.
"Then why even come to see me?" she whispered.
"I told you, Princess,"
Thame said.
"they're patriots. They cling to being Idrian. City Idrians. We stick together, we do. You being here, it means something to them, don't worry. They may seem indifferent, but they'll do anything to get back at the Hallandren."
Astra, Lord of Colors, she thought, growing even more deeply upset. These people aren't even Idrians anymore. Thame called them patriots, but all she saw was a group held together by the eternal pressures of Hallandren disdain. She turned, giving up on her speech. These people weren't interested in hope or comfort. They only wanted revenge. She could use that, perhaps, but it made her feel dirty even to consider it. Thame led her and the others down a pathway beaten into the ugly field of weeds and trash. Near the far side of the park, they found a wide structure that was partially a storage shed, partially an open wooden pavilion. She could see the leaders waiting inside. There were 3 of them, each with his own complement of bodyguards. She had been told of them ahead of time. The leaders wore rich, vibrant, tutelar colors. Slumlords. Vivenna felt her stomach twist. All 3 of the men had at least the first heightening. One of them had attained the 3rd. Jules and Claude took their places outside the building, guarding Vivenna's escape route. Vivenna walked in and sat in the last open chair. Denth and Tonkfa took up protective places behind her. Vivenna regarded the slumlords. All 3 were variations on the same theme. The one on the left looked most comfortable in his rich clothing. That would be Paxson, the gentleman Idrian, he was called. He'd gotten his money from running brothels. The one on the right looked like he needed a haircut to match his fine garments. That would be Ashu, who was known for running and funding underground fighting leagues, where men could watch Idrians box each other to unconsciousness. The one in the center seemed the self-indulgent type. He was sloppy, but in a purposefully relaxed way, perhaps because it was a nice accent to his handsome, youthful face. Rira, Thame's employer. She reminded herself not to put too much stock in any facile interpretation of their appearances. These were dangerous men. The room was silent. "I'm not sure what to say to you," Vivenna said finally. "I came to find something that doesn't exist. I was hoping that the people still cared about their heritage." Rira leaned forward, sloppy clothing out of place compared with the clothing of the others in the room. "You're our princess," he said. "Daughter of our king. We care about that." "Kind of," said Paxson. "Really, Princess," Rira said, "we're honored to meet with you, and curious at your intentions in our city. You've been making quite a stir." Vivenna regarded them with a serious expression. Finally, she sighed. "You all know that war is coming." Rira nodded. Ashu, however, shook his head. "I'm not convinced there will be war. Not yet." "It is coming," Vivenna said sharply. "I promise you that. My intentions in this city, therefore, are to make certain that the war goes as well for Idris as possible." "And what would that entail?" Ashu asked. "A royal on the throne of Hallandren?" Was that what she wanted? "I just want our people to survive." "A weak middle ground," said Paxson, polishing the top of his fine cane. "Wars are fought to be won, Your Highness. The Hallandren have lifeless. Beat them, and they'll just make more. I think that an Idrian military presence in the city would be an absolute necessity if you wanted to bring our homeland freedom.
Vivenna frowned.
You think to overthrow the city? Asked Ashu. If you do, what do we get out of it?
Wait, said Paxson. Overthrow the city? Are you sure we want to get involved in that sort of thing again? What of Var's failure? We all lost a lot of money in that venture.
Var was from Pankal, said Ashu. Not one of us at all. I'm willing to take another risk if there are real royals involved this time.
I didn't say anything about overthrowing the kingdom, Vivenna said. I just want to bring the people some hope. Or at least I did, she thought.
Hope? Asked Paxson. Who cares about hope? I want commitments. Will titles be handed out? Who gets the trade contracts if Idris wins?
You have a sister, Rira said. A third one, unmarried. Is her hand bargainable? Royal blood could gain my support for your war. Vivenna's stomach twisted. Gentlemen, she said in her diplomat's voice, this is not about seeking personal gain. This is about patriotism.
Of course, Rira said. But even patriots should earn rewards, right?
All three looked at her expectantly. Vivenna stood up. I will be going now. Denth, looking surprised, laid a hand on her shoulder. Are you sure? He asked.
It took quite a bit of effort to set up this meeting.
I have been willing to work with thugs and thieves, Denth, she said quietly. But seeing these and knowing they're my own people is too hard.
You judge us quickly, Princess, Rira said from behind, chuckling. Don't tell me that you didn't expect this.
Expecting something is different from seeing it firsthand, Rira. I expected you three. I didn't expect to see what had happened to our people.
And the 5 visions? Rira asked. You sweep in here, judge us beneath you, then sweep away? That's not very Idrian of you.
She turned back toward the men. The long-haired Ashu had already stood and was gathering his bodyguards to go, grumbling about the waste of time. What do you know of being Idrian? She snapped. Where is your obedience to Ostra? Rira reached beneath his shirt, pulling out a small white disc, inscribed with his parents' names. An Austrian charm of obedience.
My father carried me down here from the highlands, Princess. He died working the Edgeley fields. I've pulled myself up by the pain of my scraped, bleeding hands. I worked very hard to make things better for your people. When Var spoke of revolution, I gave him coin to feed his supporters.
You buy breath, she said, and you make prostitutes of housewives.
I live, he said, and I make sure that everyone else has enough food. Will you do better for them?
Vivenna frowned. She fell silent as she heard the screams. Her life sense jolted her, warning of large groups of people approaching. She spun as the slumlords cursed, standing. Outside, through the garden, she saw something terrible. Purple and yellow uniforms on hulking men with gray faces. Lifeless soldiers. The city watch. Peasants scattered, screaming as the lifeless tromped into the garden, led by a number of uniformed living city guards. Denth cursed, shoving Vivenna to the side. "Run!" he said, whipping his sword free. But Tongfa grabbed her arm, towing her out of the building as Denth charged the guards. The slumlords and their people were in disarray as they fled, though the city guards were quickly moving to cut off the exits. Tongfa cursed, pulling Vivenna into a small alleyway across from the garden. "What's going on?" she asked, heart-thumping.
"Raid,"
Tongfa said.
"Shouldn't be too dangerous, unless—"
Blades sounded, metal clashing against metal, and the screams grew more desperate. Vivenna glanced backward. The men from the slumlords' groups, feeling trapped, had engaged the lifeless. Vivenna felt a sense of horror, watching the terrible gray-faced men wade among the swords and daggers, ignoring wounds. The creatures pulled out their weapons and began to attack. Men yelled and screamed, falling, bloody. Denth moved to defend the mouth of Vivenna's alleyway. She didn't know where Jules had gone.
"Khalad's phantoms,"
Tongfa cursed, pushing her ahead of him as they retreated.
"Those fools decided to resist. Now we're in trouble."
"But how did they find us?"
"Don't know,"
he said.
"Don't care. They might be after you. They might just be after those slumlords. I hope we never find out. Keep moving."
Vivenna obeyed, rushing down the dark alleyway, trying to keep from tripping on her long dress. It proved very impractical to run in, and Tongfa kept shooing her forward, looking back anxiously. She heard grunts and echoing yells as Denth fought something at the mouth of the alleyway. Vivenna and Tongfa burst out of the alleyway. There, standing in the street waiting, was a group of 5 lifeless. Vivenna lurched to a halt. Tongfa cursed. The lifeless looked as if they were stone, their expressions eerily grim in the waning light. Tongfa glanced backward, obviously deciding that Denth wasn't going to be arriving any time soon, then resignedly held his hands up and dropped his sword.
"I can't take 5 on my own, Princess,"
he whispered.
"Not lifeless. We'll have to let them arrest us."
Vivenna slowly held her hands up as well. The lifeless pulled out their weapons.
Tongfa said, "We surrender?"
The creatures charged.
"Run!"
he shouted, reaching down and snatching his sword off the ground. Vivenna stumbled to the side as several of the lifeless charged Tongfa. She scrambled away as quickly as she could. Tongfa tried to follow, but had to stop to defend himself. She slowed, glancing back in time to see him ram his dueling blade through the neck of a lifeless. The creature gushed something that wasn't blood. 3 others got around Tongfa, though he did manage to whip his blade to the side, taking one in the back of the leg. It fell to the cobbles. 2 ran toward her. Vivenna watched them come, mind numb. Should she stay? Try to help? Help how? Something screamed within her. That something was visceral and primal. Run! And she did. She dashed away, overwhelmed with terror, taking the first corner she saw, ducking into an alleyway. She raced for the other end, but in her haste, she tripped on her skirt. She hit the cobblestones roughly, crying out. She heard footsteps behind her and yelled for help, ignoring her bruised elbow as she quickly tore her skirt off, leaving only her underbreeches. She scrambled to her feet, screaming again. Something darkened the other end of the alleyway, a hulking figure with gray skin. Vivenna stopped, then spun. The other 2 entered the alleyway behind her. She backed against the wall, feeling suddenly cold, shocked. Astra, God of Colors, she thought, trembling. Please. The 3 lifeless advanced on her, weapons drawn. She looked down. A bit of rope, frayed but still useful, sat in the refuse beside her discarded green skirt. Like everything else, the rope called to her, as if it knew that it could live again. She couldn't sense the lifeless bearing down on her, but ironically she felt as if she could sense the rope. Could imagine it, twisting around legs, tying the creatures up. "Those breaths you hold," Denth had said, "they're a tool. Almost priceless. Certainly powerful." She glanced back at the lifeless, with their inhumanly human eyes. She felt her heart thumping so hard it felt like someone was pounding on her chest. She watched them approach, and saw her death reflected in their unfeeling eyes. Tears on her face, she fell to her knees, trembling as she grabbed the rope. She knew the mechanics. Her tutors had trained her. She'd need to touch the fallen skirt to drain color out of it. "Come to life," she begged the rope. Nothing happened. She knew the mechanics, but that obviously wasn't enough. She wept, eyes blurry. "Please," she begged. "Please, save me." The first lifeless reached her, the one who had cut her off at the far end of the alleyway. She cringed, cowering, to the dirty street. The creature leaped over her. She looked up in shock as the creature slammed its weapon into one of the others as they arrived. Vivenna blinked her eyes clear, and only then did she recognize the newcomer. Not Denth, not Tonk Fa, a creature with skin as gray as that of the men attacking her, which was why she hadn't recognized him at first. Claude. He expertly took off the head of his first opponent, wielding his thick-bladed sword. Something clear sprayed from the neck of the beheaded creature as it fell backward, tumbling to the ground. Dead, apparently, as any man would have been. Claude blocked an attack from the remaining lifeless guard. Behind, in the mouth of the alleyway, 2 more appeared. They charged as Claude backed up, firmly planting 1 foot on either side of Vivenna. His sword held before him. It dripped clear liquid. The remaining lifeless guard waited for the other 2 to approach. Vivenna trembled, too tired, too numb, to flee. She glanced upward and saw something almost human in Claude's eyes as he raised his sword against the 3. It was the first emotion she'd seen in any lifeless, though she might have imagined it. Determination. The 3 attacked. She had assumed, in her ignorance back in Idris, that lifeless were like decaying skeletons or corpses. She'd imagined them attacking in waves, lacking skill, but having relentless, dark power. She'd been wrong. These creatures moved with proficiency and coordination, just as a human might. Except there was no speaking, no yelling or grunting, just silence, as Claude fended off 1 attack, then rammed his elbow into the face of a second lifeless. He moved with a fluidity she had rarely seen, his skill matching the brief moment of dazzling speed that Denth had displayed in the restaurant. Claude whipped his sword around and took the 3rd lifeless in the leg. One of the others, however, rammed his blade through Claude's stomach. Something clear squirted out both sides, spraying Vivenna. Claude didn't even grunt as he brought his weapon around and took off a second head. The lifeless guard died, falling to the ground and leaving his weapon sticking from Claude's stomach. One of the other guards stumbled away, leg bleeding clear blood, and then it fell backward to the ground too. Claude efficiently turned his attention to the last standing lifeless, which didn't retreat, but took an obviously defensive stance. The stance didn't work. Claude took this last one down in a matter of seconds, slamming his sword repeatedly against that of his opponent, before spinning it around in an unexpected motion and taking off his enemy's sword hand. That was followed by a blow to the stomach, dropping the creature. In a final motion, he efficiently rammed his blade through the neck of a fallen creature, stopping it from trying to crawl toward Vivenna, a knife in its hand. The alleyway fell still. Claude turned toward her, eyes lacking emotion, square jaw and rectangular face set above a thick, muscled neck. He began to twitch. He shook his head, as if trying to clear his vision. An awful lot of clear liquid was pouring from his torso. He placed one hand against the wall, then slumped to his knees. Vivenna hesitated, then reached out a hand toward him. Her hand fell on his arm. The skin was cold. A shadow moved on the other side of the alleyway. She looked up, apprehensive, still in shock. "All colors," Tonk Fa said, running forward, outfit wet with clear liquid.
"Denth, she's here."
He knelt down beside Vivenna.
"You okay?"
She nodded dully, only barely aware that she was still holding her skirt in one hand. That meant her legs, to just above her knees, were exposed. She couldn't find it in herself to care, nor did she care that her hair was bleached white. She just stared at Claude, who knelt before her, head bowed, as if worshipping at some strange altar. His weapon slipped from his twitching fingers and clanged to the cobbles. His eyes stared forward, glassy. Tongfa followed her gaze, looking at Claude.
"Yeah," he said. "Jules is not going to be pleased. Come on, we need to get out of here."
Chapter 32. He was always gone when Ciri awoke. She lay in the deep, well-stuffed bed, morning light streaming through the window. Already the day was growing warm, and even her single sheet was too hot. She threw it off, but remained on the bed, looking up at the ceiling. She could tell from the sunlight that it was nearly noon. She and Sisebron tended to stay up late, talking. That was probably a good thing. Some might see that she was getting up later and later each morning and think that it was due to other activities. She stretched. At first, it had been strange to communicate with the God King. As the days progressed, however, it was feeling more and more natural to her. She found his writing, uncertain, unpracticed letters that explained such interesting thoughts, to be endearing. If he spoke, she suspected that his voice would be kindly. He was so tender. She'd never have expected that. She smiled, sinking back into her pillow, idly wishing for him to still be there when she awoke. She was happy. That also was something she'd never expected from Hallandren. She did miss the Highlands, and her inability to leave the Court of Gods frustrated her, particularly considering the politics. And yet there were other things, marvelous things, the brilliant colors, the performers, the sheer overwhelming experience of Teteller. And there was the opportunity to speak with Sisebron each night. Her brashness had been such a shame and an embarrassment to her family, but Sisebron found it fascinating, even alluring. She smiled again, letting herself dream. However, real life began to intrude. Sisebron was in danger. Real, serious danger. He refused to believe that his priests could bear him any sort of malice or be a threat. That same innocence which made him so appealing was also a terrible liability. But what to do? Nobody else knew of his predicament. There was only one person who could help him. That person, unfortunately, wasn't up to the task. She had ignored her lessons and had come to her fate wholly unprepared. So what? A part of her mind whispered. Ciri stared at the ceiling. She found it hard to summon her customary shame at having ignored her lessons. She'd made a mistake. How much time was she going to spend moping, annoyed at herself for something done and gone? All right, she told herself, enough excuses. I might not have prepared as well as I should, but I'm here now, and I need to do something. Because nobody else will. She climbed out of bed, running her fingers through her long hair. Sisebron liked it long. He found it as fascinating as her serving women did. With them to help her care for it, the length was worth the trouble. She folded her arms, wearing only her shift, pacing. She needed to play their game. She hated thinking of it that way. Game implied small stakes. This was no game. It was the God King's life. She searched through her memory, dredging up what scraps she could from her lessons. Politics was about exchanges. It was about giving what you had, or what you implied that you had, in order to gain more. It was like being a merchant. You started with a certain stock, and by the end of the year, you hoped to have increased that stock, or maybe even have changed it into a completely different and better stock. Don't make too many waves until you're ready to strike, Lightsong had told her. Don't appear too innocent, but don't appear too smart either. Be average. She stopped beside the bed, then gathered up the bed sheets and towed them over to the smoldering fire to burn, as was her daily chore. Exchanges, she thought, watching the sheets catch fire in the large hearth. What do I have to trade or exchange? Not much. It would have to do. She walked over and pulled open the door. As usual, a group of serving women waited outside. Ciri's standard ladies moved around her, bringing clothing. Another group of servants, however, moved to tidy the room. Several of these wore brown. As her servants dressed her, she watched one of the girls in brown. At a convenient moment, Ciri stepped over, putting a hand on the girl's shoulder. "You are from Pankal?" Ciri said quietly. The girl nodded, surprised. "I have a message I want you to give to Bluefingers," Ciri whispered. "Tell him I have vital information he needs to know. I'd like to trade. Tell him it could change his plans drastically." The girl paled, but nodded, and Ciri stepped back to continue dressing. Several of the other serving women had heard the exchange, but it was a sacred tenet of the Hallandran religion that the servants of a god weren't to repeat what they heard in confidence. Hopefully that would hold true. If it didn't, then she hadn't really given that much away. Now she just had to decide just what vital information she had, and why exactly Bluefingers should care about it. "My dear Queen," Lightsong said, actually going so far as to embrace Ciri as she stepped into his box at the arena. Ciri smiled as Lightsong waved for her to seat herself in one of his chaise lounges. Ciri sat with care. She was coming to favor the elaborate Hallandran gowns, but moving gracefully in them took quite a bit of skill. As she settled, Lightsong called for fruit. "You treat me too kindly," Ciri said. "Nonsense," Lightsong said. "You're my queen. Besides, you remind me of someone of whom I was very fond." "And who is that?" "I honestly have no idea," Lightsong said, accepting a plate of sliced grapes, then handing them to Ciri. "I can barely remember her. Grapes?" Ciri raised an eyebrow, but she knew by now not to encourage him too much. "Tell me," she asked, using a little wooden spear to eat her grape slices, "why do they call you Lightsong the Bold?" "There is an easy answer to that," he said, leaning back. "It's because of all the gods, only I am bold enough to act like a complete idiot." Ciri raised an eyebrow. "My station requires true courage," he continued. "You see, I am normally quite a solemn and boring person. At nights, my fondest desire is to sit and compose interminably periphrastic lectures on morality for my priests to read to my followers. Alas, I cannot. Instead, I go out each evening, abandoning didactic theology in favor of something which requires true courage, spending time with the other gods." "Why does that take courage?" He looked at her. "My lady, have you seen how positively tedious they all can be?" Ciri laughed. "Oh, really?" she said. "Where did the name come from?" "It's a complete misnomer," Lightsong said. "Obviously you're intelligent enough to see that. Our names and titles are assigned randomly by a small monkey who has been fed an exceedingly large amount of gin." Now you're just being silly."
"Now?" Lightsong asked. "Now?" He raised a cup of wine toward her. "My dear, I am always silly. Please be good enough to retract that statement at once."
Ciri just shook her head. Lightsong, it appeared, was in rare form this afternoon. Great, she thought. My husband is in danger of being murdered by unknown forces, and my only allies are a scribe who's afraid of me and a god who makes no sense.
"It has to do with death," Lightsong finally said, as the priests began to file into the arena floor below for this day's round of arguments.
Ciri looked toward him.
"All men die," Lightsong said. "Some, however, die in ways that exemplify a particular attribute or emotion. They show a spark of something greater than the rest of mankind. That is what is said to bring us back."
He fell silent. "You died showing great bravery, then?" Ciri asked.
"Apparently," he said. "I don't know for sure. Something in my dream suggests that I may have insulted a very large panther. That sounds rather brave, don't you think?"
"You don't know how you died?"
He shook his head. "We forget," he said. "We awake without memories. I don't even know what work I did."
Ciri smiled. "I suspect that you were a diplomat, or a salesman of some sort. Something that required you to talk a lot, but say very little."
"Yes," he said quietly, seeming unlike himself as he stared down at the priests below. "Yes, no doubt that was it exactly." He shook his head, then smiled at her. "Regardless, my dear queen, I have provided a surprise for you this day."
"Do I want to be surprised by Lightsong?"
She glanced about nervously. He laughed. "No need to fear," he said. "My surprises rarely cause bodily harm, and never to beautiful queens." He waved his hand, and an elderly man with an extraordinarily long white beard approached. Ciri frowned. "This is Hoyd," Lightsong said, "Master Storyteller. I believe you had some questions you wished to ask."
Ciri laughed in relief, remembering only now her request to Lightsong. She glanced at the priests below. Shouldn't we be paying attention to the speeches?"
Lightsong waved indifferently. "Pay attention? Ridiculous. That would be far too responsible of us. We're gods, for the color's sake. Or, well, I am. You're close enough. A god-in-law, one might say. Anyway, do you really want to listen to a bunch of stuffy priests talk about sewage treatment?"
Ciri grimaced.
"I thought not. Besides, neither of us has votes pertaining to this issue. So let us spend our time wisely. We never know when we will run out."
"Of time?" Ciri asked. "But you're immortal."
"Not run out of time," Lightsong said, holding up his plate. "Of grapes. I hate listening to storytellers without grapes."
Ciri rolled her eyes, but continued to eat the grape slices. The storyteller waited patiently. As she looked more closely, she could tell that he wasn't quite as old as he seemed at first glance. The beard must be a badge of his profession, and while it didn't appear to be fake, she suspected that it had been bleached. He was really much younger than he wanted to appear. Still, she doubted Lightsong would have settled for anyone other than the very best. She settled back in her chair, which, she noticed, had been crafted for someone of her size. "I should be careful with my questions," she thought. "I can't ask directly about the deaths of the old god-kings. That would be too obvious." "Storyteller," she said, "what do you know of Hallandren history?"
"Much, my queen," he said, bowing his head.
"Tell me of the days before the division between Idris and Hallandren."
"Ah," the man said, reaching into a pocket.
He pulled out a handful of sand and began to rub it between his fingers, letting it drop in a soft stream toward the ground, its grains blown slightly in the wind. Her Majesty wishes one of the deep stories from long before, a story before time began. I wish to know the origins of the Hallandren god-kings. Then we begin in the distant haze, the storyteller said, bringing up another hand, letting powdery black sand drop from it, mixing with the sand that fell from the first hand. As Ciri watched, the black sand turned white, and she cocked her head, smiling at the display. The first god-king of Hallandren is ancient, Hoyd said. Ancient, yes. Older than kingdoms and cities, older than monarchs and religions. Not older than the mountains, for they were already here. Like the knuckles of the sleeping giants below, they formed this valley, where panthers and flowers both make their home. We speak of just the valley, then, a place before it had a name. The people of Chedesh still dominated the world. They sailed the inner sea, coming from the east, and it was they who first discovered this strange land. Their writings are sparse. Their empire has long since been taken by the dust, but memory remains. Perhaps you can imagine their surprise upon arriving here, a place with beaches of fine soft sand, with fruits aplenty, and with strange alien forests. Hoyd reached into his robes and pulled out a handful of something else. He began to drop it before him, small green leaves from the fronds of a fern. Paradise, they called it, Hoyd whispered. A paradise hidden between the mountains, a land with pleasant rains that never grew cold, a land where succulent food grew spontaneously. He threw the handful of leaves into the air, and in the center of them puffed a burst of colorful dust, like a tiny flameless firework. Deep reds and blues mixed in the air, blowing around him. A land of color, he said. Because of the tears of Edgeley, the striking flowers of such brilliance that could yield dyes that would hold fast in any cloth. Ciri had never really thought about how Hallandren would look to people who came across the inner sea. She'd heard stories from the Ramblemen who came into Idris, and they spoke of distant places. In other lands, one found prairies and steppes, mountains and deserts, but not jungles. Hallandren was unique. The first returned was born during this time, Hoyd said, sprinkling a handful of silver glitter into the air before him. Aboard a ship that was sailing the coast, returned can now be found in all parts of the world. But the first one, the man whom you call Vo, but we name only by his title, was born here, in the waters of this very bay. He declared the 5 visions. He died a week later. The men of his ship founded a kingdom upon these beaches, then called Hanold. Before their arrival, all that had existed in these jungles was the people of Pankal, more a mere collection of fishing villages than a true kingdom. The glitter ran out, and Hoyd began to drop a powdery brown dirt from his other hand as he reached into another pocket. Now, you may wonder why I must travel back so far. Should I not speak of the many war, of the shattering of kingdoms, of the 5 scholars, of Khalad the usurper and his phantom army, which some say still hides in these jungles, waiting? Those are the events we focus upon, the ones men know the best. To speak only of them, however, is to ignore the history of 300 years that led up to them,
Would there have been a many-war without knowledge of the returned? It was a returned, after all, who predicted the war and prompted Strife-Lover to attack the kingdoms across the mountains.
Strife-Lover? Ciri interrupted.
Yes, Your Majesty, Hoyd said, switching to a black dust. Strife-Lover, another name for Khalad the Usurper.
That sounds like the name of a returned.
Hoyd nodded. Indeed, he said, Khalad was returned, as was Peacegiver, the man who overthrew him and founded Hallandren. We haven't arrived at that part yet. We are still back in Hanold, the outpost become kingdom, founded by the men of the First Return's crew. They were the ones who chose the First Return's wife as their queen, then used the Tears of Edgeley to create fantastic dyes which sold for untold riches across the world. This soon became a bustling center of trade. He removed a handful of flower petals and began to let them fall before him. The Tears of Edgeley, the source of Hallandren wealth. Such small things, so easy to grow here. And yet, this is the only soil where they will live. In other parts of the world, dyes are very difficult to produce, expensive. Some scholars say that the many-war was fought over these flower petals, that the kingdoms of Cuth and Huff were destroyed by little drips of color. The petals fell to the floor.
But only some of the scholars say that, storyteller, Lightsong said. Ciri turned, having almost forgotten that he was with her. What do the rest say? Why was the many-war fought in their opinions?
The storyteller fell silent for a moment, and then he pulled out 2 handfuls and began to release dust of a half-dozen different colors. Breath, Your Grace. Most agree that the many-war was not only about petals squeezed dry, but a much greater prize. People squeezed dry. You know, perhaps, that the royal family was growing increasingly interested in the process by which breath could be used to bring objects to life. Awakening, it was then first being called. It was a fresh and poorly understood art then. It still is, in many ways. The workings of the souls of men, their power to animate ordinary objects, and the dead to life, is something discovered barely 4 centuries ago, a short time by the accounting of gods.
Unlike a court proceeding,
Lightsong mumbled, glancing over at the priests who were still talking about sanitation.
Those seem to last an eternity, according to the accounting of this god.
The storyteller didn't break stride at the interruption. Breath, he said. The years leading up to the many-war. Those were the days of the 5 scholars and the discovery of new commands. To some, this was a time of great enlightenment and learning. Others call them the darkest days of men, for it was then we learned to best exploit one another. He began to drop 2 handfuls of dust, one bright yellow, the other black. Ciri watched, amused. He seemed to be slanting what he said toward her, careful not to offend her Idrian sensibilities. What did she really know of breath? She'd rarely even seen any awakeners in the court. Even when she did, she didn't really care. The monks had spoken against such things, but, well, she had paid about as much attention to them as she had to her tutors. One of the 5 scholars made a discovery. Hoyd continued, dropping a handful of white scraps, small torn pieces of paper with writing on them. Commands, methods, the means by which a lifeless could be created from a single breath. This, perhaps, seems a small thing to you, but you must look at the past of this kingdom and its founding. Hallandren began with the servants of a returned and was developed by an expansive mercantile effort. It controlled a uniquely lucrative region
which, through the discovery and maintenance of the northern passes, combined with increasingly skillful navigation, was becoming a jewel coveted by the rest of the world. He paused, and his second hand came up, dropping little bits of metal, which fell to the stonework with a sound not unlike falling rain. "And so the war came," he said. "The 5 scholars split, joining different sides. Some kingdoms gained the use of lifeless, while others did not. Some kingdoms had weapons, others could only envy. To answer the gods' question, my story claims one other reason for the many war: the ability to create lifeless so cheaply. Before the discovery of the single breath command, lifeless took 50 breaths to make. Extra soldiers, even a lifeless one, are of limited use if you can gain only one for every 50 men you already have. However, being able to create a lifeless with a single breath, 1 for 1, that will double your troops, and half of them won't need to eat." The metal stopped falling. "Lifeless are no stronger than living men," Hoyd said. "They are the same. They are not more skilled than living men. They are the same. However, not having to eat like regular men, that advantage was enormous. Mix that with their ability to ignore pain and never feel fear, and suddenly you had an army that others couldn't stand against. It was taken even further by Khalad, who was said to have created a new and more powerful type of lifeless, gaining an advantage even more frightening." "What kind of new lifeless?" Ciri asked, curious. "Nobody remembers, Your Majesty," Hoyd explained. "The records of that time have been lost. Some say they were burned intentionally. Whatever the true nature of Khalad's phantoms, they were frightening and terrible. So much so that even though the details have been lost in time, the phantoms themselves live on in our lore and our curses." "Do they really still exist out there?" Ciri asked, shivering slightly, glancing toward the unseen jungles. "Like the stories say? An unseen army waiting for Khalad to return and command them again?" "Alas," Hoyd said, "I can tell only stories. As I said, so much from that time is lost to us now." "But we know of the royal family," Ciri said. "They broke away because they didn't agree with what Khalad was doing, right? They saw moral problems with using lifeless." The storyteller hesitated. "Why, yes," he finally said, smiling through his beard. "Yes, they did, Your Majesty." She raised an eyebrow. "Psst," Lightsong said, leaning in. "He's lying to you." "Your Grace," the storyteller said, bowing deeply, "I beg your pardon. There are diverging explanations. Why, I am a teller of stories, all stories." "And what do other stories say?" Ciri asked. "None of them agree, Your Majesty," Hoyd said. "Your people speak of religious indignation and of treachery by Khalad the Usurper. The Pankal people tell of the royal family working hard to gain powerful lifeless and awakeners, then being surprised when their tools turned against them. In Halandren, they tell of the royal family aligning themselves with Khalad, making him their general, and ignoring the will of the people by seeking war with bloodlust." He looked up, and then began to trail 2 handfuls of black burned charcoal. "But time burns away behind us, leaving only ash and memory. That memory passes from mind to mind, then finally to my lips. When all is truth and all are lies, does it matter if some say the royal family sought to create lifeless? Your belief is your own." "Either way, the Returned took control of Halandren," she said. "Yes," Hoyd said. And they gave it a new name, a variation on the old one, and yet some still speak regretfully of the royals who left, bearing the blood of the first returned to their highlands. Ciri frowned. Blood of the first returned? Yes, of course, Hoyd said. It was his wife, pregnant with his child, who became the first queen of this land. You are his descendant. She sat back. Lightsong turned, curious. You didn't know this? He asked, in a tone lacking his normal flippancy. She shook her head. If this fact is known to my people, we don't speak of it. Lightsong seemed to find that interesting. Down below, the priests were moving on to a different topic, something about security in the city and increasing patrols in the slums. She smiled, sensing a subtle way to get to the questions she really wanted to ask. That means that the God Kings of Hallandren carried on without the blood of the first returned. Yes, Your Majesty, Hoyd said, crumbling clay out into the air before him. And how many God Kings have there been? 5, Your Majesty, the man said, including his immortal majesty, Lord Susebron, but not including Peacegiver. 5 kings, she said, in 300 years? Yes, Your Majesty, Hoyd said, bringing out a handful of golden dust, letting it fall before him. The dynasty of Hallandren was founded at the conclusion of the Many War, the first one gaining his breath and life from Peacegiver himself, who was revered for dispelling Kalad's phantoms and bringing a peaceful end to the Many War. Since that day, each God King has fathered a stillborn son, who then returned and took his place. Ciri leaned forward. Wait, how did Peacegiver create a new God King? Ah, Hoyd said, switching back to sand with his left hand. Now there is a story lost in time. How indeed? Breath can be passed from one man to another, but breath, no matter how much, doesn't make one a god. Legends say that Peacegiver died by granting his breath to his successor. After all, can a god not give his life away to bless another? Not exactly a sign of mental stability, in my opinion, Lightsong said, waving for some more grapes. You don't encourage confidence in our predecessors, storyteller. Besides, even if a god gives away his breath, it doesn't make the recipient divine. I only tell stories, Your Grace, Hoyd repeated. They may be truths, they may be fictions. All I know is that the stories themselves exist, and that I must tell them. With as much flair as possible, Ciri thought, watching him reach into yet another pocket and pull free a handful of small bits of grass and earth. He let bits fall slowly between his fingers. I speak of foundations, Your Grace, Hoyd said. Peacegiver was no ordinary returned, for he managed to stop the lifeless from rampaging. Indeed, he sent away Kalad's phantoms, which formed the main bulk of the Hallandren army. By doing so, he left his own people powerless. He did so in an effort to bring peace. By then, of course, it was too late for Cuff and Huff. However, the other kingdoms, Pankal, Tedradel, Gis, and Hallandren itself, were brought out of the conflict. Can we not assume more from this god of gods who was able to accomplish so much? Perhaps he did do something unique, as the priests claim, leave some seed within the god kings of Hallandren, allowing them to pass their power and divinity from father to son. Heritage which would give them a real claim to rule, Ciri thought, idly slipping a sliced grape into her mouth. With such an amazing god as their progenitor, They could become God Kings, and the only one who could threaten them would be the royal family of Idris, who can apparently trace their line back to the first returned. Another heritage of divinity, a challenger for rightful rule in Hallandren. That didn't tell her how the God Kings had died, nor did it tell her why some gods, such as the first returned, could bear children, while others could not. "They're immortal, correct?" Ciri asked. Hoyd nodded, smoothly dropping the rest of his grass and dirt, moving into a different discussion by bringing forth a handful of white powder. "Indeed, Your Majesty. Like all returned, the God Kings do not age. Agelessness is a gift for all who reach the 5th heightening." "But why have there been 5 God Kings?" she asked. "Why did the first one die?" "Why do any return pass on, Your Majesty?" Hoyd asked. "Because they're loony," Lightsong said. The storyteller smiled. "Because they tire. Gods are not like ordinary men. They come back for us, not for themselves. And when they can no longer endure life, they pass on. God Kings live only as long as it takes them to produce an heir." Ciri started. "That's commonly known?" she asked, then cringed slightly at the potentially suspicious comment. "Of course it is, Your Majesty," the storyteller said. "At least, to storytellers and scholars. Each God King has passed from this world shortly after his son and heir was born. It is natural. Once the heir has arrived, the God King grows restless. Each one has sought out an opportunity to use up his breath to benefit the realm. And then..." He threw up a hand, snapping his fingers, throwing up a little spray of water, which puffed to mist. "And then they pass on," he said, "leaving their people blessed and their heir to rule." The group fell silent, the mist evaporating in front of Hoyd. "Not exactly the most pleasant thing to inform a newlywed wife, storyteller," Lightsong noted. "That her husband is going to grow bored with life as soon as she bears him a son." "I seek not to be charming, Your Grace," Hoyd said, bowing. At his feet, the various dusts, sands, and glitters mixed together in the faint breeze. "I only tell stories. This one is known to most. I should think that Her Majesty would like to be aware of it as well." "Thank you," Ciri said quietly. "It was good of you to speak of it. Tell me, where did you learn such an unusual method of storytelling?" Hoyd looked up, smiling. "I learned it many, many years ago, from a man who didn't know who he was, Your Majesty. It was a distant place where 2 lands meet, and gods have died. But that is unimportant." Ciri ascribed the vague explanation to Hoyd's desire to create a suitably romantic and mysterious past for himself. Of far more interest to her was what he'd said about the God King's deaths. So there is an official explanation, she thought, stomach twisting. And it's actually a pretty good one. Theologically, it makes sense that the God Kings would depart once they had arranged for a suitable successor. But that doesn't explain how peacegivers' treasure, that wealth of breath, passes from God King to God King when they have no tongues. And it doesn't explain why a man like Sisebron would get tired of life when he seems so excited by it. The official story would work fine for those who didn't know the God King. It fell flat for Ciri. Sisebron would never do such a thing. Not now. Yet. Would things change if she bore him a son? Would Sisebron grow tired of her that easily? "Maybe we should be hoping for old Sisebron to pass, my queen," Lightsong said idly, picking at the grapes. "You were forced into all this, I suspect. If Sisebron died, you might even be able to go home. No harm done, people healed, new heir on the throne, everyone is either happy or dead." The priests continued to argue below. Hoyd bowed, waiting for dismissal. Happy or dead? Her stomach twisted. "Excuse me," she said, rising. "I would like to walk about a bit. Thank you for your storytelling, Hoyd." With that, entourage in tow, she quickly left the pavilion, preferring that Lightsong not see her tears. Chapter 33. Jules worked quietly, ignoring Vivenna and pulling another stitch tight. Claude's guts, intestines, stomach, and some other things Vivenna didn't want to identify, lay on the floor beside him, carefully pulled out and arranged so that they could be repaired. Jules was working on the intestines at the moment, sewing with a special thick thread and curved needle. It was gruesome. And yet it didn't really affect Vivenna, not after the shock she'd had earlier. They were in the safe house. Tonk Fa had gone to scout the regular house to see if Parlin was all right. Denth was downstairs, fetching something. Vivenna sat on the floor. She'd changed to a long dress, purchased on the way. Her skirt was filthy from its time in the mud, and she sat with legs pulled up against her chest. Jules continued to ignore Vivenna, working atop a sheet on the floor. She was muttering to herself, still angry. "Stupid thing," Jules said under her breath. "Can't believe we let you get hurt like this just to protect her." Hurt? Did that even mean anything to a creature like Claude? He was awake. She could see that his eyes were open. What was the point of sewing up his insides? Would they heal? He didn't need to eat. Why bother with intestines? Vivenna shivered, looking away. She felt, in a way, as if her own insides had been ripped out, exposed for the world to see. Vivenna closed her eyes. Hours later, and she was still shaking from the terror of huddling in that alleyway, thinking that she'd be dead in a moment. What had she learned about herself when finally threatened? Modesty had meant nothing. She'd pulled off her skirt rather than let it trip her again. Her hair had meant nothing. She'd ignored it as soon as the danger arrived. Her religion, apparently, meant nothing. Not that she'd been able to use the breath. She hadn't even managed to commit blasphemy successfully. "I'm half tempted to just leave," Jules muttered. "You and I, go away." Claude began to shuffle, and Vivenna opened her eyes to see him trying to stand up, even though his insides were hanging out. Jules swore. "Lie back down," she hissed, barely audible. Color's cursed thing. Howl of the sun. Go inactive. Howl of the sun. Vivenna watched as Claude lay down and then stopped moving. They might obey commands, she thought, but they aren't very smart. It tried to walk out, obeying Jules' apparent command to go away. And what was that nonsense Jules had said about the sun? Was that one of the security phrases Denth had mentioned? Vivenna heard footsteps on the stairs leading down to the cellar, and then the door opened, and Denth appeared. He closed the door, then came over and handed Jules something that looked like a large wineskin. The woman took it and immediately turned back to her work. Denth walked over and sat down beside Vivenna. "They say a man doesn't know himself until he faces death for the first time," he said in a conversational tone. "I don't know about that.
It seems to me that the person you are when you're about to die isn't as important as the person you are during the rest of your life. Why should a few moments matter more than an entire lifetime?
Vivenna didn't respond.
Everyone gets scared, Princess. Even brave men sometimes run the first time they see battle. In armies, that's why there's so much training. The ones who hold aren't the courageous ones. They're the well-trained ones. We have instincts, like any other animal. They take over sometimes. That's all right.
Vivenna continued to watch as Jules carefully placed the intestines back into Claude's belly. She took out a small package and removed something that looked like a strip of meat.
You did well, actually, Dent said. Kept your wits about you. Didn't freeze. Found the quickest way out. I've protected some people who will just stand there and die unless you shake them and force them to run.
I want you to teach me awakening, Vivenna whispered.
He started, glancing at her. Do you want to think about that a bit first?
I have, she whispered, arms around knees, chin resting against them. I thought I was stronger than I am. I thought I'd rather die than use it. That was a lie. In that moment, I would have done anything to survive.
Dent smiled. You'd make a good mercenary.
It's wrong, she said, still staring forward. That I can't claim to be pure anymore. I might as well understand what I have. Use it. If that damns me, then so be it. At least it will have helped me survive long enough to destroy the Hallandren.
Dent raised an eyebrow. You want to destroy them now, eh? No more simple sabotage and undermining.
She shook her head. I want this kingdom overthrown, she whispered, just like the slumlord said. It can corrupt those poor people. It can corrupt even me. I hate it.
No, Dent, Vivenna said. Her hair bled to a deep red, and for once she didn't care.
I really hate it. I've always hated this people. They took my childhood. I had to prepare, become their queen, get ready to marry their god king. Everyone said he was unholy and a heretic, yet I was supposed to have sex with him. I hate this entire city, with its colors and its gods. I hate the fact that it stole away my life, then demanded that I leave behind all that I love. I hate the busy streets, the placating gardens, the commerce, and the suffocating weather. I hate their arrogance, most of all, thinking they could push my father around, force him into that treaty 20 years ago. They've controlled my life, dominated it, ruined it, and now they have my sister.
She drew in a deep breath through gritted teeth. You'll have your vengeance, Princess, Dent whispered.
She looked at him. I want them to hurt, Dent. The attack today wasn't about subduing a rebellious element. The Hallandren sent those soldiers in to kill. Kill the poor that they created. We're going to stop them from doing things like that. I don't care what it takes. I'm tired of being pretty and nice and ignoring ostentation. I want to do something.
Dent nodded slowly. All right. We'll change course. Start making our attacks a little more painful.
Good, she said. She squeezed her eyes shut, feeling frustrated, wishing that she was strong enough to keep all of those emotions away. But she wasn't. She'd kept them in too long. That was the problem.
This was never about your sister, was it? Dent asked. Coming here.
She shook her head, eyes still shut.
Why then?
I had trained all of my life, she whispered. I was the one who would sacrifice herself. When Ciri left in my place, I became nothing.
I had to come and get it back.
But you just said that you've always hated Hallandren, he said, sounding confused.
I have, and I do. That's why I had to come.
He was silent for a few moments. Too complicated for a mercenary, I guess. She opened her eyes. She wasn't sure if she understood either. She'd always kept a firm grip on her hatred, only letting it manifest in disdain for Hallandren and its ways. She confronted the hatred now, acknowledged it. Somehow Hallandren could be loathsome, yet enticing at the same time. It was as if she knew that until she came and saw the place for herself, she wouldn't have a real focus, a real understanding, a real image of what it was that had destroyed her life. Now she understood. If her breaths would help, then she would use them. Just like Lemix, just like those slumlords. She wasn't above that. She never had been. She doubted Denth would understand. Instead, Vivenna nodded toward Jules.
What is she doing?
Denth turned. Attaching a new muscle, he said. One of the ones in his side got cut, sheared right through. Muscles won't work right if you just sew them together. She has to replace the whole thing.
With screws?
Denth nodded. Right to the bone. It works all right. Not perfectly, but all right. No wound can ever be perfectly fixed on a lifeless, though he will heal some. You just sew them up and pump them full of fresh ichor alcohol. If you fix them enough times, the body will stop working right, and you'll have to spend another breath to keep them going. By then, it's usually just best to buy another body.
Saved by a monster. Perhaps that was what made her so determined to use her breath. She should be dead, but Claude had saved her. A lifeless. She owed her life to something that shouldn't exist. Even worse, if she looked deep within herself, she found herself feeling a traitorous pity for the thing, even an affection. Considering that, she figured that she was already damned to the point where using her breaths wouldn't matter. He fought well, she whispered. Better than the lifeless that the city guard was using.
Denth glanced at Claude. They're not all equal. Most lifeless, they're just made out of whatever body happens to be around. If you pay good money, you can get one who was very skillful in life. She felt a chill, remembering then that moment of humanity she'd seen on Claude's face as he defended her. If an undead monstrosity could be a hero, then a pious princess could blaspheme. Or was she still just trying to justify her actions?
Skill, she whispered. They keep it?
Denth nodded. Some semblance of it, at least. Considering what we paid for this guy, he must have been quite the soldier. And that's why it's worth the money, time, and trouble to repair him, rather than buy a new lifeless.
They treat him just like a thing,
Vivenna thought. Just as she should. And yet, more and more, she thought of Claude as a he. He had saved her life. Not Denth, not Tonk Fa, Claude. It seemed to her that they should show more respect for him. Jules finished with the muscles, then sewed the skin closed with a thick string. Though he'll kind of heal, Denth said. It's best to use something strong in the repair, so the wound doesn't rip apart again.
Vivenna nodded. And the juice?
Ichor alcohol, Denth said. Discovered by the 5 scholars. Wonderful stuff. Keeps a lifeless going really well.
That's what let the many war occur, she whispered. Getting the mixture right.
That's part of it. That and the discovery,
again by one of the 5 scholars, I forget which one, of some new commands. If you really want to be an Awakener, Princess, that's what you have to learn. The commands. She nodded. Teach me. To the side, Jules got out a small pump and attached a small hose to a little valve at the base of Claude's neck. She began to pump the ichor alcohol, moving the pump very slowly, probably in order to keep from bursting the blood vessels. Well, Dent said, there are a lot of commands. If you want to bring a rope to life, like that one you tried to use back in the alleyway, a good command is hold things. Speak it with a clear voice, willing your breath to act. If you do it right, the rope will grab whatever is closest. Protect me is another good one, though it can be interpreted in fairly strange ways if you don't imagine exactly what you want. Imagine? Vivenna asked. He nodded. You have to form the command in your head, not just speak it. The breath you give up, it's part of your life. Your soul, you Idrians would say. When you awaken something, it becomes part of you. If you're good and practiced, the things you awaken will do what you expect of them. They're part of you. They understand, just like your hands understand what you want them to do. I'll start practicing then, she said. He nodded. You should pick it up fairly quickly. You're a clever woman, and you have a lot of breaths. That makes a difference? He nodded, looking somewhat distant, as if distracted by his own thoughts. The more breaths you hold when you start, the easier it is for you to learn how to awaken. It's like, I don't know, the breath is more part of you, or you're more part of it. She sat back, contemplating that. Thank you, she finally said. What? For explaining awakening? Half the children on the streets could have told you that much. No, she said, though I appreciate the instruction. The thanks is for other things. For not condemning me as a hypocrite. For being willing to change plans and take risks. For protecting me today. Last I checked, those were all the things a good employee should do. At least if that employee is a mercenary. She shook her head. It's more than that. You're a good man, Dent. He met her eyes, and she could see something in them. An emotion she couldn't describe. Again, she thought of the mask he wore. The persona of the laughing, joking mercenary. That man seemed just a front when she looked into those eyes and saw so much more. A good man, he said, turning away. Sometimes, I wish that were still true, Princess. I haven't been a good man for some years now. She opened her mouth to reply, but something made her hesitate. Outside, a shadow passed the window. Tonk Fa entered a few moments later. Dent stood up without glancing at her. Well? He asked Tonk Fa. Looks safe, Tonk Fa said, eyeing Claude. How's the stiff? Just finished, Jules said. She leaned down, saying something very soft to the lifeless. Claude started moving again, sitting up, looking about. Vivenna waited as his eyes passed over her, but there didn't seem to be recognition in them. He wore the same dull expression. Of course, Vivenna thought, standing. He's lifeless, after all. Jules had said something to make him start working again. It was probably the same thing Jules had used to make him stop moving in the first place. That odd phrase, howl of the sun. Vivenna filed it away, then followed as they left the building. A short time later, they were home. Parlin rushed out, expressing his fears for their safety.
He went to Jules first, though she brushed him off. As Vivenna entered the building, he moved up to her. "Vivenna, what happened?" She shook her head. "There was fighting," he said, following her up the stairs. "I heard about it." "There was an attack on the camp we visited," Vivenna said wearily, reaching the top of the stairs. "A squad of lifeless. They started killing people." "Lord of Colors," Parlin said. "Is Jules all right?" Vivenna flushed, turning on the landing, looking down the stairs toward him. "Why do you ask about her?" Parlin shrugged. "I think she's nice." "Should you be saying things like that?" Vivenna asked, noticing half-heartedly that her hair was turning red again. "Aren't you engaged to me?" He frowned. "You were engaged to the God King, Vivenna." "But you know what our fathers wanted," she said, hands on hips. "I did," Parlin said. "But, well, when we left Idris, I figured we were both going to get disinherited. There's really no reason to keep up the charade." "Charade?" she thought. "I mean, let's be honest, Vivenna," he said, smiling. "You really haven't ever been that nice to me. I know you think I'm stupid. I guess you're probably right. But if you really cared, I figured that you wouldn't make me feel stupid, too. Jules grumbles at me, but she laughs at my jokes sometimes. You've never done that." "But," Vivenna said, finding herself at a slight loss for words, "but why did you follow me down to Hallandren?" He blinked. "Well, for Ciri, of course. Isn't that why we came? To rescue her?" He smiled fondly, then shrugged. "Good night, Vivenna." He trailed down the steps, calling to Jules to see if she was hurt. Vivenna watched him go. "He's twice the person I am," she thought with shame, turning toward her room. "But I'm just finding it hard to care anymore." Everything had been taken from her. Why not Parlin, too? Her hatred for Hallandren grew a little more firm as she stepped into her room. "I just need to sleep," she thought. "Maybe after that, I can figure out just what in the name of colors I'm doing in this city." One thing remained firm. She was going to learn how to awaken. The Vivenna from before, the one who had a right to stand tall and denounce breath as unholy, no longer had a place in Tutelar. The real Vivenna hadn't come to Hallandren to save her sister. She'd come because she couldn't stand being unimportant. She'd learn. That was her punishment. Inside her room, she pushed the door closed, locking the bolt. Then she walked over to pull the drapes closed. A figure stood on her balcony, resting easily against the railing. He wore several days' worth of stubble on his face, and his dark clothing was worn, almost tattered. He carried a deep black sword. Vivenna jumped, eyes wide. "You," he said in an angry voice, "are causing a lot of trouble." She opened her mouth to scream, but the drapes snapped forward, muffling her neck and mouth. They squeezed tightly, choking her. They wrapped around her entire body, pinning her arms to her sides. "No," she thought. "I survive the attack and the lifeless, and then fall in my own room?" She struggled, hoping someone would hear her thrashing and come for her. But nobody did. At least, not before she fell unconscious. Chapter 34. Lightsong watched the young queen dart away from his pavilion and felt an odd sense of guilt. "How very uncharacteristic of me," he thought, taking a sip of wine. After the grapes, it tasted a little sour. Maybe the sourness was from something else. He'd spoken to Ciri about the God King's death in his usual flippant way. In his opinion, it was usually best for people to hear the truth bluntly, and, if possible, amusingly. He hadn't expected such a reaction from the Queen. What was the God King to her? She'd been sent to be his bride, probably against her will. Yet she seemed to take the prospect of his death with grief. He eyed her appraisingly as she fled. Such a small, young thing she was, all dressed up in gold and blue. Young? He thought. Yet she's been alive longer than I have. He retained some things from his former life, such as his perception of his own age. He didn't feel like he was 5. He felt far older. That age should have taught him to hold his tongue when speaking of making widows out of young women. Could the girl actually have feelings for the God King? She'd been in the city for only a couple of months, and he knew, through rumors, what her life must be like. Forced to perform her duty as a wife for a man to whom she couldn't speak and whom she couldn't know. A man who represented all the things that her culture taught were profane. The only thing Lightsong could suppose, then, was that she was worried about what might happen to her if her husband killed himself. A legitimate worry. The Queen would lose most of her stature if she lost her husband. Lightsong nodded to himself, turning to look down at the arguing priests. They were done with sewage and guard patrols and had moved on to other topics. "We must prepare ourselves for war," one of them was saying. "Recent events make it clear that we cannot coexist with the Idrians with any assurance of peace or security. This conflict will come, whether we wish it or not." Lightsong sat listening, tapping one finger against the armrest of his chair. "For 5 years, I've been irrelevant," he thought. "I didn't have a vote on any of the important court councils. I simply held the codes to a division of the lifeless. I've crafted a divine reputation of being useless." The tone below was even more hostile than it had been during previous meetings. That wasn't what worried him. The problem was the priest spearheading the movement for war. Nanrava, High Priest of Stillmark the Noble. Normally, Lightsong wouldn't have bothered paying attention. Yet Nanrava had always been the most outspoken against war. What had made him change his mind? It wasn't long before Blushweaver made her way to his box. By the time she arrived, Lightsong's taste for the wine had returned, and he was sipping thoughtfully. The voices against war from below were soft and infrequent. Blushweaver sat beside him, a rustle of cloth and a waft of perfume. Lightsong didn't look toward her. "How did you get to Nanrava?" he finally asked. "I didn't," Blushweaver said. "I don't know why he changed his mind. I wish he hadn't done it so quickly. It seems suspicious and makes people think I manipulated him. Either way, I'll take the support." "You wish for war so much." "I wish for our people to be aware of the threat," Blushweaver said. "You think I want this to happen? You think I want to send our people to die and to kill?" Lightsong looked at her, judging her sincerity. She had such beautiful eyes. One rarely noticed that, considering how she proffered the rest of her assets so blatantly. "No," he said. "I don't think you want a war." She nodded sharply. Her dress was sleek and trim this day, as always, but it was particularly revealing up top, where her breasts were pressed up and forward, demanding attention. Lightsong looked away. "You're boring today," Blushweaver said. "I'm distracted." "We should be happy," Blushweaver said. The priests have almost all come around. Soon there will be a call for attack made to the main assembly of gods. Lightsong nodded. The main assembly of gods was called to deliberate only in the most important of situations. In that case, they all had a vote. If the vote was for war, the gods with lifeless commands, gods like Lightsong, would be called upon to administer and lead the battle. "You've changed the commands on Hopefinder's 10,000? Lightsong asked. She nodded. "They're mine now, as are Mercy Stars." Colors, he thought. Between the two of us, we now control 3/4 of the kingdom's armies. What in the name of the iridescent tones am I getting myself into? Blushweaver settled back in her chair, eyeing the smaller one that Ciri had vacated. "I'm annoyed, however, at All-Mother." "Because she's prettier than you, or because she's smarter?" Blushweaver didn't dignify that with a verbal response. She just shot him a look of annoyance. "Just trying to act less boring, my dear," he said. "All-Mother controls the last group of lifeless," Blushweaver said. "An odd choice, don't you think?" Lightsong said. "I mean, I am a logical choice, assuming you don't know me, of course, since I'm supposedly bold. Hopefinder represents justice, a nice mix with soldiers. Even Mercy Star, who represents benevolence, makes a kind of sense for one who controls soldiers. But All-Mother, goddess of matrons and families? Giving her 10,000 lifeless is enough to make even me consider my drunk monkey theory." "The one who chooses names and titles of the returned?" "Exactly," Lightsong said. "I've actually considered expanding the theory. I am now proposing to believe that God, or the universe, or time, or whatever you think controls all of this, is all really just a drunk monkey." She leaned over, squeezing her arms together, seriously threatening to pop her bosom out the front of her dress. "And you think my title was chosen by happenstance? Goddess of honesty and interpersonal relations? Seems to fit, wouldn't you say?" He hesitated. Then he smiled. "My dear, did you just try to prove the existence of God with your cleavage?" She smiled. "You'd be surprised what a good wriggle of the chest can accomplish." I'd never considered the theological power of your breasts, my dear. If there were a church devoted to them, perhaps you'd make a theist out of me after all. Regardless, are you going to tell me what specifically All-Mother did to annoy you?" "She won't give me her lifeless commands." "Not surprising," Lightsong said. "I hardly trust you, and I'm your friend." "We need those security phrases, Lightsong." "Why?" he asked. "We've got 3 of the 4. We dominate the armies already." "We can't afford infighting or divisiveness," Blushweaver said. "If her 10 were to turn against our 30, we'd win, but we'd be left badly weakened." He frowned. "Surely she wouldn't do that." "Surely we'd rather be certain." Lightsong sighed. "Very well, then. I'll talk to her." "That might not be a good idea." He raised an eyebrow. "She doesn't like you very much." "Yes, I know," he said. "She has remarkably good taste, unlike some other people I know." She glared at him. "Do I need to wriggle my breasts at you again?" "No, please. I don't know if I'd be able to stand the theological debate that would follow." "All right, then," she said, sitting back, looking down at the priests who were still arguing. "They sure are taking a long time on this one," he thought. He glanced toward the other side, where Ciri had paused to look out over the arena, her arms resting on the stonework. It was too high for her to do so comfortably. Perhaps it wasn't thinking of her husband's death that bothered her, he thought. Maybe it was because the discussion turned to war. A war her people couldn't win. That was another good reason why the conflict was becoming inevitable. As Hoyd had implied, when one side had an unbeatable advantage, war was the result. Hallandren had been building its lifeless armies for centuries, and the size was becoming daunting. Hallandren had less and less to lose from an attack. He should have realized that earlier, rather than assuming this would all blow over once the new queen arrived. Blushweaver huffed beside him, and he noticed that she had noticed his study of Ciri. She was watching the queen with obvious dislike. Lightsong immediately changed the topic. "Do you know anything about a tunnel complex beneath the Court of Gods?" Blushweaver turned back toward him, shrugging. "Sure. Some of the palaces have tunnels beneath them, places for storage and the like." "Have you ever been down in any of them?" "Please, why would I go crawling about in storage tunnels? I only know about them because of my high priestess. When she joined my service, she asked me if I wanted mine connected to the main complex of tunnels. I said I didn't." "Because you didn't want others to have access to your palace?" "No," she said, turning back to watching the priests below. "Because I didn't want to put up with the racket of all that digging. Can I have some more wine, please?" Ciri watched the proceedings for quite a long time. She felt a little like Lightsong said he did. Because she didn't have a say about what the court did, it was frustrating to pay attention. Yet she wanted to know. The arguments of the priests were, in a way, her only connection to the outside world. She wasn't encouraged by what she heard. As the time passed, the sun falling close to the horizon and servants lighting massive torches along the walkway, Ciri found herself feeling more and more daunted. Her husband was probably either going to be killed or persuaded to kill himself in the upcoming year. Her homeland, in turn, was about to be invaded by the very kingdom her husband ruled, yet he could do nothing to stop it, because he had no way to communicate. Then there was the guilt she felt for actually enjoying all the challenges and problems. Back home, she'd had to be contrary and disobedient to find any kind of excitement. Here she only had to stand and watch, and things would begin to topple against each other and cause a clatter. There was far too much clatter at present, but that didn't stop her from thrilling at her part in it. "Silly fool," she told herself. "Everything you love is in danger, and you're thinking about how exciting it is?" She needed to find a way to help Sisebron. In doing so, perhaps she could bring him out from beneath the oppressive control of the priests. Then he might be able to do something to help her homeland. As she followed that line of thought, she almost missed a comment from below. It was spoken by one of the priests most strongly in favor of attacking. "Have you not heard of the Idrian agent who has been causing havoc in the city?" the priest asked. "The Idrians are preparing for the war. They know that a conflict is inevitable, and so they've begun to work against us." Ciri perked up. "Idrian agents in the city?" "Bah," said another of the priests. "The infiltrator you speak of is said to be a princess of the royal family. That's obviously a story for the common people. Why would a princess come in secret to Teteller? These stories are ridiculous and unfounded." Ciri grimaced. That, at least, was obviously true. Her sisters weren't the types to come and work as Idrian agents. She smiled, imagining her soft-spoken monk of a sister, or even Vivenna, in her prim outfits and stony attitude, coming to Teteller in secret. Part of her had a little trouble believing that Vivenna had really been intended to become Sisebron's bride. Starchy Vivenna, having to deal with the exotic court and the wild costumes. Vivenna's stoic coldness would never have coaxed Susebron out of his imperial mask. Vivenna's obvious disapproval would have alienated her from gods like Lightsong. Vivenna would have hated wearing the beautiful dresses and would never have appreciated the colors and variety in the city. Ciri might not have been ideal for the position, but she was slowly coming to realize that Vivenna hadn't been a good choice either. A group of people was approaching along the walkway. Ciri remained where she was. She was too distracted by her thoughts to pay much attention.
"Are they talking about a relative of yours?"
a voice asked. Ciri started, spinning. Behind her stood a dark-haired goddess wearing a lavish and revealing gown of green and silver. Like most of the gods, she stood a good head taller than a mortal person, and she looked down at Ciri with a raised eyebrow.
"Your Grace?"
Ciri responded, confused.
"They're discussing the famous hidden princess,"
the goddess said with a wave of her hand.
"She'd be a relative of yours, if she really does have the royal locks."
Ciri glanced back at the priests.
"They must be mistaken. I'm the only princess here." "The stories of her are quite pervasive."
Ciri fell silent.
"My Lightsong has taken a liking to you, princess,"
the goddess said, folding her arms.
"He has been very kind to me,"
Ciri said carefully, trying to present the right image, that of the person she was, only less threatening, a little more confused.
"Might I ask which goddess you are, Your Grace?" "I am Blushweaver,"
the goddess said.
"I am pleased to meet you."
"No, you aren't," Blushweaver said. She leaned in, eyes narrowing.
"I don't like what you're doing here."
"Excuse me?" Blushweaver raised a finger.
"He's a better man than any of us, princess. Don't you go spoiling him and pulling him into your schemes."
"I don't know what you mean."
"You don't fool me with your false naivete,"
Blushweaver said.
"Lightsong is a good person, one of the last ones we have left in this court. If you taint him, I will destroy you. Do you understand?"
Ciri nodded, dumbly. Then Blushweaver turned and moved away, muttering,
"Find someone else's bed to climb into, you little slut."
Ciri watched her go, shocked. When she finally regained her composure, she blushed furiously, then fled. By the time she got back to the palace, Ciri was quite ready for her bath. She entered the bathing chamber, letting her serving women undress her. They retreated with the clothing, then exited to prepare the evening's gown. That left Ciri in the hands of a group of lesser attendants, the ones whose job it was to follow her into the massive tub and scrub her clean. Ciri relaxed and leaned back, sighing as the women went to work. Another group, standing fully clothed in the deep water, pulled her hair straight and then cut most of it free, something she'd ordered them to do every night. For a few moments, Ciri floated and let herself forget the threats to her people and her husband. She even let herself forget Blushweaver and her snappish misunderstanding. She just enjoyed the heat and the scents of the perfumed water. "You wanted to speak with me, my queen?" a voice asked. Ciri started, splashing as she dunked her body beneath the water. "Blue fingers," she snapped. "I thought we'd cleared this up on the first day." He stood at the rim of the tub, fingers blue, typically anxious as he began to pace. "Oh, please," he said. "I have daughters twice your age. You sent word that you wanted to talk to me. Well, this is where I will talk, away from random ears." He nodded to several of the serving girls, and they began to splash just a bit more. speaking quietly, creating a low noise. Ciri flushed, her short hair a deep red, though a few cut-off strands that floated in the water remained blonde. "Haven't you gotten over your shyness yet?" Bluefingers asked. "You've been in Hallandren for months." Ciri eyed him, but didn't relax her concealing posture, even if she did let the serving women continue to work on her hair and scrub her back. "Won't it seem suspicious to have the serving women making so much noise?" she asked. Bluefingers waved a hand. "They're already considered second-class servants by most of the palace." She understood what he meant. These women, as opposed to her regular servants, wore brown. They were from Pankal. "You sent me a message earlier," Bluefingers said. "What did you mean by claiming to have information relating to my plans?" Ciri bit her lip, sorting through the dozens of ideas she had considered, discarding them all. What did she know? How could she make Bluefingers willing to trade? "He gave me clues," she thought. "He tried to scare me into not sleeping with the king, but he had no reason to help me. He barely knew me. He must have other motives for not wanting an heir to be born." "What happens when a new god king takes the throne?" she asked carefully. He eyed her. "So you figured that out, then?" "Figured out what?" she thought. "Of course I have," she said out loud. He wrung his hands nervously. Of course. Then you can see why I'm so nervous? We worked hard to get me where I am. It isn't easy for a Pankal man to rise high in the theocracy of Hallandren. Once I got into place, I worked so hard to provide work for my people. The serving girls who wash you, they have far better lives than the Pankal who work the dye fields. That will all be lost. We don't believe in their gods. Why would we be treated as well as people of their own faith? "I still don't see why it has to happen," Ciri said carefully. He waved a nervous hand. "Of course it doesn't have to, but tradition is tradition. The Hallandren are very lax in every area but religion. When a new god king is chosen, his servants are replaced. They won't kill us to send us into the afterlife along with our lord. That horrid custom hasn't been in effect since the days before the Many-War. But we will be dismissed. A new god king represents a fresh start." He stopped pacing, looking at her. She was still naked in the water, awkwardly covering herself as best she could. "But," he said, "I guess my job security is the lesser of our problems." Ciri snorted. "Don't tell me you're worried about my safety above your own place in the palace." "Of course not," he said, kneeling down beside the tub, speaking quietly. "But the god king's life, well, that worries me." "So," Ciri said, "I haven't been able to decide yet. Do the god kings give up their lives willingly once they have an heir, or are they coerced into it?" "I'm not sure," Bloodfingers admitted. "There are stories, spoken of by my people, regarding the last god king's death. They say that the plague he cured, well, he wasn't even in the city when the curing happened. My suspicion is that they somehow coerced him to give up his breaths to his son, and that killed him." He doesn't know, Ciri thought. He doesn't realize that Sisebron is a mute. "How closely have you served the god king?" He shrugged. "As close as any servant considered unholy. I'm not allowed to touch him or speak to him. But, Princess, I've served him all my life. He's not my god, but he's something better. I think these priests look upon their gods as placeholders. It doesn't really matter to them who is holding the station. Me, I've served His Majesty for my entire life,
I was hired by the palace as a lad, and I remember Susebron's childhood. I cleaned his quarters. He's not my god, but he is my liege. And now these priests are planning to kill him."
He turned back to his pacing, wringing his hands.
"But there's nothing to be done."
"Yes, there is," she said.
He waved a hand. "I gave you a warning, and you ignored it. I know that you've been performing your duties as a wife. Perhaps we could find some way of making certain that no pregnancy of yours comes to term."
Ciri flushed. "I would never do such a thing. Astra forbids it."
"Even to save the life of the God King? But, of course. What is he to you? Your captor and imprisoner. Yes. Perhaps my warnings were useless."
"I do care, Bluefingers," she said. "And I think we can stop this before it gets to the point of worrying about an heir. I've been talking to the God King."
Bluefingers froze, looking directly at her. "What?"
"I've been talking to him," Ciri admitted. "He's not as heartless as you might think. I don't think this has to end with him dying or your people losing their places in the palace."
Bluefingers studied her, staring at her to the point that she flushed again, ducking further down into the water. "I see that you've found yourself a position of power," he noted. "Or at least one that looks powerful," she thought ruefully.
"If things turn out as I want them to, I'll make certain your people are cared for."
"And my side of the bargain?" he asked.
"If things don't turn out as I want them to," she said, taking a deep breath, heart fluttering, "I want you to get Susebron and me out of the palace."
Silence. "Deal," he said. "But let us make certain it does not come to that. Is the God King aware of the danger from his own priests?"
"He is," Ciri lied. "In fact, he knew about it before I did. He's the one who told me I needed to contact you."
"He did?" Bluefingers asked, frowning slightly.
"Yes," Ciri said. "I will be in touch on how to make this turn out well for all of us. And until then, I would appreciate it if you'd let me get back to my bath."
Bluefingers nodded slowly, then retreated from the bathing chamber. Ciri, however, found it hard to still her nerves. She wasn't certain if she'd handled the exchange well or not. She seemed to have gained something. Now, she just had to figure out how to use it. Chapter 35. Vivenna awoke sore, tired, and terrified. She tried struggling, but her hands and legs were tied. She succeeded only in rolling herself into an even less comfortable position. She was in a dark room, gagged, her face pressing awkwardly against a splintering wood floor. She still wore her skirt, an expensive foreign one, like those that Denth complained about. Her hands were tied behind her. Someone was in the room with her, someone with a lot of breath. She could feel it without even trying. She twisted, rolling onto her back in an awkward motion. She could see a figure silhouetted against a starlit sky, standing on a balcony a short distance away. It was him. He turned toward her, face shadowed in the unlit room, and she began to squirm with panic. What was this man planning to do with her? Horrible possibilities leaped to mind. The man walked toward her, feet thumping roughly on the floor, the wood shaking. He knelt down, pulling her head up by the hair. "I'm still deciding whether or not to kill you, Princess," he said. "If I were you, I'd avoid doing anything more to antagonize me."
His voice was deep, thick, and had an accent she couldn't place. She froze in his grip, trembling, hair bleached white. He appeared to be studying her, eyes reflecting starlight. He dropped her back to the wooden floor. She groaned through the gag as he lit a lantern, then pushed the balcony doors closed. He reached to his belt and removed a large hunting dagger. Vivenna felt a stab of fear, but he simply walked over and cut the bonds on her hands. He tossed the dagger aside, and it made a thock as it stuck into the wood of the far wall. He reached for something on the bed, his large, black-hilted sword. Vivenna scrambled back, hands free, and pulled at her gag, intending to scream. He whipped the scabbarded sword toward her, making her freeze. "You will remain quiet," he said sharply. She huddled back into the corner. How is this happening to me? She thought. Why hadn't she fled back to Idris long ago? She'd been deeply unsettled when Denth had killed the ruffians in the restaurant. She'd known then that she was dealing with people and situations that were truly dangerous. She'd been an arrogant fool to think that she could do anything in this city. This monstrous, overwhelming, terrible city. She was nothing. Barely a peasant from the countryside. Why had she been determined to get herself involved in this people's politics and schemes? The man, Vasher, stepped forward. He undid the clasp on that deep black sword, and Vivenna felt a strange nausea strike her. A thin wisp of black smoke began to curl up from the blade. Vasher approached, backlit by the lantern, the sheathed tip of the sword dragging along the floor behind him. Then he dropped the sword to the floor in front of Vivenna. "Pick it up," he said. She untensed slightly, looking up, though she still huddled in the corner. She felt tears on her cheeks. "Pick up the sword, princess." She had no training with weapons, but maybe... She reached for the sword, but felt her nausea grow far stronger. She groaned, her hand twitching as it approached the strange black blade. She shied away. "Pick it up," Vasher bellowed. She complied with a gagged cry of desperation, grabbing the weapon, feeling a terrible sickness travel like a wave up her arm and into her stomach. She found herself ripping away her gag with desperate fingers. "Hello," a voice said in her head. "Would you like to kill someone today?" She dropped the horrid weapon and fell to her knees, retching onto the floor. There wasn't much in her stomach, but she couldn't stop herself. When she was done, she crawled away and huddled down against the wall again, mouth dripping with bile, feeling too sick to yell for help or even wipe her face. She was crying again. That seemed the least of her humiliations. Through teary eyes, she watched as Vasher stood quietly. Then he grunted, as if in surprise, and picked up the sword. He clicked the clasp on its sheath, locking the weapon back inside, then threw a towel onto what she'd retched up. "We are in one of the slums," he said. "You may scream if you wish, but nobody will think anything of it. Except me. I'll be annoyed." He glanced back at her. "I warn you, I'm not known for my ability to keep my temper." Vivenna shivered, still feeling hints of nausea. This man held even more breath than she did. Yet when he'd kidnapped her, she hadn't felt anyone standing in her room. How had he hidden it? And what was that voice? They seemed silly things to distract her, considering her current situation. However, she used them to keep from thinking about what this man might do to her. What? He was walking toward her again. He picked up the gag, his expression dark. She finally screamed, trying to scramble away, and he cursed, putting a foot on her back and forcing her down against the floor. He tied her hands again before forcing on the gag. She cried, her voice muffled as he jerked her backward. He stood, then slung her over his shoulder and carried her out of the room.
"Color's cursed slums," he muttered. "Everyone's too poor to afford cellars."
He pushed her into a sitting position in the doorway of a second, much smaller room and retied her hands to the doorknob. He stepped back, looking her over, obviously unsatisfied. Then he knelt beside her, unshaven face close to hers, breath vile.
"I have work to do," he said. "Work that you have forced me to do. You will not run. If you do, I'll find you and kill you. Understand?"
She nodded weakly. She caught sight of him retrieving his sword from the other room. Then he ran down the stairs. The door below slammed and locked, leaving her alone and helpless. An hour or so later, Vivenna had finished crying herself dry. She sat slumped, hands tied awkwardly above her. Part of her kept waiting for the others to find her. Denth, Tonkfa, Jules. They were experts. They'd be able to save her. No rescue came. Dazed, drowsy, and sick though she was, she realized something. This man, this Vasher, was someone that even Denth had feared. Vasher had killed one of their friends some months before. He was at least as skilled as they were. How did they all end up here, then? She thought, her wrists rubbed raw. It seems an unlikely coincidence. Perhaps Vasher had followed Denth to the city and was acting out some kind of twisted rivalry by working against them. They'll find me and save me. But she knew that they wouldn't. Not if Vasher was as dangerous as they said. He'd know how to hide from Denth. If she was going to escape, she'd have to do it herself. The concept terrified her. Strangely, however, memories from her tutors returned to her. There are things to do if you are kidnapped, one had taught. Things that every princess should know. During her time in Teteller, she'd begun to feel that her lessons were useless. Now she was surprised to find herself remembering sessions that related directly to her situation. If a person kidnaps you, the tutor had taught, your best time to escape is near the beginning, when you are still strong. They will starve you and beat you, so that soon you will be too weak to flee. Do not expect to be rescued, though friends will undoubtedly be working to help you. Never expect to be redeemed for a ransom. Most kidnappings end in death. The best thing you can do for your country is try to escape. If you don't succeed, then perhaps the captor will kill you. That is preferable to what you might have to endure as a captive. Plus, if you die, the kidnappers will no longer have a hostage. It was a harsh, blunt lesson, but many of her lessons had been like that. Better to die than to be held captive and used against Idris. That was the same lesson that warned her that the Hallandren might try to use her against Idris once she was there as queen. In such a case, she was told that her father might be forced to order her assassination. That was a problem she didn't have to worry about anymore. The kidnapping advice, however, seemed useful. It frightened her, made her want to cower in place and simply wait, hoping that Vasher would find a reason to let her go. But the more she thought, the more she knew that she had to be strong. He'd been extremely harsh with her, exaggeratedly so. He'd wanted to frighten her so that she wouldn't try to escape. He'd cursed for not having a cellar, for that would have been a good place to secret her. When he returned, he would probably move her to a more secure location. The tutors were right. The only chance she had to escape was now. Her hands were bound tightly. She'd tried pulling them free several times already. Vasher knew his knots. She wriggled, rubbing more skin off, and she cringed in pain. Blood began to drip down her wrists, but even that slickness wasn't enough to get her hands free. She began to cry again, not in fear, but in pain and frustration. She couldn't wriggle her way out. But could she perhaps make the ropes untie themselves? Why didn't I let Denth train me with breath sooner? Her stubborn self-righteousness seemed even more flagrant to her now. Of course it was better to use the breath than it was to be killed, or worse, by Vasher. She thought she understood Lemix and his desire to gather enough biochroma to extend his life. She tried to speak some commands through her gag. That was useless. Even she knew that the commands had to be spoken clearly. She began to wiggle her chin, pushing on the gag with her tongue. It didn't appear to be as tight as her wrist bonds. Plus, it was wet from her tears and saliva. She worked at it, moving her lips and her teeth. She was actually surprised when it finally dropped loose below her chin. She licked her lips, working her sore jaw. Now what? She thought. Her apprehension was rising. Now she really needed to get free. If Vasher returned and saw that she'd managed to work her gag off, he'd never leave her with such an opportunity again. He might punish her for disobeying him. "Ropes," she said. "Untie yourself." Nothing happened. She gritted her teeth, trying to remember the commands that Denth had told her. Hold things and protect me. Neither seemed all that useful in her situation. She certainly didn't want the ropes to hold her wrists more tightly. However, he had said something else, something about imagining what you wanted in your mind. She tried that, picturing the ropes untying themselves. "Untie yourselves," she said clearly. Again, nothing happened. Vivenna leaned her head back in frustration. Awakening seemed such a vague art, which was odd, considering the number of rules and restrictions it appeared to have. Or maybe it just seemed vague to her because it was so complicated. She closed her eyes. "I have to get this," she thought. "I must figure it out. If I don't, I will be killed." She opened her eyes, focusing on her bonds, pictured them untying again, but somehow that felt wrong. She was like a child, sitting and staring at a leaf, trying to make it move just by concentrating on it. That wasn't the way her newfound senses worked. They were part of her. So, instead of concentrating, she relaxed, letting her unconscious mind do the work. A little like she did when she changed the color of her hair. "Untie," she commanded. The breath flowed from her. It was like blowing bubbles beneath the water, exhaling a piece of herself, but feeling it flow into something else. That something else became part of her, a limb she could only slightly control. It was more of a sense of the rope than an ability to move it. As the breath left her, she could feel the world dull, colors becoming slightly less bold, the wind a little more difficult to hear, the life of the city a little more distant. The ropes around her hands jerked, causing her wrists to burn. Then the ropes unraveled and dropped to the ground. Her arms came free, and she sat, staring at her wrists, shocked. "Astra, Lord of Colors," she thought. "I did it." She wasn't certain whether to be impressed or ashamed. Either way, she knew she needed to run. She untied her ankles, then scrambled to her feet, noticing that a section of the wooden door had been completely drained of color in a circular pattern around her hands. She paused only briefly, then grabbed the rope and ran down the stairs. She unlocked the door and peeked out the doorway onto the street, but it was dark, and she could see little. Taking a deep breath, she rushed out into the night. She walked aimlessly for a time, trying to put space between herself and Vasher's lair. She knew that she should probably find a place to hide, but she was afraid. She was distinctive in her fine dress and would be remembered by all who passed. Her only real hope was to get out of the slums and into the city proper, where she could find her way back to Denth and the others. She carried the rope tucked into the dress's pocket pouch, hidden behind a fold of cloth on the side. She'd grown so accustomed to having a certain amount of breath that missing a fraction, even the small bit contained in the rope, felt wrong. Awakeners could recover breath they invested into objects. She'd been tutored on that. She just didn't know the commands to do it. So she brought the rope, hoping that Denth would be able to help her recover its breath. She maintained a quick pace, head down, trying to watch for a discarded cloak or piece of cloth she could wrap around herself to hide the dress. Fortunately, it seemed as if the hour was too late, even for most ruffians. She did occasionally see shadowed figures on the sides of the road, and she had trouble keeping her heart stilled as she passed them. If only the sun were up, she thought. It was just beginning to grow light in the morning's arrival, but it was still dark enough that she had trouble telling which direction she was going. The slums were convoluted enough that she felt she was going in circles. The tall buildings loomed around her, blocking off the sky. This area had once been much more rich. The shadowed fronts of the buildings held worn engravings and faded colors. The square down the street to her left held an old broken statue of a man atop a horse, perhaps part of a fountain, or... Vivenna stopped. A broken statue of a horseman. Why did that seem familiar? Denth's directions, she thought, when he explained to Parlin how to get from the safe house to the restaurant. That day, weeks back, seemed so vague to her now, but she did remember the exchange. She'd been worried that Parlin would get lost. For the first time in hours, she felt a sense of hope. The directions had been simple. Could she remember them? She worked, walking hesitantly, partially just on instinct. After just a few minutes, she realized that the dark street around her looked familiar. There were no lamps in the slums, but the light of false dawn was enough. She turned around, and sure enough, the safe house lay huddled between two larger buildings across from her. Blessed Ostra, she thought with relief, quickly crossing the street and pushing her way into the building. The main room was empty, and she hurriedly opened the door down to the cellar, seeking a place to hide. She searched around with her fingers, and sure enough, she found a lantern with flint and steel beside the stairway. She pulled the door closed and found it more sturdy than she would have assumed. That felt good, though she couldn't lock it from this side. She left it unlatched and bent down to light the lantern. A set of worn, broken stairs led down into the cellar. Vivenna paused, remembering that Denth had warned her about the steps. She walked down carefully, feeling them creak beneath her, and could see why he'd been worried. Still, she made it down all right. At the bottom, she wrinkled her nose at the musty scent. The carcasses of several small game hung on the wall. Someone had been here recently, which was a good sign. She rounded the stairs. The main space of the cellar was built beneath the floor of the upper room. She would rest there for a few hours, and if Denth didn't arrive, she'd venture out. Then she froze, jerking to a halt, lantern swinging in her hand. Its unsteady light shone on a figure sitting before her, head bowed, face shadowed.
His arms were tied behind his back, and his ankles were bound to the legs of the chair. "Parlin?" Vivenna asked with shock, rushing to his side. She quickly set down the lantern, then froze. There was blood on the floor. "Parlin!" she said louder, urgently lifting his head. His eyes stared forward, sightless, his face scratched and bloody. Her life sense couldn't feel him. His eyes were dead. Vivenna's hands began to shake. She stumbled back, horrified. "Oh, colors," she found herself mumbling. "Colors, colors, colors." A hand fell on her shoulder. She screamed, spinning. A large figure stood in the darkness behind her, half hidden beneath the stairs. "Hello, princess," Tonk Fa said. He smiled. Vivenna stumbled back, nearly colliding with Parlin's body. She began to gasp, hand on her chest. Only then did she notice the bodies on the walls. Not game animals. What she had mistaken for a pheasant in the dim light of her lantern now reflected back green. A dead parrot. A monkey hung beside, body sliced and cut. The freshest corpse was that of a large lizard. All had been tortured. "Oh, Astra," she whispered. Tonk Fa stepped forward, grabbing for her, and Vivenna finally shocked herself into motion. She ducked to the side, escaping his reach. She ran around the large man, scrambling toward the stairs. She came up short as she collided with someone's chest. She looked up, blinking. "Do you know what I hate most about being a mercenary, princess?" Denth asked quietly, grabbing her arm. "Fulfilling the stereotypes. Everyone assumes that they can't trust you. The thing is, they really can't." "We do what we're paid to," Tonk Fa said, stepping up behind her. "It's not exactly the most desirable work," Denth said, holding her tightly. "But the money is good. I was hoping we wouldn't have to do this. Everything was going so nicely. Why did you run away? What tipped you off?" He pushed her forward with a careful hand, still holding her arm, as Jules and Claude moved down the steps behind him. The stairs groaned beneath the weight. "You've been lying to me the entire time," she whispered, tears almost unnoticed on her cheeks, heart thumping as she tried to make sense of the world. "Why?" "Kidnapping is hard work," Denth said. "Terrible business," Tonk Fa added. "It's better if your subject never even knows they've been kidnapped. They always kept an eye on me, staying near." "Lemix didn't do what we needed him to," Denth said. "Poison was too good a death for that one. You should have known, princess, with as much breath as he held. He couldn't have died from sickness," she realized. "Astra." Her mind was numb. She glanced at Parlin. "He's dead. Parlin is dead. They killed him." "Don't look at him," Denth said, delicately turning her head away from the corpse. "That was an accident. Listen to me, princess. You'll be all right. We won't hurt you. Just tell me why you ran away. Parlin insisted he didn't know where you had gone,
though we knew he spoke to you on the stairs right before you vanished. Did you really leave without telling him? Why? What made you suspect us? Did one of your father's agents contact you? I thought we found all of those when they entered the city." She shook her head dumbly. "This is important, Princess," Denth said calmly. "I need to know. Whom did you contact? What did you tell the slumlords about me?" He began to squeeze her arm tightly. "We wouldn't want to have to break anything," Tonkfa said. "You Idrians, you break too easily." What had once seemed light-hearted banter to her now seemed terrible and callous. Tonkfa loomed in the shadowy lantern light to her right. Denth was a slimmer form in front of her. She remembered his speed, the way he'd slain those bodyguards at the restaurant. Remembered the way they'd destroyed Lemix's house. Remembered their flippancy toward death. They'd hidden it all behind a veil of humor. Now that Denth had brought another lantern, she could see a couple of large sacks stuffed underneath the stairs. A foot was hanging out of one of them. A boot bore the crest of the Idrian army on its side. Her father had sent people to recover her. Denth had just found them before they found her. How many had he killed? Bodies wouldn't keep for long in this basement. Those 2 corpses must be relatively new, awaiting disposal somewhere else. "Why?" she asked again, nearly too stunned to speak. "You seemed like my friends." "We are," Denth said. "I like you, Princess." He smiled, a genuine smile, not a dangerous leer, like Tonkfa. "If it means anything, I really am sorry. Parlin wasn't supposed to die. That was an accident. But, well, a job is a job. We do what we're paid to do. I explained this all to you several times. I'm sure you recall." "I never really believed," she whispered. "They never do," Tonkfa said. Vivenna blinked. "Get away quickly, while you still have strength." She'd escaped once. Wasn't that enough? Didn't she deserve some peace? Quickly. She twisted her arm, slapping it against the back of Tonkfa's cloak. "Grab!" Denth, however, was too fast. He yanked her back, covered her mouth, then snatched her other hand, holding it tightly. Tonkfa stood surprised as Vivenna's dress bled free of color, turning gray, and some of her breath passed through Denth's fingers and into Tonkfa's cloak. Yet without a command, that breath couldn't do anything. It had been wasted, and Vivenna felt the world around her grow more dull. Denth released her mouth and slapped Tonkfa on the back of the head. "Hey!" Tonkfa said, rubbing his head. "Pay attention," Denth said. Then he glanced at Vivenna, holding her arm tightly. Blood seeped between his fingers from her wounded wrist. Denth froze, obviously seeing her bloodied wrists for the first time. The dark cellar had obscured them. He looked up, meeting her eyes. "Ah, hell," he cursed. "You didn't run from us, did you?" "Huh?" Tonkfa asked. Vivenna was numb. "What happened?" Denth asked. "Was it him?" She didn't respond. Denth grimaced, then twisted her arm, causing her to yelp. "All right. It looks like my hand has been forced.
Let's deal with that breath of yours first. Then we can have a chat. Nicely, like friends, about what has happened to you.
Claude stepped up beside Denth, gray eyes staring forward, empty, as always. Except, could she see something in them? Was she imagining it? Her emotions were so strained lately that she really couldn't trust her perceptions. Claude seemed to meet her eyes.
"Now," Denth said, face growing harder, "repeat after me. My life to yours, my breath become yours."
Vivenna looked up at him, meeting his eyes. "Howl of the sun," she whispered.
Denth frowned. "What?"
"Attack, Denth. Howl of the sun."
Denth began. At that moment, Claude's fist hit his face. The blow threw Denth to the side and into Tonk Fa, who cursed and stumbled. Vivenna wrenched free, ducking past Claude, nearly tripping on her dress, and threw her shoulder into the surprised Jules. Jules fell. Vivenna scrambled up the stairs. "You let her hear the security phrase?" Denth bellowed, sounds of struggle coming from where he was wrestling with Claude. Jules gained her feet and followed Vivenna. The woman's foot broke through a step, however. Vivenna stumbled into the room above, then threw the door shut. She reached over, turning the latch. "Won't hold them for long," she thought, feeling helpless. "They'll keep coming, chasing me, just like Vasher. God of colors, what am I going to do?" She rushed out onto the street, now lit by the dawn light filling the city, and ducked down an alleyway. Then she just kept running. This time, trying to pick the smallest, dirtiest, darkest alleyways she could. Chapter 36.
"I will not leave you," Sisebron wrote, sitting on the floor beside the bed, his back propped up by pillows. "I promise."
"How can you be sure?" Ciri asked from her place on the bed. "Maybe once you have an heir, you'll grow tired of life, then give away your breath."
"First of all," he wrote, "I'm still not even sure how I would get an heir. You refuse to explain it to me, nor will you answer my questions."
"They're embarrassing," Ciri said, feeling her short hair grow red. She turned it back to yellow in an instant.
"Secondly," he wrote, "I cannot give away my breath. Not if what I understand about biochroma is true. Do you think I've been lied to about how breath works?"
"He's getting much more articulate in his writing," Ciri thought, as she watched him erase. "It's such a shame that he's been locked up his entire life." "I really don't know that much about it," she said. "Biochroma isn't exactly something we focus on in Idris. I suspect that half of the things I know are rumors and exaggerations. For instance, back in Idris, they think you sacrifice people on altars in the court here. I heard that a dozen times from different people." He paused, then continued writing.
"Regardless, we argue something that is absurd. I will not change. I am not going to suddenly decide to kill myself. You do not need to worry."
She sighed.
"Ciri," he wrote, "I lived for 50 years with no information, no knowledge, barely able to communicate. Can you really think that I would kill myself now? Now, when I've discovered how to write, when I've discovered someone to talk to, when I've discovered you?"
She smiled. "All right, I believe you. But I still think we have to worry about your priests." He didn't respond, looking away. Why is he so cursedly loyal to them? She thought. Finally, He looked back at her.
Would you grow your hair?
She raised an eyebrow. And what color am I to make it?
Red.
He wrote. You Hallandren and your bright colors, she said, shaking her head. Do you realize that my people considered red the most flagrant of all colors? He paused.
I'm sorry, he wrote. I did not mean to offend you.
He broke off as she reached down and touched his arm. No, she said. Look, I wasn't arguing. I was just being flirtatious. I'm sorry.
Flirtatious? He wrote. My storybook doesn't use this term.
I know, Ciri said. That book is too full of stories about children getting eaten by trees and things.
The stories are metaphors meant to teach.
Yes, I know, she said, interrupting him again.
So, what is flirtatious?
It's colors. How do I get myself into these situations? She thought. It's when a girl acts hesitant, or sometimes silly, in order to make a man pay more attention to her.
Why would that make a man pay attention to her?
Well, like this. She looked at him, leaning forward a bit. Do you want me to grow my hair?
Yes.
Do you really want me to?
Of course.
Well then, if I must, she said, tossing her head and commanding her hair become a deep auburn red. It flushed mid-toss, flaring from yellow to red like ink bleeding into a pool of clear water. Then she made it grow. The ability was more instinctive than conscious, like flexing a muscle. In this case, it was a muscle she'd been using a lot lately, since she tended to cut her hair off in the evenings rather than spending the time combing it. Even as the hair whipped past her face, it grew in length. She tossed her head one final time, the hair making it feel more heavy, her neck warm from the locks that now tumbled down around her shoulders and down her back, twisting in loose curls. Sesebron looked at her with wide eyes. She met them, then tried a seductive glance. The result seemed so ridiculous to her, however, that she just found herself laughing. She fell back on the bed, newly grown hair flaring around her. Sesebron tapped her leg. She looked over at him, and he stood up, sitting on the side of the bed so that she could see his tablet as he wrote.
You are very strange, he said.
She smiled. I know. I'm not meant to be a seductress. I can't keep a straight face.
Seductress, he wrote. I know that word. It is used in a story when the evil queen tries to tempt the young prince with something, though I don't know what.
She smiled.
I think she must have been planning to offer him food.
Yeah, Ciri said. Good interpretation there, Seb. Completely right.
He hesitated. She wasn't offering food, was she?
Ciri smiled again. He flushed.
I feel like such an idiot. There is so much that everyone else understands intrinsically, yet I have only the stories of a children's book to guide me. I've read them so often that it's hard to separate myself and the way I view them from the child I was when I first read them.
He began to erase furiously. She sat up, then laid a hand on his arm.
I know that there are things I'm missing, he wrote, things that embarrass you. And I have guesses. I am not a fool, and yet I get frustrated. With your flirtation and sarcasm, Both behaviors where you apparently act opposite to what you want. I fear that I will never understand you."
He stared with frustration at his board, wiping cloth held in one hand, charcoal in the other. The fire cracked quietly in the fireplace, throwing waves of overbright yellow against his clean-shaven face. "I'm sorry," she said, scooting closer to him. She wrapped her arms around his elbow, laying her head against his upper arm. He actually didn't seem that much bigger than she, now that she was used to it. There had been men back in Idris who had stood as much as 6.5 feet tall, and Sisebron was only a few inches taller than that. Plus, because his body was so perfectly proportioned, he didn't seem spindly or unnatural. He was normal, just bigger. He glanced at her as she rested her head on his arm and closed her eyes. "I think you are doing better than you think. Most people back in my homeland didn't understand me half as well as you do." He began to write, and she opened her eyes.
"I find that hard to believe."
"It's true," she said. "They kept telling me to become someone else."
"Who?"
"My sister," she said with a sigh. "The woman you were supposed to marry. She was everything the daughter of a king should be. Controlled, soft-spoken, obedient, learned."
"She sounds boring,"
he wrote, smiling. "Vivenna is a wonderful person," Ciri said. "She was always very kind to me. It's just that, well, I think even she felt that I should have been more reserved."
"I can't understand that," he wrote. "You're wonderful, so full of life and excitement. The priests and servants of the palace, they wear colors, but there's no color inside of them. They just go about their duties, eyes down, solemn. You've got color on the inside, so much of it that it bursts out and colors everything around you."
She smiled. "That sounds like biochroma."
"You are more honest than biochroma," he wrote. "My breath, it makes things more bright, but it isn't mine. It was given to me. Yours is your own."
She felt her hair shift from the deep red into a golden tone, and she sighed softly with contentment, pulling herself a little closer to him.
"How do you do that?" he wrote.
"Do what?"
"Change your hair."
"That one was unconscious," she said. "It goes blonde if I feel happy or content."
"You're happy, then?" he wrote. "With me?"
"Of course."
"But when you speak of the mountains, there is such longing in your voice."
"I miss them," she said. "But if I left here, I'd miss you, too. Sometimes you can't have everything you want, since the wants contradict each other." They fell silent for a time, and he set aside his board, hesitantly wrapping his arm around her and leaning back against the headboard. A blushful tinge of red crept into her hair as she realized that they were still sitting on the bed, and she was snuggling up beside him, wearing only her shift. "But, well," she thought, "we are married, after all." The only thing that spoiled the moment was the occasional rumbling of her stomach. After a few minutes, Sisebron reached for his board.
"You are hungry?" he wrote.
"No," she said. "My stomach is an anarchist. It likes to growl when it's full." He paused.
"Sarcasm?"
"A poor attempt," she said. "It's all right. I'll survive."
"Didn't you eat before you came to my chambers?"
"I did," she said. "But growing that much hair is draining. It always leaves me hungry."
"It makes you hungry every night?" he asked, writing quickly. "And you didn't say anything?"
She shrugged.
"I will get you food."
"No, we can't afford to expose ourselves."
"Expose what?" he wrote. "I am God King. I have food whenever I wish it. I have sent for it at night before. This will not be odd."
He stood, walking toward the doorway. "Wait," she said. He turned, glancing back at her. "You can't go to the door like that, Susebron," she said, keeping her voice quiet, in case someone was listening. "You're still fully dressed." He looked down, then frowned. "Make your clothing look disheveled at least," she said, quickly hiding his writing board. He undid his neck buttons, then threw off his deep black overrobe, revealing an undergown. Like everything white near him, it gave off a halo of rainbow colors. He reached up, mussing his dark hair. He turned back to her, eyes questioning. "Good enough," she said, pulling the bedsheets up to her neck, covering herself. She watched curiously as Susebron rapped on the door with his knuckles. It immediately opened. "He's too important to open his own door," Ciri thought. He commanded food by putting a hand to his stomach, then pointing away. The servants, barely visible to Ciri through the doorway, scuttled away at his order. He turned as the door closed, walking back to sit beside her on the bed. A few minutes later, servants arrived at the room with a dining table and a chair. They set the table with large amounts of food, everything from roasted fish to pickled vegetables and simmering shellfish. Ciri watched with amazement. There's no way they fixed it that quickly. They simply had it waiting in the kitchens, should their god happen to grow hungry. It was wasteful to the point of extravagance, but it was also wondrous. It bespoke a lifestyle that her people back in Idris couldn't even imagine. One representative of an uncomfortable imbalance in the world. Some people starved. Others were so wealthy that they never even saw most meals that were made for them. The servants set only one chair at the table. Ciri watched as they brought in plate after plate. They couldn't know what the God King wanted, so they apparently brought him some of everything. They filled the table, then retreated as Susebron pointed for them to go. The scents were almost too much for Ciri in her hungered state. She waited, tense, until the door closed. Then she threw off the sheets and rushed over. She had thought the meals prepared for her were extravagant, but they were nothing compared to this feast. Susebron gestured toward the chair. "Aren't you going to eat?" she asked. He shrugged. She walked over and took one of the blankets from the bed, then spread it on the stone floor. "What looks good to you?" she said, approaching the table. He pointed at the plate of simmering mussels and several of the breads. She moved these, along with a dish that didn't appear to have any fish in it, a bowl of exotic fruits tossed in some kind of creamy sauce, to the cloth. She then sat down and began eating. Susebron carefully situated himself on the floor. He managed to look dignified, even when wearing only his undergown. Ciri reached over and handed him his board. "This is very odd," he said. "What?" she asked. "Eating on the floor?" He nodded. "Dining is such a production for me. I eat some of what is on a plate, then servants pull it away, wipe my face, and bring me another one. I never finish an entire dish. even if I like it." Ciri snorted. "I'm surprised they don't hold the spoon for you." "They did when I was younger," Sisebron wrote, flushing. "I eventually got them to let me do it myself. It's hard when you can't speak with anyone." "I can imagine," Ciri said between mouthfuls. She eyed Sisebron, who ate with small, reserved bites. She felt a slight stab of shame at how fast she was eating, then decided she didn't care. She put aside the fruit dish and fetched several pastries from the table. Sisebron eyed her as she began to eat one after another. "Those are Pankal Tinkfans," he wrote. "One takes only small bites, making sure to eat a piece of bread between to clear away the taste. They are a delicacy, and—" He broke off as Ciri picked up an entire pastry and shoved it into her mouth. She smiled at him, then continued chewing. After a moment of looking stunned, he wrote on his board again, "You realize that children in the stories who gorged themselves usually ended up being thrown off of cliffs." Ciri stuffed another crisp bread into her mouth beside the first, dusting her fingers and face with powdered sugar in the process, her cheeks bulging. Sisebron watched her, then reached over and took a whole one himself. He inspected it, then shoved it into his mouth. Ciri laughed, nearly spitting out bits of pastry onto the blanket. "And so my corruption of the God King continues," she said, once she could speak. He smiled. "This is very curious," he wrote, eating another crisp bread, then another, then another. Ciri watched him, raising an eyebrow. "One would think that as God King, you would at least be able to eat sweets whenever you want." "I have many rules that others need not follow," he wrote as he chewed. "The stories explained this. Much is required of a prince or a king. I would rather have been born a peasant." Ciri raised an eyebrow. She had a feeling that he'd be surprised if he actually had to experience things like hunger, poverty, or even discomfort. However, she left him his illusions. Who was she to chastise? "You are the one who was hungry," he wrote, "but I am the one doing all the eating." "They obviously don't feed you enough," Ciri said, trying a slice of bread. He shrugged, continuing to eat. She watched him, wondering if eating was different for him, with no tongue. Did that affect his ability to taste? He certainly still seemed to like the sweets. Thinking of her tongue made her mind turn to darker topics. "We can't just keep going on like this," she thought, "playing around at night, pretending like the world isn't going on without us. We're going to get crushed." "Sisebron," she said, "I think we need to find a way to expose what your priests have been doing to you." He looked up, then wrote, "What do you mean?" "I mean that we should have you try to talk to the common people," she said, "or maybe some of the other gods. The priests gain all of their power by associating with you. If you choose to communicate through someone else, it would overthrow them." "Do we need to do that?" "Pretend with me for a moment that we do," she said. "Very well," he wrote, "but how, exactly, would I communicate with someone else? I can't exactly stand up and begin shouting." "I don't know. Notes, perhaps?" He smiled. "There is a story about that in my book,"
A princess trapped in a tower who throws notes out into the ocean waters. The king of the fishes finds them.
I doubt the king of the fishes cares about our predicament, Ciri said flatly.
Such a creature is only slightly less fantastic than the possibility of my notes being found and interpreted correctly. If I threw them out the window, nobody would believe that the God King had written them.
And if you passed them to servants? He frowned.
Assuming that you are right, and that my priests are working against me, then wouldn't it be foolhardy to trust the servants they employ?
Perhaps. We could try a Pankal servant.
None of them attend me, for I am the God King, he wrote. Besides, what if we did get a servant or two on our side? How would that expose the priests? Nobody would believe a Pankal servant who contradicted the priests.
She shook her head. I suppose you could try making a scene, running away or causing a distraction.
When outside of the palace, I am constantly attended by a troop of hundreds. Awakeners, soldiers, guards, priests, and lifeless warriors. Do you honestly think I could make any kind of a scene without being rushed away before I could communicate with anyone?
No, she admitted. But we have to do something. There has to be a way out of this.
I do not see one. We need to work with the priests, not against them. Perhaps they know more about why the God Kings die. They could tell us. I can speak to them using the artisan's script.
No, Ciri said. Not yet. Let me think first.
Very well,
he wrote, then tried another pastry. Sesebron, she finally said. Would you consider running away with me? Back to Idris? He frowned.
Perhaps,
he finally wrote.
That seems extreme.
What if I could prove that the priests are trying to kill you? And what if I could provide a way out? Someone to smuggle us from the palace and out of the city? The concept obviously bothered him.
If it is the only way, he wrote, then I will go with you. But I do not believe that we will get to that point.
I hope you're right, she said. But if you're not, she thought, then we're escaping. We'll take our chances back with my family. War or no war. Chapter 37. In the slums, it could seem like night, even during the full light of day. Vivenna wandered, aimless, stepping over soiled bits of colorful trash. She knew that she should find a place to hide and stay there, yet she wasn't really thinking straight anymore. Parlin was dead. He'd been her friend since childhood. She'd convinced him to come with her on what now seemed the most idiotic of quests. His death was her fault. Denth and his team had betrayed her. No, they had never worked for her. Now that she looked back, she could see the signs. How conveniently they'd found her in the restaurant. How they'd used her to get at Lemex's breath. How they'd manipulated her, letting her feel that she was in control. They'd just been playing along. She'd been a prisoner and never known it. The betrayal felt so much the worse for how she'd come to trust, even befriend them. She should have seen the warnings. Tonkfa's joking brutality. Denth's explanations that mercenaries had no allegiances. He'd pointed out that Jules would work against her own gods. Compared with that, what was betraying a friend? She stumbled down yet another alleyway, hand on the wall of a brick building beside her. Dirt and soot stained her fingers. Her hair was a bleached white. It still hadn't recovered. The attack in the slum had been frightening. Getting captured by Vasher had been terrifying. But seeing Parlin tied to that chair, blood coming from his nose, his cheeks sliced open to reveal the inside of his mouth, she would never forget. Something inside of her seemed broken. Her ability to care, she was just numb. She reached the end of the alleyway, then looked up dully. There was a wall in front of her, a dead end. She turned to go back. "You," a voice said. Vivenna turned, surprised at the speed of her own reaction. Her mind remained shocked, but a carnal part of her was still awake, capable of defensive instinct. She stood in a narrow alley like those she had walked down all day. She'd kept to the slums, figuring that Denth would expect her to run for the open city. He knew it better than she did. In her addled mind, staying in the cluttered, quiet slum seemed a much better idea. A man sat on a small stack of boxes behind her, legs swinging over the sides. He was short, dark-haired, and wore typical slum clothing, a mixture of garments going through various stages of wear. "You've been causing quite a stir," the man said. She stood quietly. "Woman wandering the slums in a beautiful white dress, eyes dark, hair white and ragged. If anyone hadn't been so paranoid following the raid the other day, you'd have been seen 2 hours ago." The man seemed faintly familiar. "You're Idrian," she whispered. "You were there, in the crowd, when I visited the slumlords." He shrugged. "That means you know who I am," she said. "I don't know anything," he said. "Particularly not things that could get me into trouble." "Please," she said. "You have to help me." She took a step forward. He hopped off his boxes, a knife flashing in his hand. "Help you?" he asked. "I saw that look in your eyes when you came to the meeting. You looked down on us, just like the Hallandren." She shied back. "A lot of people have seen you wandering about like a wraith," he said, "but nobody seems to know exactly where to find you. There's quite a search going in some parts." "Denth," she thought. "It's a miracle I've stayed free so long. I need to do something. Stop wandering. Find a place to hide." "I figure that someone will find you eventually," the man said. "So I'm going to act first." "Please," she whispered. He raised the knife. "I won't turn you in. You deserve at least that much. Besides, I don't want to draw attention to myself. That dress, though, that will sell for a lot, even damaged like it is. I could feed my family for weeks on that cloth." She hesitated. "Scream, and I'll cut you," he said quietly. "It's not a threat. It's just an inevitability. The dress, princess. You'll be better without it. It's what's making everyone take notice of you." She considered using her breath, but what if it didn't work? She couldn't concentrate, and had a feeling that she wouldn't be able to get the commands to work. She wavered, but the looming knife convinced her. So, staring straight ahead and feeling like she was someone else, she reached up and began undoing the buttons. "Don't drop it to the ground," the man said. "It's dirty enough already." She pulled it off, then shivered, standing only in her underleggings and her shift. He took the dress, then opened her pocket pouch. He frowned as he tossed aside the rope inside of it. "No money?" She shook her head dully. "The leggings. They're silk, right?" Her shift came down to her mid-thighs. She stooped down, pulling off the leggings, then handed them over. He took them, and she saw a glint of greed, or perhaps something else, in his eyes. "The shift," he said, waving his knife. "No," she said quietly. He took a step forward. Something snapped inside of her. "No!" she yelled. "No, no, no! You take your city, your colors and clothing, and go! Leave me!" She fell to her knees, crying, and grabbed handfuls of refuse and mud, rubbing it on the shift. "There!" she screamed. "You want it? Take it from me! Sell it like this!" Contrary to his threats, the man wavered. He looked around, then clutched the valuable cloth to his chest and dashed away. Vivenna knelt. Where had she found more tears? She curled up, heedless of the trash and mud, and wept. It started raining sometime while she was curled in the mud. It was one of the soft, hazy Hallandren rainfalls. The wet drops kissed her cheek. Little streams ran down the sides of the alleyway walls. She was hungry and exhausted. But with the falling rain came a shred of lucidity. She needed to move. The thief had been right. The dress had been a hindrance. She felt naked in the shift, particularly now that it was wet. But she had seen women in the slums wearing just as little. She needed to go on, become just another waif in the dirt and grime. She crawled over to a refuse pile, noticing a bit of cloth sticking from it. She pulled free a muddy, stinking shawl. Or maybe it had been a rug. Either way, she wrapped it around her shoulders, pulling it tight across her chest to offer some measure of modesty. She tried to make her hair black, but it refused. She sat down, too apathetic to be frustrated. Instead, she simply rubbed mud and dirt into her hair, changing the pale white into a sickly brown. "It's still too long," she thought. "I'll need to do something about that. It stands out. No beggar would keep hair that long. It would be difficult to care for." She began to make her way out of the alleyway, then paused. The shawl had become brighter now that she was wearing it. Breath. I'll be immediately visible to anyone with the first heightening. I can't hide in the slums. She still felt the loss of the breath she'd sent into the rope, and then the larger amount she'd wasted on Tonk's cloak. Yet she had the greater portion left. She huddled down by the side of the wall, nearly losing control again as she considered the situation. And then she realized something. Tonk Fa snuck up on me down in that cellar. I couldn't feel his breath. Just like I couldn't feel Vasher's when he ambushed me in my rooms. The answer felt so easy, it was ridiculous. She couldn't feel the breath in the rope she'd made. She picked it up, tying it around her ankle. Then she took the shawl, holding it in front of her. It was such a pathetic thing, frayed at the edges, its original red color barely peeking through the grime. "My life to yours," she said, speaking the words Denth had tried to get her to say. "My breath become yours." They were the same words Lemix had spoken when he'd given her his breath. It worked on the shawl, too. Her breath drained from her body, all of it, invested into the shawl. It was no command. The shawl wouldn't be able to do anything. But her breath, hopefully, would be safe. She wouldn't give off an aura. None at all. She almost fell to the ground with the shock of losing it all. Where she had once been able to sense the city around her, now everything became still. It was as if it had been silenced, the entire city becoming dead. Or maybe it was Vivenna who had become dead, a drab. She stood slowly, shivering in the drizzling rain, and wiped the water from her eyes. Then she pulled the shawl, breaths and all, close, and shuffled away. Chapter 38.